strange and irrational, straight line deniers. These days they're all the rage. Not a single line seems right somehow. Space-time bends, it's not rational. Straight line deniers, the mind's locked within a cage. Straight line deniers. Philosophically subjective, postmodernism, mental model, psychological contrarianism gone wild. Philosophically subjective, postmodernism, mental model, psychological contrarianism gone wild. And as gravity bends the line askew, what's straight to me ain't straight to you. The people talking about 1984, did Plato foresee this divided line? I wish they'd find Orwell in a different tale. Isn't it strange when they just won't agree? Straight line deniers, if you know, you know, you know. And as gravity bends the line askew, what's straight to me ain't straight to you. The people talking about 1984. Reality's threats unravel, watching the fall.
All the rules are made to bend as you journey to the end. The god of thunder and the sky, as he lay dying, question why.
Whispering chaos in the mind's own cage. Spiraling thoughts that just won't disengage. Lost in the echoes of an internal fight. Madness crafted in the absence of light. Straight line deniers. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. Straight line deniers. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking.
And we are live for a Friday night. Let's say it's a free-for-all Friday. As always, it is Friday. So if anybody does want to come in, come and have a chat. Doesn't matter. We don't care what model you've got, whether you're a dogmatic globe believer, whether you're a flat earther, whether you've got concave tendencies, or whether you live on the real globe. Nobody cares. What we're after is trying to, stimulate the mind. Sort of, well, of each other, really. So we're going to go over the video that we didn't finish yesterday. It was Straight Line Deniers, that song at the intro. Making a few tunes. Is it working? Is it working on Twitter? I think so. Everybody else must be busy. Get this stream up from yesterday. We have had Jeremy from EA commenting about something to do with a water level. Now, we have got extensive experience to deal with things with the water level. I've already said that, but Jeremy seems to have a point, and he seems to think that we've not done something correctly. Maybe we might be misrepresenting, or he may have a brilliant argument that hasn't been presented properly. So it is open for Jeremy. So if I would ask the mods to keep an eye out for Jeremy joining the Discord server, then he can come over and have a chat about whatever it is that he thinks he's got a problem with. As always, free for all Friday. We are going to go over I think our final day at EA, the Discord server, where there's lots of model afflicted people, I think. So it's about that. People having different models of Earth, and they talk about it. Geo does a lot of steel manning. Let me get this. Was that Elder Bear hot micing?
Oh, sorry.
Okie dokie. Let us know whether you guys can hear this. I've got it turned up in the thing. You guys on YouTube, let us know whether you can hear this. I'm about to play it.
Has to be a strong enough.
And will that denote north? Will that denote north or the magnet?
I hear it.
You guys see that? What about that on YouTube? Sound like, I think the sounds were coming through, so I'll carry on playing it. This is obviously going over what we did yesterday when we stopped, but we had to stop yesterday because we were talking to Brenda, and Brenda explained her first person ever that I've ever heard that could put east or west at the center of the cardinal directions. Thank you very much, Gilly. Yes. So, back to this. If Jeremy does want to come in, I know he's commenting on the thing. Just let us know, Jeremy, in the chat. You're ready to come in or whatever, and we'll pause everything up and get it ready. I can go back to the other bit if that's what you want as well. If you want to use examples of certain points. Okay, so we're going over Geo, and I think this is Elder Bear's bit at the minute.
In a small scale representation, it's not representing north of the whole Earth. No, it's just representing a magnet on a table.
So what use is that then?
I was just trying to
Just a magnet.
Oh, there you go. That I think we take it back to the guy was making north a center point on the table, and he was struggling a bit because he just put north, south, east, and west and replaced it with north. But Geo's put a magnet on the table, and Elder Bear is quite rightly saying, "What helps that?"
Sounds like he doesn't understand like very remedial compass dynamics, so he was asking the question repeatedly. So.
No, I wasn't saying about magnetic north. I was talking about north of the cardinal directions north. I will pause it as well. I don't know if anybody else has been listening to all of the other channels today, but a few of our friends happened to go and ask Nathan Oakley a question today. Would be a really good topic of conversation to go over at some point, hopefully. So if anybody does want to come in and talk about whatever transpired at Oakley's, because it was about the 69 in the real globe, and it does seem to be an issue, but it's a bit of an issue for everyone. So maybe it might take a couple of weeks for the conversation to go, and maybe they might like to say that they've already done that conversation and finished it, but we're open for conversation. If anybody does want to come in, send a message in the live chat, whatever. If you join the server, we'll get you some roles to get into the Discord.
Yeah, north is just a reference, dude.
Do you have the ability to place that at the center?
You're saying, do I have the ability to take the magnetic field
No,
of Earth
no.
and put it
Look at the
anywhere I
cardinal
want?
directions.
What the fuck are you asking me,
Right.
dude?
Look at the cardinal directions on a compass if you want. Can you take that north and put it in the center? And do you realize the consequences that has
Nothing more than a
for
reference
east,
point.
west, and south?
So it's a reference point, right? You get that?
Yeah, do
Are
you
you
have the
trying to say
ability
there's
to
no
put
north?
north at the center?
You understand? It's a reference point.
Do you have the ability to put east at the center? Geo, can you put east at the center of the
Geo
cardinal directions? Brenda did last night.
Yeah, Geo can do that.
Can you do it with a compass, a magnet or something? Can you like put east at the
You
center,
can change.
west at the
You
center,
can change
south
whatever
at the
you want
center?
with a reference point, Bev.
You can't change the
Bev,
cardinal
what you do is
directions. That's
you
what
need a
they are.
whiteboard.
They're cardinal directions.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bev, if
We
you
put the
want
coin
it,
on the table.
if you want
We put the
north to
coin on the
be,
table with the cardinal directions put on it, north, south, east, and west. And you put a magnet at the east point. You take the coin away. You put your compass on the table. Now the north point, the north
Compass pointing
direction
to
on the
east.
compass will be pointing east, won't it?
well, you're bringing in, right? You're taking out the reference point, and then you're bringing in a magnet, and then you're trying to say,
You took the reference point. You took it
you're
away when
trying
you
to
took the
say
coin
the
away, didn't you?
magnet is attracted to east. No,
No,
it's just not
we're
how
trying
it
to point
fucking
out.
works.
That's
Why are you
Geo's
convoluting the
argument.
conversation? You're just trying to like bring in a
Because you took
magnet
the
to throw the argument or the discussion into chaos.
and Geo brought
Yeah,
the
Geo
magnet.
brought the
Geo
magnet in.
brought the magnet. Try and prove north
Yeah,
was
but
at the
no, you're
center.
trying to bring it.
Yeah, how dare you bring a magnet in to try and confuse the issue? It was Geo. Don't have a go at Geo.
And in
in
fact, now
relation
it's
to
pointing
east.
east.
You're trying to
And
bring that
confusing people
magnet
to
in
think
and act like there's a magnetic force right to the east. Yeah, so you could
So
just
dumb.
ignore that whole concept, right? And just call north east if you want, and change your cardinal directions.
Let me ask you this. Hey, Bev, where do
I'm just
compasses point?
We're not talking
You can
about a
rename
compass. We're
north to
talking about the
banana.
The magnet
cardinal
on the table.
directions.
They just don't point to any type of referent. Like there's no such thing as a compass pointing somewhere.
Magnetic
Does
north.
that not exist?
Magnetic
Yeah.
north.
So where would you put that?
Where magnetic
Where would you put that?
north has a traveling position, a location, doesn't it?
Oh, but if you had to freeze time right now, could you put it down somewhere? And record it?
Magnetic north is not what we are talking about.
Of course
We're
it's not, 'cause
talking
you don't want
about
to acknowledge that
cardinal
there's a single point of
directions
reference.
and the ability
Okay,
of the
you don't have
mind
cardinal
to
directions
place
without north,
north
dumbass.
at the center.
Okay, maybe I'm just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
but
Well, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, but it's
you're
because
just saying, like,
it's
we don't
because
have
it
cardinal
causes
directions.
so many complications for the mind. Sets you up for a
You're just being
paradox
difficult
that you
intentionally.
may already have.
Bro, like, you want to pretend like there's no north for the sake of argument. I don't understand what the point of the argument
North
is.
is a cardinal direction to me.
It is, indeed. I agree.
Okay.
Bev,
Now,
could you
Move on.
answer?
do you
Could
have
you
the
answer that same
ability to
question?
place that as a point?
You can't
Call it
separate
the
that
center?
from the magnetic field, though. You can't separate north from the magnetic field because north aligns with the magnetic field to a point towards Polaris.
Well, I don't know. It's
What
not.
he has to
It's
do.
not
He
there.
has to do that to have an actual argument.
It's not.
It'll
This
do
isn't
that
an
all day. If you
argument.
pull a compass out,
Just
if you pull
asking a
compass out of
question.
your pocket, if you pull a compass out of your pocket, it will point essentially to Polaris. So it's not.
Right. The question was, can you put the north from the cardinal directions at the center? Not, can you get a compass to point to magnetic north? They're two completely different things. One of them's a thing that you do in the mind, and the other one's a physical activity that you do with a compass. They're not the same. But these guys, a bit like Nathan Oakley was today, ECV won't allow them to access the actual words that are being said. They come up with these seditious ideas and then play towards that in order to not answer the question. But imagine that they have. Takes a while for me to get this message across to them what I'm talking about.
Just a direction.
You're steel manning the
It's
compass
magnetic.
model, but we're not talking about magnetic north. We're talking
That's what
about
north is.
we're talking about
What
the
other north do
cardinal
you have?
directions.
No, that's what it is.
In
What
reference
is?
to
It's a
what?
magnetic field first. It's a cardinal direction second. The first thing is the magnetic field.
Are you talking about grid north? Grid north is based off magnetic north.
Is
You
it?
know,
That's
true
that.
north
That
based
is
off
moving though, isn't it?
celestials. Okay, which north are you talking about? And where can I
Talking
find
about the cardinal
Without a compass.
direction of north.
it? Okay, where is it?
In that direction, north.
Oh, that direction.
Well, I mean, there's
How do I
plenty,
find
right?
it?
There's a few. I think there's about 5, apparently. But I mean, I can think of 3. Right? You've got magnetic north, you've got Polaris, and then you've got the geographic north. So that's 3.
Geographic north?
I'm not
I've never
talking
heard of
about any of those. I'm talking about the cardinal directions and your ability to place that cardinal direction of north at a point. You can pick any one of those 3. Can you
So
do
that
that?
implies something.
Writing
I was
it
wondering,
down.
what do
Yeah,
you
you
think
put
it
it anywhere.
implies?
You
Bev, what
put
do you
it
think it
anywhere, Bev.
implies?
Well, what's 3 beyond people north answer. if you put north at a point?
Yeah, like south would be every direction. What does
Right,
that
okay,
imply
so
for you?
that
I'm
would
wondering.
mean
You asked
that
earlier.
looking north as a cardinal direction at the north point would also mean you looking south.
Do you understand the concept of near and far and closer and further? Do you understand those concepts, right?
Yeah.
Those words, those definitions, right?
Yeah. Did you just
So
hear
if
what
you
I
go
just said?
closer to the magnetic field, you're closer to that magnetic field, and we call that north.
Yeah. And talking about magnetic north, right? That's not what we're talking about. I think as far as I can remember, I think magnetic north is at about 80 degrees right now, which isn't 90.
Bev,
Quite a way
can
off.
you help me out a little here?
Go on.
When you said 5 north, can you help me out here? I'm trying to comprehend what you mean.
Well, that was Kevin that said 5, but I said 3, right? 3 different north
Yeah.
points. North point number 1 is the magnetic north, which supposedly is about 80 degrees north, right? Not, i.e., not 90. So that's
Right.
and that's moving. It's moving. I don't know whether it was moving from Alaska to Russia or to Russia from Alaska, but it's on, like, it's tracking. I've been watching a guy on the video, Maverick All Stars, I think he's called, and he's been tracking it in the north, at least. I don't know whether he has some. I think he has some of these. He built these devices that he could be able to track the pole, and it is traveling. It's been known to be traveling, right? So that's number 1. Number 2 is the Polaris. Now, Polaris, I've never been there, so you know, I can only go off what people say. But supposedly that's at 0.7 degrees from the pole. Because obviously you can get 90 degrees underneath it, but that is 0.7 degree away, which makes a I don't know, like 100 and, I think it was 115 mile diameter circle, supposedly, for Polaris. I don't know, never been there.
Okay.
But then obviously in the center of that, south of that position, is the geographic north that they imagine. But I think, like, you know, Kevin's looked at it, I think there's like another one that they have like as a pole that isn't quite at the same place, right? So, and then there was another one as well that I can't even remember what that is.
No, exactly. Now I get it. Thank you.
So there is more than one north whenever you're
Found
talking
10.
about this. And
I
obviously,
found 10 norths.
what?
I found 10.
10. Well, yeah, I mean,
Yep.
that just goes to show that, like, you're never going to know when you're talking about the north. Like, there's loads of different ones, and all we're talking about here is that's what we've got, the pole. And you know, when you're talking about it, we're just talking about the ability for your mind to move that geometric understanding of cardinal direction of north, where it is at the top of the, you know, and placing it in the center of the cardinal directions, because that obviously causes complications. And that's what I'm trying to get them to do. I mean, it's okay when you're here. It's like when you can see the sun rising and setting, it's okay to say the sun goes from goes from east to west. But you know, we're talking now about the ability of the mind to place that north at a point. I can't do it, but mentally some people can. There's a lot of people in this. Imaginometry is one of those things.
Yeah, I always say, if you think there's only 4 norths, don't even talk to me. You got to consider at least 5 norths. Otherwise, you know,
Yeah,
that's a wrap.
each one south of the other.
Exactly. Yep.
That's the globe. That's globe. Full on. And if you can place that at the point, oh, go on.
And each one, if you go to that spot, each one every step or centimeter away from that is south. So there's also 5 souths. If you think about it that way.
South to reach north.
Oh, so if I have 10 norths, I also have 10 souths? I'm collecting. All right. All right.
South from where? Hey? Any
south
point
from each of the
beyond
norths.
that would be... What direction would be...
Anywhere.
Yeah, what direction would be beyond that north point?
180 degrees from that northern point will be south, just like I had you draw.
If you've had it at a point, if you place that north at a point, what is beyond it? What direction is beyond it?
Wait.
So if you take a ray, right, in any one direction, a ray, right, in any one direction from that point, that will be south, right? And then you go 180 degrees from that, and you shoot a ray out the other way, you're going to have south.
Have you noticed the use of a ray? I mean, I don't know what's up with a straight line, but why they have to go to a ray. I'm guessing because a ray is light and light is straight. I think. Parallel light. Maybe that's the idea of using a ray, but I don't know what's up with a straight line. If you're talking about geometry, you're best off talking about lines, I would say, not rays.
So now you just established 180 degrees.
Okay, so
right?
let's get
And
your
in either
north point.
direction, you have south.
Okay.
Dude, draw it on paper, dude. If you can't keep up, just draw it on paper.
You're 5 foot away from that point that you've just made. Which way are you looking?
Did I walk in a straight line?
You're 5 foot away from that north point. Which way are you looking?
Did I walk in a straight line?
It doesn't matter. Is this Jeremy?
No, that is pure rigor.
Oh, rigor. Sounds a bit like
Yeah.
Jeremy to me.
He projects his own ignorance constantly on everyone around him. It's very interesting.
You're not keeping up. Just fucking draw it on paper, dude.
You're 5 foot away from the point you've just made. Which way are you looking?
I don't know. Did I turn? I'm just 5 feet away.
It's a question. I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Which way are you looking?
I don't know the direction of travel. I don't know. You didn't tell me which way I went. You just put me.
The north point is 5 foot in front of you. Which way are you looking?
I'm looking at, if it's in front of me, and you just told me I'm looking in front of me, and you told me north is in front of me, and you asked me that question. Why?
Because south is in front of you as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but you answered the question for me.
Well, I'm asking you, which way are you looking?
You said you put me
If the
5 feet
north
away and
point
tell me
is
to
in
look
front
north,
of
and then
you,
asked me
which
am
way
I
are you
looking?
looking?
I'm looking north. It's a no-brainer. You
Okay.
answered the question for me.
Is south also in front of you, though? Just beyond the north point that you've just made?
If I'm looking north,
South.
I'm looking north.
Right.
So south is 6 feet away.
Yeah. But you are,
What's
yeah, you're
100,
looking beyond 5 foot, right? You've got a better view than that.
Because it's
Behind me will be
relative to
south.
where you are. Yeah, it's relative to where you are.
It's relative to you putting
did
a
east and
north
west
as
go?
a point. Yeah. Relative to where you are. Except if you've put north at a point in front of you. Then just beyond that is now south. So it's relative to you putting the north point in front of you.
It's based on my preferences.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're on one side of it versus another, they're going to have different cardinal directions.
Going to have different cardinal directions. Listen to that again. That was Geo. His mic's pretty low. Listen, different cardinal directions.
Yeah, so if you're on one side of it versus another, they're going to have different cardinal directions.
Where did the perpendicular of east and west go?
They're perpendicular to the north-south magnetic field lines.
So he's gone to magnetic field lines, which are like 10 degrees away, at least. 690 miles. Maybe not that far. I mean, it's wandering. The magnetic one's wandering. So it may be like 500 miles away, let's say, from where Geo's talking about magnetic lines. Which one?
This is so basic, you guys. This is like literally
The north-south. But north-south would be every direction from north.
The second or third grade stuff right here.
So how would you have perpendicular to every line away from that point? That doesn't seem to make much sense, does it?
Let's put the penny back on the table, right? And where that
Holy
dot
shit.
that we labeled north.
Is that the flat earth table?
Yeah, but
hold on.
when
Just
you had
humor me here.
when you had the penny, you said if you draw a line from north going south, the
180
east
degrees.
and west will be perpendicular to that line always, all the way along it. You said.
Yeah. So if you
Every
listen, I can bring you
line
along,
now.
right?
So if you
So
have multiple radians radiating from a north point, and each one of them has a perpendicular east and west orientation to it, which one is east and west?
So if you would listen, I can explain it. If you want to talk, then you can talk.
Consequences of putting north at a point, eh?
No, it's
Who'd have
simple.
thunk
It's
it?
so simple. So if you take that penny, right, we're gonna put it back on the table, right? And instead of just putting it on the table, we're gonna drill a hole, right, and stick a nail right where we mark north.
We're making north the prime cardinal direction here, right?
Hey, now shut the fuck up.
The
Bev. Just
monadic.
listen, 'cause you're not gonna get it. I'm gonna lose you again. I'm gonna lose you again because you're gonna be too busy thinking about what to say. Just listen. So that where we put the penny originally, we put a mark. We're going to put a nail there. We're going to take a piece of string. We're going to tie it to it. And then on that penny, we're going to drill a hole where north is, right? And then we're going to tie that string along. And then we're just going to bring that string with the penny. We're going to extend it and just bring it all the way in a circle. And you just establish it east and west. You happy?
The circle, east and west.
You get it? You getting it?
So east and west is a circle, is it?
It's localized to
Not
where you
perpendicular.
are, the observer, the person participating in the cardinal directions you are trying to debunk.
Sounds like
that
it's
have
no
been used
longer.
forever.
Is it no longer
Okay.
a cardinal direction, east and west? I mean, the consequences of putting
that.
north as
Why
the
would you
prime
say it's no longer
monadic
a
cardinal direction
I just
means
explained
that
how
east
it
and west
works.
stop becoming cardinal directions perpendicular to.
Nobody said that. That's your brain like thinking shit that nobody said.
Well, maybe I'm
Like
just,
nobody ever
You
said
said they
we
were
believe in cardinal
perpendicular.
directions.
I can see the consequences,
You
though,
said
right?
east and west. You said east and west was perpendicular to the north-south line.
Yeah, and what happens when you tie that penny right to that nail?
And they're no longer
Keep it fully
perpendicular.
extended, and you keep moving it.
Isn't
I
every
understand where they're coming from.
Yeah,
isn't
they're no
every
longer
line
perpendicular, but you said they were.
It's in relation to a point on a table.
Yeah, but every line passing
In
through that
relation
point
to a
would
point
be
on
a
table. You guys
north-south
don't
line,
understand
right?
the concept of a reference point. That's the problem. You want to reject the idea of a
any
reference
line
point so
passing
you can
through
argue
that
it.
point would be a north-south line, wouldn't it? Any line.
Do you understand a reference point? You get what I was telling you though, right? If you don't get it, if
Does
you're not
everybody
keeping up,
else
you're done.
understand what's going on here, or like see the ignorance of this guy that just doesn't want to
No, Bev,
comprehend?
like you're like what you're saying is actually like it's like half coherent. That's how I would describe it, because it seems like you're just struggling to understand how, like if you're looking north, right? If you have a compass and you're looking north.
See, basically, it was me that asked the question, do they have the ability to place north at the center of the cardinal directions? And when they say it's my inability to comprehend or understand whatever it is, I'm just asking them, do they have the ability to do that? I don't want an explanation or anything.
You should have just said I can walk up and hug the pole and my arms are east west. I don't. Anyway,
I think east to west disappear though. I think that's the point that you're trying to get to, is that east and west become a part of a rotation rather than anything. And if you can't say that the sun goes from east to west because you now got the sun going in a circle, then it's always going in a circle, even round their equator. You know, the flat Earth equator's a circle. Nathan Oakley said it today.
well, you remember when we started finding these words and we came across aphoria.
Yeah.
And looking that up, remember the description of it was the pathless path that lead. You end up leading to like a cliff where you basically can't go. And that's like, this is what this is. It's like you're trying to lead people down a path and they're on a pathless path.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'll keep doing this.
Basically trying to explain the perpendicular paradox, right? But the perpendicular paradox being a model-induced paradox, you know, I'm trying to show these guys of how you end up getting there, but they're obviously model afflicted so severely that they can't even comprehend the first step that leads you to this paradox. And it's hard to you know, these things are best off being done in, you know, like in quiet Discord rooms, in conversations and one-on-one type thing. I'm trying to explain it to a group of people. And it seems like there's a few people that are too triggered to be able to comprehend it. And then they want to lead everybody else into the same inability that they have. They're not giving other people chance to think, and sometimes it gets a bit frustrating, but I suppose that's what you have to deal with in these rooms in modern times.
Well, it's hilarious because when you're talking about normal everyday life and practical use of cardinal directions, yeah, I mean, even Jaron did it with us. It's like, yeah, it's perpendicular, like, but you know, it's a circle. And the biggest problem is that both the flat earthers and the ball earth believers have the same worldview.
Yeah.
And it's I mean, yeah, I'm like you, it's crazy.
Well, this is one of the things that does expose how similar these models are, because they all do have the ability to put north at the point, yet they've never thought about consequences of putting north at a point. And these guys are the guys that have the model that puts north at a point. They've never thought about it. In fact, they actively repel thinking about it. Because I don't know,
you can
it's
tell.
too painful or something. It's weird, since that's something that you do in reality.
I mean, this guy had you going down like a tetherball east-west, I guess, is what I could gather from it.
I don't know. Well, like, where does east-west go? I don't know. I don't know.
And if you were to go left, that would be west, right? Are you thinking that if you go west, that it's a straight line?
No. See, the question was, if, and like I'm saying this because I have the ability to do this, right? I'm not going to accept it in reality, right? Because I'm saying this is a problem that people will have in the mind. If you place north at a point, and then imagine yourself stood on that north point, no matter which way you're looking, you're going to be looking south.
Okay, you never said that before.
That's what I've been saying. I've been trying to say. You never said that before. Surprise, surprise, right? So now that he might have grasped it, let's see how we do. Say this to people. Before? Yes. Can you put north
in like a
at
southwest,
the center? Please don't keep talking if you've just made a discovery about what I've been saying all along.
That's what I was trying to ask you. What does that imply, right? Like walk it out. I think
right. Okay. That's where I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But your man here has put that point in the center of a table. Okay. Let's imagine that's a north point. Now, every line that passes through that north point would be a north-south line. Which means every point... every line. Oh, fucking hell. Yes, that's what I said, a line, for fuck's sake.
I think I understand what he's saying.
All right, yeah, like I said earlier, draw a ray out. Draw a ray out from
That's what a line is.
Okay, so what, like, okay, so you're saying like
a line in mathematics is straight. Can we get that clarifier out there first?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so every line, if you've placed that north point at the center, every line passing through that point, no matter which direction, is going to be south.
If it's a straight line going from north?
If you've placed the north at a point, every line passing from that point would be a north, south.
All the lines, epicenter or south. Yeah, I don't see any problem with that.
Okay, now every one of those lines that's coming from that will have a perpendicular to it. Right? Every one of them. At any point along any one of those lines will have a perpendicular, which will make every position, because they're all become tangent points to a circle. If you want to do that, if you want to imagine that, but you're not, they're just a straight line. Every line south.
Can I stop you real quick?
Go on.
Because I'm actually following what you're saying now. Mm-hmm. So if I was to follow what you're saying, and I'm on one of those straight lines at whatever, and I'm at another perpendicular spot that you said, just randomly, whatever, in that place and time, if I was there, where would I find north? Like, how would I get? Like,
can I get a medium fry, please?
It's that point that you've got, right? Whatever point you've established, because in your mind, what we're talking about, no, nobody's arguing, right? Because what we're doing here is saying you're starting off, your mind sees north, south, east, and west as cardinal directions. What we're saying here is the consequences of placing north at a point, a center point, giving it a grandiose position that isn't part of the cardinal directions, but you're giving it a prime location right in the center of the cardinal directions. Now that has implications, because now you've just made east and west into circles. And as we know, a circle cannot be perpendicular to a straight line. But you've got north-south, every line from that one point being a straight line. And now you've placed east and west at a point on a circle around the north point. That has complications if you do that. That's all I'm saying, right? It's the mind that has problems here.
Tried to build something.
I'm not trying to be mean
reality,
to you, but
it would be so absolutely fucked.
Well,
I want you to go into the real world and try to build something.
That's what I'm saying, trying to do this in the real world. You try and do it. You're setting yourself up for a paradox.
Hey, I have a challenge for you, Bev. Go find north. Don't use a compass. Don't use any tools. Go find it. Go figure it out. Don't you dare use a damn compass, dude.
Standard is north point and go east or west.
And Bev, by the way, I was looking at your bio, and it says like engage my philosophy or whatever.
North point. How do you do that?
Okay, I'm gonna.
You're coming in real choppy, Elderbear.
Yeah, it's like you've got a bad mic.
Can I ask a question? Next pause.
What Elderbear's asking, which none of them answered. If you stood at the north point and every direction is south from that north point, where's east and west? Hardly surprising that nobody wanted to answer that one. Got to have a north point though. Marvel.
Might as well go now.
Bev, are you trying to say that it's kind of like it's a mental trick that they've positioned this, abstract position of north? Is that what you're trying to highlight?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to say, like, it's up to you. You have to be able to do this and make it right in your mind.
Guys, just
but you're not set up for it.
Mumbo jumbo. Just read his bio, and like his bio's like, I neither know nor think I know of that which I have no proof for, and such proof I have is mine and mine alone. So like in the first two, in the first sentence, dude, it's like he gives you like this negative disjunctive, and then at the end it's like, all the proof is in my mind.
Yeah, I neither know nor think I know that which I have no proof for. So, pretty simple, right? I don't either think I know it or think I don't know it, because I haven't got any proof, so. And any proof that I do have is mine. It's not yours. You didn't do any work to gain that proof. That's mine. That's the stuff I know. The stuff I've found the proofs for. And the stuff I haven't found the proofs for, I don't know it. I don't think I know it either. Surprising. Something wrong with that for this guy. I'm guessing he can't even understand it, comprehend it, what's going on. Because he hasn't got any proof.
He's insane.
Put an hour into this.
Crazy.
Insane.
Just read his bio. Like, read his bio and try to stew on it. And like, this is his philosophy.
Insane.
Yeah, like, that's just identity credibility. You know what I mean? Like, I get it.
But
we
like,
can discredit each other.
Demonstrate, like, he's demonstrating how, like, you don't know where north is because I tell you it's not there. Like, listen, like, this is insane.
I'm trying to tell you the consequences to the mind.
What he's saying. I think he's trying to explain.
I think there's a strong correlative to like what he is saying about where north is not.
I call it
I'm just being rude.
It's a dialectic within the mind. This is.
He's leading you into a completely different argument. He played dumb this whole time So
No.
you can start a new argument.
No, it's
Well, he's
not.
implying the Earth is
Look,
flat,
I'm not.
right?
Don't
Or
tell
the
me what
globe.
I'm doing. I'll tell you.
I've seen this
I'm letting
fucking
you
game before,
hoping.
Bev. You've already done
Oh,
it so
fucking
many
hell.
times.
Right, so you can tell they're all talking. They've all decided that I'm leading them into a different argument when I wasn't even leading them into any argument at all. Just asking them how many of them have the ability to place north at the center. And so far, there's only one. Geo. Nobody else can even contemplate it. They don't even know what we're talking about. It's that fucking ridiculous. Yet, here we are. Talking to people about the models that they've been talking about for years. It's called Earth Awakenings. And they don't know anything about putting north at a point. Shocking. Fucking ridiculous. Who's this? Jeremy? Is that Jeremy?
Bev, I think like if I was a flat earther, I would see that as pretty good evidence that, you know, they can't explain that we're actually on a globe, if that makes sense. All right, you can't have directions all going south.
No, it's the
you know,
problem.
on a
It's
flat
why
Earth,
it's
you can
why
use that
Jaren.
information and
Yeah,
to come
Jaren
to-
built a model upon a north point.
What? Why can't? What are you talking about? You're saying there's no north on a flat Earth?
No,
Is that what
Jaren
we've
built a
reduced to?
model upon the sun circling a north point.
Jaren didn't build.
Jaren built the
didn't-
AE map. What are you talking
he
about?
didn't.
Dude?
Jaren didn't
You're
build
insane.
anything. He just listened to people on the internet and came up with.
See,
some
Jaren was
ideas.
like you. He got way too caught up in these cardinal directions and AE maps.
Listen to Geo, because Geo's not really said much, but when you say about Jaren building a model around the AE map with the sun going round it in circles clockwise, sort of ruined that whole idea that the sun going clockwise when he stood in front of a circle and the sun was going anti-clockwise. That falsified the model of the sun going around in a circle clockwise. Because I think he could have got away with standing in the middle of it if the sun circle was going clockwise. He probably could have still believed a flat Earth, but I don't know. I don't know whether it was just all about how, whether the sun set or not. Because that's what he's used to seeing. That's what everybody's used to seeing. It's what the flat earthers can't comprehend. But, here we go. Jaren had a model that he falsified.
Jaren didn't build.
Jaren built the AE map. What are you talking about? Dude?
Jaren didn't
You're
build
insane.
anything. He just listened to people on the internet and came up with.
See,
some
Jaren was
ideas.
like you. He got way too caught up in these cardinal directions and AE maps.
Listening to people on the internet. Hey, imagine that. Imagine getting to be an adult and not knowing anything about the globe and then coming to talk to people on the internet and them telling you everything about it. Except they've never even thought of contemplating about north at a point and what that entails. But they've listened to people on the internet. Geo. No, Jaren went and saw the sun go in the opposite direction.
So what?
Well, if there's
Millions of
land
people have done
beyond
that.
what we know is available. Sorry, you.
Well, it could be.
Yeah, he couldn't comprehend it.
Well, doesn't that mean that there would be multiple magnetic points if we're in a much larger landscape than what they?
Why'd you say magnetic? We're talking about the sun.
We're just talking about the compass cardinal directions, like how we find.
No, we're
those.
talking about the sun circles.
Well, does the sun rotate around all of the mass on the plane we're on, or does it just circle around the mass we can see?
Well, if you put the north at a point, then every direction from that point becomes south. So if you're going to put south at a point, does every point from that one go north? Like, are there two places in reality where you can stand and it doesn't matter which way you go, you're going to go to the other point? I mean, sounds like a fucking nonsense. But, you know, like, you might be setting yourself up for those sort of nonsenses.
Geo, what's the normal perspective on what like the North Pole is? Like
Geo, what's the normal thing? Where's the steel man? Come on, clunk in. Geo, we don't know what to say.
you know what I mean? If I was like a studied flat Earth,
If I was a
flat
studied.
Earther, like how would I explain the North Pole?
Geo, come on,
It's
steel
where
man.
north is.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the steel man position?
Oh, Polaris, you know, compass.
That every direction from it is south.
If you're asking if anybody's gone there and like verified a zenith, like I don't.
No, what's
I don't
the
think so.
steel man position for the model? Like,
You're asking for the impossibility.
I'm asking everyone. Like, you're asking for the impossibility. He's got no store, man. Listen. Asking for the steel man of the best position for these things, and he listened to what he says. No, what's the steel man position for the model? Like,
You're asking for the impossibility.
you're asking for the impossibility. There's no steel man available for putting north at the point. That can't be fucking right, can it? There's got to be some sort of steel man for putting north at a point. I'm asking everyone. Like, you're all here, Earth shape specialists.
Bev,
Right? What's the?
Can you hear Kevin?
Oh, he's muted. Oh, did I mute him? Sorry.
Yeah, he's trying to talk.
Yeah. I think he was. You were doing some ordering. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I must have come off of mute. Sorry about that. Weren't these the same people that were just chastising you when we were listening yesterday about saying that it's impossible to explain? And now this guy just says it's impossible to explain.
With a steel
You're asking
man,
for the impossibilities.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, sorry. The general position when you're stood at the north, and which way are you looking, right? Does it matter? What's the general position that everybody's got? Can people put north at a centre point? Have they never thought about it?
So if I'm standing at the north, like where the compass would go crazy?
No.
Or what are you asking?
No. Where the compass would go crazy. I think most of these people are only knowing about the magnetic north, and I think that's Geo's problem, right? Because Geo does this toroidal twin poly thing, doesn't he? So nobody's probably aware of all of these different norths that are available. They might not do celestial navigation and stuff like that. Geographic positioning. Definitely not that one. You have to go south of that to get to this north that we're talking about. And apparently Polaris makes a circle as well, so we're not talking about that north either. We're talking about the other north, you know, the real north that seems to be south of every other north that you think of. We're talking about the place that, like, basically it doesn't really exist because you can't even get there because it causes complications in the mind. And it depends whether you think about it or not. Some circles make you think about it because circles have center points. That's a geometric consequence of a circle. So your mind acknowledges reality in a certain way with a certain understanding.
So are you saying there's no north?
Anyone? Are you saying there's no north? No, north is a cardinal direction. North is a cardinal direction. There you go. Listen to the man.
How do we know north?
How do I know
How do we,
north?
like,
Because
when-
it's a cardinal
how does-
direction.
Okay, hold on. When we say the word north, how do we know what we're talking about?
It's a cardinal direction.
You just keep saying cardinal direction.
Yeah,
how
that's
do I
how-
know?
That's how we know it, isn't it? What is it to you?
What is a cardinal direction?
The original question, we'll go back to it. Do you have the ability in your mind to
Why are we
place
going there?
north at a center point?
Dude, you're like a broken record.
Yeah, I know. It's because the mind
Okay.
can't comprehend it, can it?
Okay, so what is a cardinal direction?
North, south, east, and west.
Where is north?
Wherever north is, right? You position it. That's the
How do I
cardinal
know where north
direction
is?
of north.
How do I know where that is?
There's a few different ways that most people have done it, but apparently that's not the north. Somebody will tell you that's not quite north, right? But you can use Polaris, or you can use
is this
a
coherent to anybody
perpendicular
else, or am I
to
insane?
east-west, sun setting, sunrise, sunset. You can use that as a north direction. The cardinal
Are you a flat
directions.
earther?
No, definitely not. Yes, definitely not flat. I've measured it, not flat.
Well, how are you denying north? Like,
I'm
just
not
trying to figure out, like,
denying
which type
north.
of person denies like the
I'm
cardinal
just
direction
saying,
north?
I don't have the
It's like-
ability in my mind. He just said that I deny the cardinal direction north. What kind of person denies the... Listen to this.
Who
Well, how are you?
who
denying-
is this talking, Bev?
I don't know.
Does anyone know who this is? I'm just curious. I don't recognise the voice.
Is it that pure?
No, he
rigor?
kind of sounds like Jaren, actually. To me, I was wondering if it was just Jaren. He's called Bretimus or something.
Yeah, I've never... Not the black sun. What?
But I don't know really. I think in what position, in what model is
Retimus
his mind?
180, I
You
think.
know.
Yeah.
You know if he is a flat Earth model believer or globe Earth model believer. Callie, do you know or
Did you say platypus?
No.
Bretimus? That's what I kind of recollect. Brettimus.
Bretimus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't
Bretimus
know.
180, I think he is.
Kind of sounds like Jaren, but yeah, it's not him though.
Are you guys asking who the person is in the recording?
Yeah, the guy who says this, listen, because we've just been going over me asking if people can put north at the centre of the cardinal directions, because to me, north is a cardinal direction, but listen to this.
Well, how are you denying north? Like,
I'm
just
not
trying to figure out, like,
denying
which type
north.
of person denies like the
I'm
cardinal
just
direction
saying,
north?
I don't have the
It's like-
ability in my mind to place north
Okay,
at
because
a point
you don't have
in
the ability.
reality.
That is your problem.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not
that's
a problem.
your problem.
It's not a problem.
You just said you don't have the ability to place it
Yeah, because
like on a map or something. That's your fault.
there's too many
That's an
consequences that
argument from incredulity.
would cause
You don't have the ability. Just
contradictions.
Go learn something. Go try to make a map. Actually, go make a
So-
map and don't put north
So
somewhere.
could
I
it
challenge you to
be
do
that the north is like a magnetic wall instead?
So basically, I mean, does he think that I can't put north as a cardinal direction, and is he just not hearing it because he can't comprehend what I'm saying about placing north at the centre? And most people can. Most people even consider it.
No, I think he was just really trying to do it in his mind, but couldn't, and that caused this nervous reaction that we just witnessed.
Yeah, he wants me to give up the cardinal direction of north, whereas
You're a cardinal direction denier.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and sorry, Ram, I don't know what you're talking about. The fucking black sun. No, we're just talking about trying to give people the ability to put north at the centre, a point, basically in the centre of the cardinal directions, because it's not at the centre of the cardinal directions. North, south, and east and west are perpendicular. So north isn't at the centre because they're perpendicular. there. So the question is, can you put north at that center point in your mind? Because obviously you can't go there. Nobody can go there. Nobody's been there. Nobody's
I
been
think
to the
that's
south point either.
Bredimus. That's Bredimus. He's a nice guy.
Struggling, I know. It's dead hard, isn't it, to try and comprehend this? But
Yeah.
can you imagine being in this arena and not ever having to anybody ask you about the North Point? Because both
Don't
of
need to
these
imagine it.
models
That's
have got
me
it.
like 5 days ago.
Yeah. You can't get away from the North Point on these models. Like I've said, I don't actually have these models because I think it's ridiculous. I can't actually get my mind to place it in reality. I can't do that. But on the model, I can see the necessity for it. So, hey,
Instead of a point.
I don't
According to
know.
this guy, it could be anything.
Because then the cardinal directions would always be a cross. Going into a logical, completely straight line.
They're called cardinal directions for a reason.
Exactly. So
there's no others.
Like I'm looking at shipping maps in Iceland, and they don't use these grids on the globe grids. I'm wondering, like, would shipping maps be better to see how to navigate the ocean?
Like rum lines?
What?
You ever
What-
see
what
the
is that?
military flights?
Don't
You ever see military
Never
flights?
do rum lines. Never.
Yeah, like if you just look up
If
shipping
anybody
maps
invites you
or
into the
ocean maps,
Earth
Yeah,
Shape
they're
Arena,
made
just
from old
never
rum
do
line
rum lines.
maps. It's like they take celestial observations based on dead reckoning compass
Wow.
measurements.
Here we go.
So they have a
Yeah.
compass, right? Check this out, guys. They have a compass and they look at the sky, okay? And they make a dead reckoning movement, and as they're moving along, they're correcting it. And that's how they create rum lines.
Right.
So
And
north exists.
What's a rum line? It's naughty of me. Is that the shorter
what
than
is
a
that?
straight line on a plane? Is that? Yes, I think it did send somebody mad once. Bob.
Remember?
Oh, sorry, 808.
Remember Bob?
He don't come round much anymore, does he? Got some clips of Emma. Shorter than a straight line on a plane. A rum line, apparently.
I'm just gonna put this in the live stream here, text chat, like a link to the ship tracker, and on that map, it's basically just a flat out rectangle. If you zoom out. Like if you zoom out, you can see all the vessels that are navigating the ocean, according to this website. And then you can see that the
In a non-Euclidean
Arctic
space,
is
parallel
just a
lines
wall,
will meet
like a straight line
or
in the
diverge.
bottom. So I'm just thinking if this could help with the visualization conceptually for everyone.
I think that's the problem, right? The mind can't place north at a point. Because the grounding that the mind already has is within a Euclidean framework, and that doesn't fit the understanding.
So no wonder people get frustrated when these questions are asked, right?
Mhm.
Because logically it just doesn't really follow.
Yeah, I've got in the lead up to the perpendicular paradox, there's a what was called a dialectic, right? But now you normally think of a dialectic as a right. So in my mind, the conversation's been going good, and thinking back about it now, the obviously gets rid of us. This is my understanding of when things started to change a bit. Trying to explain the dialectic of the mind that sort of has to be in everybody's idea when you start talking about these models. Yet no one in the arena has ever thought about this dialectic that is already pre-existing in everyone's mind. And I think it's just, it's amusing to me that anybody could have been in this arena for so long and not thought of these sort of things. Or that's probably a bit unfair, because if you haven't thought about it, then it does take a little bit to sink in. But it's the reaction of the people. Like, I think they've been in these rooms and they suppose they've thought of everything and come up with all of the best arguments and, points for whether their model's correct or the other model's correct, and false dichotomy, they're all experts in it. Except something like this comes along that's like glaringly obvious, that's been there all along, that they've never even contemplated. So the downhill decline starts here in what I think anyway. So let's see, a way of conversation between people, like it's sort of an argument but a discussion, right? That dialectic is a
oppositional argument,
right? Okay, but this, what we're talking about here, is a dialectic of the mind, because you have to reconcile two competing frameworks if you're going to do this.
Okay, I'm listening.
And
I'm listening.
Yeah, they are going to be competing frameworks, because the perpendicularity of the geometric framework that you use has given you circles, pi, squares, triangles, 180 degrees, sine, cos, trigonometry, triangulation, right? Everything that you've built your framework of understanding around is a Euclidean base. But reality doesn't comport to that framework.
Hold on. So reality is non-Euclidean?
Has to be. That's what.
How do you demonstrate that?
That's what you've been given.
How do you demonstrate that reality is non-Euclidean when we can measure it repeatedly?
There you go. How do you demonstrate reality is non-Euclidean?
This is like I don't know. I don't know if we've talked about it before. It was just something I thought about. It's almost like you could say anything and they'll do the opposite. So like all these years we've been talking about Euclidean geometry being inherent in nature.
Yeah.
So now that you're saying it can't be based off, all this information or whatever, now they're going to question that.
Yeah.
Even though that's all we heard was non-Euclidean, Bev. It's non-Euclidean.
Never questioned it before until somebody goes in there and makes them question it. Except they're not really questioning it. They're just trying to dismiss me without actually questioning it. It's,
it's amazing. Like how the coin flips all of a sudden, like all this time we've been talking to people, especially like, Globers and all that stuff. It's like all they talked about was non-Euclidean. And then now that you say, well, it has to be non-Euclidean, doesn't it? I'm excited to hear what's next.
Yeah. Well, in my understanding, right, Euclidean, like this is the that and the not that, right? Mm-hmm. The that is Euclidean. And you derive all of Euclidean understanding through logic. Right? So the only way you can get to non-Euclidean is also through logic. You have to. You are required to understand logic. And then anything that doesn't follow that logic has to be non-Euclidean. If it lies outside the realm of the logic that derives Euclidean, understanding, then it's non-Euclidean. Simply by the fact that it doesn't comport to any of the reasoning and logic that Euclidean understanding does. So how do you know non-Euclidean? Well, you have to know Euclidean first and then say, not that.
Yeah, how many times
Simple.
have we talked about stolen concept? It's wild. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to seem, like I'm having a go at anybody, because sometimes these things are just staring you in the face and you don't see them until these sort of moments. But
I'm excited to hear what's coming next, because I haven't heard this bit or this part of the video.
Well, this is, I mean, we've been keeping these sort of things in the Discord, haven't we? We haven't really delved out there with these sort of things because sometimes it's a little bit too much, and you can see what happens. Obviously, I'm talking to somebody else now, and he's sort of opening up channels that's allowing me to answer these questions. Don't think Geo likes that. Yeah, have you ever heard of pi equaling 2?
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, like the circumference
I didn't
of
hear
the
you.
equator.
What? Oh, no, sorry, I didn't hear you. Pi equaling 2. There was a problem today. Nathan Oakley had a similar sort of reaction. There's strange things that happen whenever you seem to show people impossibilities or contradictions. It's just things that are implausible.
Things that the things that where the maths don't work and you have to like fudge some numbers. So
they're not that, right? I mean, they struggle most of the time with that as well, logical implications. But this is a not that. So obviously, problems.
Big not that.
No. I'm talking Euclidean, like.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of pi? Have you ever heard of pi equaling 2?
Pi equaling 2?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. No. Nobody's ever heard of it. Anyone in the chat? Anyone in the YouTube land out there? Have any of you guys heard of pi equaling 2?
Oh yeah.
Because you should have done. Oh yes, you should have done. So
So basically, in order to get the circumference of the Earth, you have to make pi 2 to get the 24,901 miles.
I'm not talking about Earth, dude. I'm talking about. He said reality is non-Euclidean.
Yeah, has to be.
I'm not talking about any of those other presuppositions.
We're pointing out a flaw, right? We're pointing out a flaw. That's why it's not Euclidean, right? You would have to have a pi.
The reality is non-Euclidean. We can't measure anything.
It has to be, yes. And somehow you have to comport this understanding that you do have of the world into a framework that doesn't fit it. It's non-Euclidean, non-geometric.
Okay, how can you even say reality is non-Euclidean?
Because I know what Euclidean is.
We can't measure it?
You can't measure what?
Reality. Like we can't like I can't right now just like take something the same size as something else and be like, this is the same thing.
Yeah, of course we can.
We can call it Euclidean.
Of course we can measure reality, right? 69
then it's
miles.
Euclidean, dumbass. What are you talking about?
69 miles to 1 degree.
No, dude, you're thinking way too big. Like when you say big statements like reality is non-Euclidean.
Yeah.
I literally looked down at my desk. I was like, I could measure this desk right now.
And that's because you're dealing locally. Locally, you have to apply.
It's locally Euclidean?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This is the dialectic, right? This is the whole point of a dialectic, but it's a dialectic within your mind, whereas you have to comport a non-Euclidean framework into what you perceive locally. Because you're only you locally. Everybody locally.
Yeah, dude. Okay, what you're describing sounds like you trying to understand a compass.
No.
Like
I'm saying
when you pick up a compass, you're like, there's no north.
I think I've been in this a little bit longer than you, right?
Okay.
So I was challenged.
I
was challenged at the beginning of all of this 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, to prove something that I already knew to be true. I assumed it was a known. because I've been through practice, doing surveying. And this is one of the things as well that you get to hear is man never goes to look for something that he thinks he already knows.
Isn't that what you do, Bev?
Within knowledge. It's not what I did, no, because I presume that I knew that level was horizontal. Because, that's what I was taught.
But you're wrong.
I didn't know it at the time.
But you're wrong, aren't you?
No, I do know it now.
No, you don't.
Of course
you don't know it.
Of course I do.
No.
Well,
How do you know it?
Because I've done a test, so I know it for sure. Absolutely.
No, you didn't
certain.
do a test.
Yes, I did.
You know what?
Test.
Hold on real quick. It's very interesting, that point. Like I ask people a lot of times to prove things to me, like their existence or whatever, because a lot of people don't think they need to have a proof for something that is just known. And then if you're taught all this stuff, you think it's just something you know, right? So that is a very interesting dialectic there.
Yeah, existence isn't something you can prove through logic.
That wasn't the point of what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, that
right. So Bev believes.
No, Bev knows that level is horizontal, Brenda.
Yeah, I know but you've been shown to be wrong over and over.
How do you know that, Brenda?
Because I've seen you with.
You've seen what? Brenda? Do you know that level is not horizontal?
Correct.
How do you know that level is not horizontal?
By the definition of level.
What's the definition?
No, you would have to do it. You would have to do something in reality to know that. You wouldn't just go to a dictionary and then be like, "Yeah, now I know." That makes no sense.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, it is. That's an acceptance. That's just a belief.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's your
knowing.
belief, Brenda.
Yeah, it's just a belief.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, if you haven't done
application for your belief,
for yourself,
hey,
you don't know it. You just believe it.
No, I do know it by definition.
The definition of knowing is justified true belief. You haven't justified it with an actual real world measurement.
I also know that all unmarried men are bachelors.
Are you a bachelor?
That's not the point. Stay on the point, which is knowing how you know. I know that all unmarried men are bachelors.
Yeah. So
do you know how
do you know that you're a bachelor?
No. Do you know how I know that?
Because you're a bachelor.
That doesn't make it true.
What doesn't make it true?
That
all are married men.
Are
you married?
How would a person know?
Are you married, Brenda?
Bev, don't get sidetracked. How would a person know? Any person. How would they know?
We would know if you were married or not.
Dude.
Obviously that and the meat and veg.
It's almost like you know the answer, but you have to lie, right? Isn't that right?
I wouldn't have to
Is that what it is, Bev?
You're in a category error here, Brenda.
No, but
because
pretty big non-sequitur.
Yeah, it's a total category error here. We're talking about something you can do, and you're talking about something you can do in reality, right? You said you have a definition of level, right? This is something that we can actually check in reality.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Now you're going to descriptors of a person, right? Like, oh, this person is married.
I'm not talking about that.
You're going to be like, the definition of married means this, blah, blah, blah. We get it. We get where you're going, but it's a category error. Your logic is flawed.
It's absolutely not. It's like standard logic for 1,000 years at least.
Well, don't forget, Brenda was the one that brought, what was it? It was
Paraconsistent logics?
Paraconsistent.
There you go. Diletheism.
Diletheism is not a paraconsistent logic.
Of course it is. That's where we got diletheism from.
Those are different than diletheism.
No, diletheism is a paraconsistent logic, Brendan.
I don't think so.
Yeah, of course it is.
As far as I recall, paraconsistents are a little bit different.
You don't think
than
so? You
diletheism.
don't believe so? You should get your first.
I have a high degree of confidence.
You are a diletheist, so you should know that it's a paraconsistent.
I'm not. You keep saying that. It's almost like Bev can't learn new information.
I did. I learned new information about diletheism. You told us about it when you were talking about paraconsistent logic.
Did I tell you that I'm not a diletheist?
Yeah, but you are a diletheist. That's
No, but
what
I'm not.
we associated it with. That Brenda. That
Yeah,
you were the
you can
one
say
that
you're
brought
not.
it.
Can't. It's like
You
you
can say
are
you're not all day
unable.
long, but we're gonna call you.
But I'm not.
That.
Well, you
yeah,
are.
well,
Though.
you can say
Yeah.
that all day long, but you are.
No, but I'm not.
But you are.
But you are.
Who would know better, you or
We
me?
do. Yeah, we definitely know that you are.
How would you know?
definitely.
How do you know?
Because
how do you know?
You have two truths. You imagine that you can just make up axioms for your mathematical structure.
Yeah. That's how axioms work, dude.
That's how diletheists work, Brenda.
No, it isn't.
How
That's not what
work.
that's not what dialetheism is, moron.
In the live chat for anybody that wants to read it.
It's total moron. Right? That's not how dialetheism works. That's not how logic works at all.
How would you know you're a bachelor or not?
Whether or not you fit the definition.
You fit the definition.
But do you fit the definition?
No.
Oh, so you're not a bachelor then.
So
do you know?
Do you
how
understand?
Do you know you're
married,
not a
then.
bachelor?
Let's get back.
You're married. How would you know?
Let's get back to knowing.
You're
right?
not a bachelor, so you must be married then.
That doesn't follow.
Yeah, it does.
Well, you said, all,
No, it doesn't.
all unmarried men are bachelors.
Right.
If you
So
aren't a bachelor. You
who
must be
do
a
you?
married
How
man.
do? How? It's
Must be
like you
married.
guys know that this would go in a place that you can't understand.
Well, haven't you
And
told
so
your
you
wife
have
yet
to.
that you're not married?
And so you have to. You have
She
to.
doesn't realise that you're a bachelor again.
Hey, fuckwit.
Hey, did you
Listen.
see the clip I got, Brenda? Did you see it in the chat?
No, I'm not. I didn't.
You listened to it.
So
it says Brenda.
do
this
you
is what Brenda
understand?
says.
In a
Do
non-Euclidean
you understand?
space, parallel lines
Moron.
will meet or diverge.
Parallel
what
lines
makes
will
somebody?
meet. That's
What
you
makes
said.
it true?
In a non-Euclidean space, parallel lines will meet or diverge.
You don't know that level is horizontal.
Level is horizontal. Yes, I do know.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that's wrong.
It's
That's
not.
false.
It's dead true. I've proved it, Brenda.
What's the definition for horizontal?
What's the definition for horizontal? My definition for horizontal?
No,
Or do you
the
want a
definition.
the. Oh, the. Is there a the definition for horizontal?
I'm pretty sure there is.
Go
Yeah.
on then. You tell us.
You go ahead. You're the geometry guy.
Okay. Parallel
Right.
to the plane of the
Flat Earth.
horizon.
Yeah, that's not the
Unless
definition.
you're a flat
Well,
earther.
is the definition then,
If you're
Brenda?
a flat earther,
No.
it could be a wiggly line.
Go on,
What is the
what's
definition of
the
horizontal?
I've just told you. Parallel to the plane of the horizon. All
Yeah, that's wrong.
horizontals
That's wrong.
will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. All horizontals will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, Brenda.
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
There you go. And that as well. So that means
That's
that
the correct
all
definition.
verticals will be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's are therefore all horizontals parallel to each other?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But that's objectively false.
Well, there's no equipotential angle of adjustment available for a horizontal.
No, but it's false that all horizontals are parallel.
Why? Where's the horizontal that isn't parallel to another horizontal or parallel to the plane of the horizon? You've got
On
two
all of them.
choices.
Virtually all of them. Every different horizontal line on Earth is not parallel to another one.
Really?
How would you know if you're a spinster or not?
Right? So the way we know things, right? We can know things also by definition. Right? So we
Have
can
you ever
define
been divorced, Brenda?
so we can
Just
define
checking to whether you could
horizontal
be like a widow.
and level.
To be a widow?
Level
Could a-
by definition
Could a
is
bachelor
perpendicular.
become a spinster? Is that possible? Is that a
So
possibility?
all you want to do is just
No,
abuse
I mean,
people.
Brenda,
Then I'm out.
sorry.
If
No,
all you want to do is
you
abuse people,
You brought it up,
if
Brenda. You
that's
brought
all
it
you
up
want to
as
do
an
is abuse
argument.
people.
You started this, Brenda.
All you want to do is abuse people. All you want to do is
Nobody's
abuse
being
people.
abused, Brenda.
That's why you let
Sorry.
people in here, is so that you can abuse them. Because
No,
you're
no,
a
there's
sad
no need
little
to
fuck.
disrupt everything around you. It's okay. It's okay.
Brenda,
We're,
You're
we're
a
cool.
fuck.
We're listening.
You're a sad little fuck.
Wow, Brenda.
test-
Are you sure?
just
This went
argument
south
to
really
see.
quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
That was
Whoa.
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the bachelor thing. I shouldn't have brought that bachelor thing up, Brenda. You know.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Brenda brought the bachelor up.
Yeah,
that
I know.
was his whole point. Like that
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Core
There's
old
a whole
Jesse.
logical form there to to investigate. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. How do you know
Logical
things?
process.
If anybody's curious about how I know that level is horizontal, well, I've got a test. It's called the Realising Euclid Test. I did it a fair few years ago. I'm absolutely certain that level is horizontal. There's a few people that are, you know, upset about me having a proof about things in reality, but hey, I'm not proud of it. I just happen to have done a bit of work to find something that, you know, I already knew, really. But I needed to be able to prove it because somebody had challenged me and called me a child abuser because of it. So I thought, I best prove it, just to make sure. And it did. Turns out, if that's the things, I must be a child abuser because level is horizontal. And I'm not too sure whether everybody who knows that level's horizontal is also like that. But that's what Fight the Flat Earth says. And Brenda as well. I mean, Brenda's said similar sort of thing. But I guess Brenda feels justified in it. Justified true belief. That they can just sort of call people names. But, I mean, that's the way it is. Internet nowadays. We'll carry back on. I had an understanding that level was horizontal. But somebody challenged me to prove it. Here we go. Talking about it. So I have, you know, over the years I have. But in me proving that to myself, obviously, because I already knew it anyway. But in me proving it, I was called a child abuser for doing that, right? So it then became a sort of a problem, because if I ever were to teach people about this proof that I'd established within reality, then other people say that I'm teaching child abuse. You know, people have to say that I'm lying, right? Because they don't want to be taught that. Nobody wants to be taught to be called all of these horrible names and everything, right?
Well, do you talk to children the way you talk to us in here?
Right, so Geo again, you can tell he's got something up his butt, because obviously talking about something that spurred me on to make me prove something that I already knew to be true, but to find a proof for it, it's like an extra step for doing something. Now, I'm not moaning about it at all, because that's what spurred me on to be where I am today with the proof that I hold. And I wouldn't have that had that not have happened. So thank you, Logos, for doing that sort of shit. And I feel lucky. I do. Even though a lot of people don't believe it, it doesn't matter, because I've got a proof of something. It means a lot. But only to me. But Geo's reply to it, to hearing that, he's more bothered about how I talk to children. Oh, he's never heard me talk to children. Although I do have kids. I don't know, has Geo got kids? Don't know. But I always find it a little bit weird about people that haven't got kids and the way they talk about that sort of stuff. Obviously, I've got my kids, but I don't really talk about other people's kids. At least I hope I don't. how they would do it anyway. But listen to what Geo says.
Well, do you talk to children the way you talk to us in here?
Would you talk to children the way you talk to us in here? So Geo thinks that, I'm presuming that Geo thinks that I'm talking to them like I talk to children. I don't come across like that, do I? I know they're hard work, right? Stubborn. But they are all adults. I don't talk to them like the children, I hope. You know.
Does he mean like with words?
Possibly. What?
Do you talk to children the way you talk to us in here?
I talk to my children.
You talk to them like this? You do this
Like
to them?
what? Like do what?
What you've done the last 2 hours?
I don't have to talk to my children like that because they understand what I mean when I say things pretty simply like that. They don't have to fight against everything I say, misrepresent and misunderstand everything because they're not like that. I can have normal conversations. Like, we have conversations in here all the time. And it's never this tricky. It's never like this. It's only like this in these other rooms. Perhaps that's all you ever see in these other rooms. So you wouldn't notice it until you've actually been around and had a proper conversation. I think he even tries it in a bit. Like, because Gilly come round here and we've had a chat and all of that. And a bit sooner, Gio's going to try gaslighting Gilly. Something about me. But, I mean, we've had the conversation. It is strange.
Yeah.
But that's what they're like, isn't it?
I sneaked in a little later. I don't know if it's audible in the recording. I asked like, Geo, do you feel abused right now? Yeah. So
Go over this circle. North, south, east and west.
Yeah, is this how you treat your children?
Yeah, I've been over this with my children, yes. They understand the complications. Do you not discuss these sort of things? What's up with it, Gio?
Well, I don't want to get into all that children stuff, but like, what is the meat and potatoes of what you're trying to tell me?
There's proofs in reality. You can prove everything.
I've been waiting for the dialectic you were presenting on the Euclidean space versus like visual or whatever, and you ran off on a tangent about how you're like
I said, okay.
accused.
Okay, so we can prove that 69 miles is a 1 degree change, right? That can be proved, and we can do it. Now, you'd imagine that 69 miles was a Euclidean distance, right? A straight. Or would you not?
What? In what sense, man?
Well, there's 2 points. There's 2 points where you've measured.
You're talking about like the
two
positions of the
angles.
star? Like if I could tangentially like tell you the elevation and altitude of the star. No, I can't.
Look,
I can't tell you that.
Okay, much more simpler. I'll try and say it. There's 2 locations in reality that you are when you stand and you measure these 1 degree change in angles, right? They are location points that actually exist in reality. Now, the shortest distance between those 2 points, is that a straight line?
Yes.
Now, is that a Euclidean straight line or a non-Euclidean straight line?
Well, it's Euclidean when you put it on a map.
In your understanding, in your mind, because your mind is going to tell you that's a Euclidean straight line. Right? Now, what you're going to do is you're going to make 90 of those 69 miles in a straight line from a point that you've imagined as a point. Obviously, complications granted. I'm going to brush over those. We've tried to explain them. But so you've got a point and another point with 69 miles 90 times. You still with us? Are you drawing a Euclidean picture of these 69 miles in succession?
Okay, so the star's getting lower.
Yeah, 1 degree, 69 miles.
Yep.
Another 1 degree, 69 miles. Another 1 degree, 69 miles. Yeah. Now you're building a Euclidean picture of that, which gives you a distance. Do you know what that distance is?
Distance to what?
From your 69, 69, 69, from 90 to 0.
From the starting position or to the star?
90 to 0. 90, 69 miles.
I can't answer a question. Yes, we can obviously measure how far we traveled.
And I'm asking you, do you know what that distance is?
I don't know. Let me guess. 39, 59?
90 times 69. Let me guess. Is that a very good guess? Anyone? It's a pretty bad guess.
Bad, I would say bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pretty bad.
That's a model
No, it's
stuck
6,000.
mind.
Yeah. I don't know where he got that number from. He must have been told it by somebody else. You can always tell as well what number they come up with. I come up with that one. That's the, you know, the Lego character? The little Lego guy. And he has like a little blaster gun, but it gets used for multiple parts. It's got like a T section on it and a, you know, a little round bit so you can put it on top of the bricks. Could be an aerial or whatever. It gets used for multiple things. That's part number 3959 Lego. Look it up. That's how I remember that number. But that's not the number that you find when you go to the Google or anything like that. That's a specific number that was taught to me by 10th man. And I remember it because of the Lego part. But it was 10th man that taught me that. No one else. It's not the same number that you find in Google. It is the same number that QE puts on his Black Swan argument. Fallacious modus tollens. Right? The P that turns to a not P. The vanishing number within that argument. But that's not the one that you find at Google. So if you're doing Brenda logic and proofs like Brenda when you start Googling stuff, well, then you're going to falsify that argument that QE's got a fallacious modus tollens. Dead easy. Because you're only going to know about the Lego part. It's just a number. How do you know it? 210. I'll put that back again. Because he went. There you go, his number.
I don't know. Let me guess. 39, 59?
Mm-hmm. No, it's 6,210.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like you got a real problem because the map they made of England is all grid squares and it is Euclidean.
So in comes Jeremy. And what's his problem? Right? We've just found out that some guy can't do maths 90 times 69. He imagines it's just another number. Don't know why he'd imagine it's another number. It's just
because he just believes whatever somebody told him.
Just plucking numbers out of the air. I don't know how many numbers there are in this arena. I'll just go for one of the ones that people talk about.
122. Oh, sorry, 1.22.
Yeah. How many numbers are there that you get, I thought?
I was going to try to rattle off a few, but never mind.
There's not that many, is there? Right, so Jeremy comes along now, obviously, to save his friend that's just showed himself as being absolutely shit at mathematics. He couldn't even get his calculator out and do 69 times 90. It's not a fucking complicated sum. But he couldn't do it. He just thought he'd guess a number. Hope. That's maths, right? That's flat earth fucking maths. Jeremy?
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like you got a real problem because the map they made of England is all grid squares and it is Euclidean.
Right, so I've got a problem now because of the grid squares in the UK. Jeremy lives in America. He knows nothing of the Ordnance Survey maps of the UK, nor the surveying or anything. But I've got a problem somehow. Is Jeremy coming? Did he join the server? Should come in, Jeremy.
No.
Should come in.
No.
And surely there's more than 69 miles on it, right?
Yeah,
I'm wondering where this argument's
you
going.
can check
Like,
this, right?
where does the dialectic
Sounds
come
like
into
you've got
play?
a serious
Okay, so
problem with
if
either your map's wrong or this 1 degree per 69 miles is wrong.
Right, so you may have noticed that guy's looking for the dialectic. We're not going to be able to talk about that. It's far too sensitive an issue. If you would like to know about it, there are a couple of songs I've got on the playlists. I think they're on the level bit. There's one about the dialectic, and then there's one about the paradox. So they go together. Or you could just come into Discord and we could talk about it, you know, one-on-one without anybody else jumping in because they get triggered, like Jeremy. If you class that as a straight line, right, of 6,210 and do a little bit of Euclidean mathematics, right, involving, let's say becomes a radius, then we'll get a circumference of what we call the equator.
Did you hear what I said?
Right? Are you with us?
Your map of England has more than 69 miles on it.
Hold
It's
on. Before we
Euclidean.
start talking about map of England, I want to see where he goes.
I'm talking about a dialectic, right? In the mind.
I want to let him finish. Let him finish. Yes, the equator.
Yeah.
I'll never finish, dude.
Well, is that a bit of a power struggle? Somebody telling Jeremy to lay off with his obfuscation tactics because they want to allow somebody to actually finish. Is he overriding Jeremy, saying, shush, Jeremy, shush. I'm the more superior one here.
Well, I'm just curious. Just entertain. Forgive me, but I want to hear it.
The distance of the equator is reported to be 24,901 miles. Right? But that doesn't fit the numbers, the mathematics of your understanding of 69 times 90. So you have a Euclidean understanding of these measurements and these angles that are taken, but it doesn't comport to the Euclidean understanding of the geometric ratios.
I'm about to understand exactly what we're talking about here.
That's the dialectic that's going on in the mind.
So you're a flat earther. And
I'm not a flat earther. No.
You sound like an insane flat earther. That's how crazy you sound.
Why? Just talking about reality.
He's one. Artemis, he's a flat earther.
I've not said anything that's not reality here, guys.
All he does is work. Let me
Right, so where are they getting that from? I mean, that's ridiculous, right? Like, what did I say that's got anything to do with the flat earth?
Where is it?
Thinking Euclidean, measuring distances in reality, the reported distance of the equator.
I think you're getting to the heart of the issue, and this is the cognitive dissonance, or the ECV as you call it. It's like it doesn't compute. I can't comprehend. It must be Bev's fault.
Nobody else outside of this arena has to even consider this. And I would never attempt to give this to anybody that isn't aware of this situation, right? Because it wouldn't come across like this. And it's so difficult to talk to these people about it because they already have pre-existing models. But those pre-existing models seems like they have a block that they can't access this givens from reality for somehow. They don't have the ability to put the chain of events together to get their model, because they've got a model, and these 69 miles and all of that, they've got to fit on the model, haven't they? Why can't they talk about that? Why do they have to assume it's flat earthers? Are they doing it because of like McToon, right? I always presumed that McToon wanted to call this sort of stuff flat earth, so he didn't have to go over it, right? He didn't have to contemplate it. But this is reality stuff. You've got to contemplate it at some point. You can't just keep brushing it off as flat earth, because this is reality. It's definitely not flat earth. The earth's definitely not flat. These sort of things are the things that show you that the earth's not flat. Yeah.
It seems to be like a combination of a straw man and a red herring. And they just want to straw man you and attack that, which would be flat earth, and then calling you an insane flat earther would be like, everybody starts thinking about that instead of actually the argument at hand.
Yeah, we've always had that. I mean, when I first started in this, it became clear, right, that the only acceptable bigotry that's allowed in modern day, I mean, I suppose there must be more, right? But you weren't allowed to go after disabled people, and you weren't allowed to go after the religion. You weren't allowed to go after transgenders and all of that. But you were allowed to go after flat earthers. So, you know, I've always felt a bit bad for flat earthers, because it's the only the only acceptable bigotry in modern day. So obviously McToon can label us flat earthers, and he can label anybody a flat earther, and then they can practice their bigotry. But the flat earthers seem to have another category just for us as well. So the flat earthers are the ones that, you know, we felt sorry for, because everybody was practicing their bigotry upon the flat earthers. But now the flat earthers want to they want to practice bigotry on us, call us Bevites or whatever. It's ridiculous. But they can now practice their own bigotry too. Insane flat earthers, when you're just talking about reality. I have been blocked from this channel.
Right, my game.
Right. Hot mic. I've not said anything that is not reality here, apart from you know, you having to put it at a point and all of that sort of stuff.
All right, if 69 miles per degree is true, then your map of England is wrong with all the grid squares laid out in Euclidean geometry.
I don't know why you're saying that.
Both of them
That's a
can't be
non
right, or you have a
sequitur,
law of
Jeremy.
non-contradiction violation, obviously.
Right, so Jeremy, in his amazing state of logic, decides to make up an argument just off the top of his head. If the 69 miles to 1 degree is true, then the maps of the UK are wrong. Don't know why. Don't know how. It's not much of an argument. And I know that both of those things are true. So you can't really say that one of them's false. It's he didn't mind his P's and Q's, but there is a lot of that going around here. Jeremy, you go over it in EA or whatever, or come over and have a chat. One or the other. Well, you have to comport non-Euclidean with Euclidean understanding, and it's difficult.
So how would you make those adjustments?
Which one's? Hold on a second, man. Which one's wrong? Is it the map of England, or is it the 69 miles per degree? They both can't be true.
Wait, 69 miles per degree is definitely true.
Then the
And
map of England can't be true
no,
because
you
that has
can
more than 69 miles on
no,
it, and
you
it's
can
all
go.
Euclidean.
You can
You didn't
go
even hear
on,
what I said. You didn't
Jeremy.
hear what I said because you were interrupting me
Jeremy.
in the middle of it.
Yeah, you can go on these
And you're not
positions
going to
in the
address it at all.
UK and actually measure the 69 miles. Right? You can use the map to confirm the
That's a
69
good
miles.
gotcha. I never heard that one before. But
That's dope,
hold on a
right? No,
second.
you can't
I thought
use
this
the
guy
map to
was. I
confirm
thought
it
he was
because
like
the
an
map has a
unhinged flat
direct
earther.
contradiction.
Wow, look at hell. So if you could use the map to confirm the 69 miles, would that not be confirming the map, or would that be falsifying the map if the 69 miles was an actual measured distance between these 1 degree changes? If you were to do that on the map in the UK, could you falsify something? Because is that what Jeremy's saying? That's what it seems to me like he's saying. He's saying that one of them has to be false, yet you could confirm it on the map, which Jeremy is suggesting would falsify something, either the map or the angle measurements with the distance. I mean, obviously, Jeremy's at fault here. He's put himself in a rather strange position, but he doesn't realise it. Just too argumentative. Somebody once said, I think I heard today, Jeremy, the one that's just said one of these has to be false. Apparently, the third, I don't know why he chose third, the third best flat earth debater. And you'll ask us, go on, what debates has he done then, so we can have a look? None. There is none. So Jeremy, the guy that comes up with a ridiculous fucking argument about a falsification of either the 69 miles to 1 degree or the Ordnance Survey maps of the UK, is the third best debater at Flat Earth, self-professed third best debater in Flat Earth. There's a statement to be proud of if you're a flat earther. I suppose you could be one of the highly intelligent flat earth debaters above him. But if you're not, I feel sorry for you. If you don't class yourself above Jeremy. You could come in, Jeremy, and have a chat. Go over these arguments that you've got.
You can't use the map to confirm it because the map's laid out in Euclidean. The thing you're saying is non-Euclidean, meaning they both can't be true. They don't confirm each other. They reject each other.
Of course you confirm it. You can confirm these distances on the map.
The map is Euclidean.
The map? Well, hold on. How do you know where's north
with
is?
all the grid squares and 90-degree square angles, it's all Euclidean.
Yeah, I think I was making a proof.
Yeah, so if the 69 miles per degree is true, that map's wrong.
Okay. So are you saying that what the 6,210 mile distance, the radius? Is that what you're going with? 6,210 mile radius. Are you saying that the 69 miles wrong because the map's wrong?
Nope, I said I
don't
didn't say
know.
anything about a radius. I said your map is Euclidean. The whole map of England, there's more than 69 miles in it.
Yeah, Euclidean's just a geometric framework,
You're not
right?
listening. You're not listening again. You're interrupting me in the middle. It's literally pointless talking to you, Bev. You don't address any points. I've said this already.
Another point, anybody else can do this and join in. But if you can confirm the 69 miles on the map, then that would confirm the 69 miles, which would give you the 6,210 as a radius. But Jeremy seems to think that you've got to falsify one of them. So would that in turn falsify the 6,210 radius and change it to something else? Because you have to falsify either the map or the 69 difference. So the 69 has to be wrong somehow because you can't confirm it on a map. So it's either wrong as a 69-mile distance, or it's wrong as confirming it on the map, because the map 69 miles can't be right as well as the distance between the 1 degree angle measurements according to Jeremy. I know that may sound a little bit, you know, hard to follow, but I think you'll find it checks out. Jeremy's talking a load of bullshit, but I mean, he is the third best flat earth debater, self-proclaimed. So, I mean, that does say a lot.
Already. The map is Euclidean. There's more than 69 miles in it.
Yeah.
If the star thing is true, your map's wrong. If the map's correct, the star thing's wrong. They can't both be right. It'd be a law of non-contradiction violation.
Sounds like you've got yourself in a bit of a mess there, Jeremy. But there could be an argument based in it, but I'm not quite getting it at the minute. I don't know where you're coming from.
There's a law of non-contradiction violation. The map's Euclidean. There's more than 69 miles in it.
Yeah.
If the star thing is true,
you could do that in America as well, you know. You don't need to go to the UK.
The star thing's wrong.
So where's the law of non-contradiction violation with the 69 miles being able to be measured on the map? Can anyone else see it?
I'm a little bit confused because I don't know what claim you're making that's being falsified. So I'm totally out of the water here. Like, I have no idea.
He's just come in with an idea that you can't have a 69-mile distance between 1 degree and a map for some reason. I don't know why he's saying that you have to falsify one of them, because to me, you can confirm one with the other. And if you can confirm one with the other, then how do you falsify one of them? Doesn't make sense. But, I mean, it is Jeremy that's bringing this. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd love to figure out what he's talking about with this one.
Yeah.
He's saying either the 69 miles per degree is wrong or the map of England is wrong. Is that the claim?
Yeah. Yeah, he's giving me that I have to falsify one of them. And then he's saying there's some sort of law of non-contradiction violation if you don't falsify one of them. Because he said it. I mean, like, just because he said it. Imagine what's going on in his mind. It must be a mess to be part of that.
I'd love to talk with him about this and figure out what he's referring to.
Well, he could come over and have a chat at some point.
But 69 degrees are
69
the
miles.
latitude from the equator towards the so-called North Pole.
On a
But all the
north-south
maps
line.
are using. Sorry?
Yeah, on a north-south line.
Exactly.
Every 69 miles. It doesn't matter where you are, apparently. If you put a ruler where it's got 69 miles, anywhere on a north-south line, on any map, you will be able to go to each end of that line and measure a 1 degree change. Like, there will be a 1 degree change between those two distances. As far as I know, right? That's supposedly the claim, but Jeremy seems to say that any map can't do that. I don't know whether it's just specific to the UK. But that's what we've been saying, right? We've been saying anyone can go out here now and measure an angle and then go 69 miles north or south and measure another angle. There should be a 1 degree change in the two angles measured. Jeremy, in his flat earth brilliance, seems to be saying one of them has to be falsified. And I don't even know how you do that, because you're using it for a confirmation. Unless he's just trying to throw out people the idea of being able to confirm this by a map. Then you may have to get on a fucking unicycle or something with, to do pedal or walk the distance or whatever that Jeremy sort of imagines that you have to do. But I would suggest using a map for this distance measurement, personally. Jeremy's just throwing roadblocks up for stopping people from doing it. But it's hard work whenever they're in there, right?
Doesn't both of them prove each other?
That's what I
Like,
mean.
the map
Like,
is true if the 69 miles is true, and the 69 miles is true if the map is true.
yeah, they sort of confirm each other.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Jeremy's
exactly.
got
And
some
then I
sort
get
of a contradiction, a violation somehow. It just doesn't seem possible to me. Whatever he's talking about. But again, Jeremy has been in these rooms and he has been talking with Geo quite a lot. And he, you know, he is the third best flat earth debater. Self-proclaimed.
You can't hear me
he
because you're
calls
interrupting
himself
me.
in the top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the top 3, yes.
Despite never having a debate anywhere, now he'll probably say, well, yeah, I had a debate on Gem Pandas, or I once talked to a guy on the internet, like Nathan Oakley. I once commented on Simon Dan's YouTube.
He just needs to spread his wings and
check
start
it on-
flying.
Yeah. Geo should start doing debates. But he won't, because they can't. Because it's fucking stupid. On your own,
It
Jeremy.
is pointless talking to you, Bev. I just want to state that for the record.
Pointless talking to you. Good
But
idea.
where lies the
Don't bother coming
responsibility
over,
then,
Jeremy.
Like, this seems not just to be Bev's problem. It's like a universal problem that we have to kind of...
Can
That's
he
why we're
address the
talking about it.
problem? Can he address it or just interrupt me every time? I don't know, Gilly.
I don't know either, man. I just noticed that everybody gets really frustrated, and I'm just wondering if reality is not what we think it is, no matter how much what model you put it in, you know. So how can we verify to ourselves, like the people in here? Like, I'm actually
getting
just checking out, can I start doing celestial navigation from my point of view, just to make sure maybe I can 69 the globe, so called.
I'm
talked
getting
about.
frustrated because I get interrupted every time. He's not addressing any of the points. How would you feel? Would you get frustrated?
Yep, maybe
Appeal to emotion there from Jeremy. He's learnt that one from Geo.
Yeah,
Would
you gotta have a little
you
bit
get
of,
frustrated? You join with me in my frustration. Come on. Join.
have a little bit of pathos.
Yeah. Tugging on the heartstrings.
like another
Gilly won't
like
fall for it, don't worry.
another approach could be working, because maybe it's not up to us to kind of answer, because these seems to be very unanswerable questions, and there are a lot of contradictions in saying, like, if you're going north, you're going north, you're going north, and then suddenly you're going south, you're going south, you're going south. It's like neither model kind of makes sense to anyone. But if you abide to either model, then your mind just gets kind of you feel bad. It's like, I can't comprehend it, you know. So I understand the dilemma.
You like the idea of the dialectic of the mind, right? Because this is something that, like, nobody can sort this out
Nobody
for
likes
you.
that dumbass thing you're dude. You're just a sophist. That's all you are.
No, this isn't. This is how you sort it out for
Oh,
yourself.
me?
Yeah.
Oh.
You like that as well? Point fingers. Call him sophist. I doubt they know what a sophist is. But I'm pretty
Or
sure that I would be a
sophisticated or
far better
anything.
sophist than Jeremy is a flat earther. Can tell you that.
I tried to put you in the insane flat earther box. That didn't quite fit. Now there's a new box, sophist box.
Yeah.
Here's another box for you.
Sophist is a bit. It's a bit more fitting, right? At least. You can
Okay,
find
so like when I
clarity.
ask you where
But
north
isn't that
is, you're just
Whittaker,
like,
the
and you just
philosopher?
Oh, is that? Well, is that you with a Whittaker? And I've never actually.
Yeah, I was
studied
asking
it.
about Whittaker because I heard him mentioned regarding dialectic and using words, and pictures, but that was maybe something else.
Yeah.
can't tell me where north is. North is just a concept in the mind, right? It's like you can't. Nobody uses north. Like
people do use
where's
north
north
all the time.
Okay.
It's a cardinal direction.
Okay. What is a cardinal direction?
Do you not know what cardinal directions are?
But you remember earlier when you were saying like, but if you take north and you put it in the center, then it doesn't work. And it's like, hey, listen, guy. That's not how cardinal directions work, because in the real world, north is north.
Yeah, they're all in cardinal
compass,
directions. They're all equal, right? You don't give any one of them a specific value over all of the others. But if you have the ability to put one of them at the center,
Okay, hold on a second. You just made a claim. Can I buy one of your south-facing compasses, please? I have a very important.
Yeah, I don't think he's understanding what cardinal directions are. Cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. What I'm asking them is if they can have a prime cardinal direction, whether they can pick one that is the overbearing factor above all of the others, and all of the others spread from that, which makes east and west disappear. He said Jaren's on acid. It does sound a bit like Jaren, to be honest, but I'm not too sure Jaren would sit in that Earth Awakenings, to be honest.
No, Jaren never joins these communities. He never would like hang out and debate. If you want to hang out with Jaren, you gotta pay him.
Yeah, I get that.
Experiment I need
What
to do.
What about East? Could you possibly consider putting
You said they're all
East
equal, so I would
at
like
the
a south
center?
one. That would be nice.
What about East?
Oh, you'll sell me an east one?
Yeah, there's people that do make circles around the South Point also, right?
No, I want to buy a south-facing compass, please.
South-facing compass.
I want to go to
there's
the
people
South
who can make circles around the North Point, and there's people who can make circles around the South Point, and that's because they put the sun. They relate the sun to the ground, which gives them a center point. It's amazing. I know people these days, so they can do it with the South and do it with the North. Don't know whether anyone can do it around the East or West Point. See, now I said that before Brenda came in last night. I can now safely say I at least know of one diletheist that can actually put East at a point where you go East, and then once you go past East, you're going West. West.
I do think Brett, his name's Bretimus, I do think he's trying to understand what you're saying. He's getting heckled by people where he's like, where Jeremy said that like, I'm trying to get him to answer this, and Brett's like, well, forgive me, I want to hear what he's saying. And then Jeremy said, he's never gonna get there. And he's like, well, forgive me, but I want to hear what he said. So that's my friend Bretimus. I think he is trying to understand. I do think he is.
Yeah, you can sort of see that, but you can see how frustrating it is for people like that as well, because that's obviously who I'm trying to talk to, but you can't get to talk to them because Jeremy and all of the other guys are a little bit too triggered to get it. You know, I mean, I like the idea of people challenging you. That's the idea of a dialectic, right? A backwards and forwards. But if more people are trilectic, somebody else gets triggered at the things you're saying, it sort of ruins the dialectic. So that's not how it works.
Would you like me to I could invite him.
Yeah, I mean,
I could invite him here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not when we're live, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, hey, we're up for talking to anybody. That's the idea of what we do here. And I would imagine, in fact, I don't imagine it, I know that that's a geometric. There's a geometric reason behind that. This dialectic that once you start discovering it, you'll realize that east and west become rotations. And there's a geometric reasoning behind that as well. That's a lot more base than you'd imagine. It's true.
Crickets.
Yeah. That is a good thing
Dude,
for
if
us to
the
go
69
over.
miles per degree is true, that's non-Euclidean. The map of England is Euclidean. There's more.
See, that's Jeremy. He thinks the 69 miles and 1 degree is non-Euclidean somehow. I don't know where he got that from.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's the
That's
consequences,
like
perhaps,
Euclidean.
right? Has he associated that with the distance to the horizon, and then the horizon, the equator, and then the equator having a distance, and that association is the thing that he's imagined is non-Euclidean. Pi equaling 2. Do you reckon that? That's where he's got the 69 miles, because he's backtracked it. That's got to be a fallacy, right? There's a fallacy there in whatever Jeremy's imagined, that the 69 miles is a non-Euclidean somehow. I don't know.
If the 69 miles per degree is true, that's non-Euclidean. The map of England is Euclidean. There's more than 69 miles in it, a lot more. They both can't be true. There's a law of non-contradiction violation going on there.
Yeah. That's weird. I mean, I'd clip that out, right?
I hate to say this, but Jeremy's just one of the dumbest people around.
Yeah.
Well, he always came around wanting to get information and stuff. Like he just wanted to get something to regurgitate it, but he never wanted to have like a true understanding of the information. He just wanted some information he could just spout off to whatever. That was always my take on it. I could be wrong, but it just what it always seemed like when he did actually come around here.
Yeah, I mean,
if I'm wrong,
he's a mess, right? He never seemed to understand it, get it, or comprehend what we were talking about. The amount of times we tried to walk him through a water level being a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, he always wanted to draw lines on walls to prove things, or like whatever. It was weird. But in the conversations, but listen to this as some sort of a thing to go over if you were to hear this.
Dude, if the 69 miles per degree is true, that's non-Euclidean. The map of England is Euclidean. There's more than 69 miles in it, a lot more. They both can't be true. There's a law of non-contradiction violation going on there.
Well, that's why.
So a linear distance of 69 miles.
Yeah, because the map
and
has
an angle
more
to
than
a
that.
star is not Euclidean.
Yeah, a map has more than 69 miles. So therefore, there's a law of non-contradiction violation.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what these words mean.
It's terrible,
obviously.
Yeah. But they allow Jeremy to say those sort of things. And this is what I think is Geo's protecting Jeremy. Because you're not allowed to say anything to Jeremy at that point once he's said that. He thinks that's some sort of a valid argument that requires some sort of response. That he's sort of beat you in some sort of an argument, but it's nonsense. Fucking nonsense. Go over it again so I can just hear. I want to hear what I say.
Dude, if the 69 miles per degree is true, that's non-Euclidean. The map of England is Euclidean. There's more than 69 miles in it, a lot more. They both can't be true. There's a law of non-contradiction violation going on there.
Well, that's only you that's saying that, Jeremy, right? You're causing complications for yourself.
I'm not causing. This is your complication because you think the map of England is true. and you think the 69
it's
miles per degree is
scaled.
true.
It's a
You have a
scaled
law of
map.
non-contradiction.
I think
You have
that
a law
your
of
maps in
non-contradiction
America are
violation
probably,
going on.
you know, the scale maps that you have in America. I think they're accurate as well.
Who cares? Address the law of non-contradiction you have going on
I don't
there.
know what's the. Go on, give us what's the contradiction.
The map of England is Euclidean. There's way more than 69 miles in it.
Yeah, it's been triangulated.
The star thing is not Euclidean.
What do you mean it's not Euclidean?
So
You can measure. You can measure an angle to a light in the sky. That angle that you measure that would be a Euclidean angle measured locally, wouldn't it?
So now you can measure Euclidean? That now it works?
An angle is
But you're changing your argument.
I'm not changing my argument at all. I've been saying this all along.
Yeah, you definitely
In reality, you can measure these angles and measure the distance. Nobody said there's a contradiction. Only you. You've generated contradiction somewhere. I don't know where it's come from. Crickets, that's a real time silence. I didn't make that contradiction. In fact, I don't think it's a contradiction at all. Can't even imagine why you think it's a contradiction. Or why you think I think it's a contradiction, because I don't think it's a contradiction.
You said it earlier.
It's beautiful.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody
So
else is
perfectly
saying
worded
anything like,
too.
yeah, what, Jeremy, what are you on about? Nobody's there to steel man what Jeremy's saying, because no fucker else knows what he's talking about either. And nobody can tell him. There's only me, and he thinks I'm a shit. So he's going to go away from this thinking that he was right all along. Mental. EA, Earth Awakenings Discord server. Said what? Jeremy,
You
top
had
3.
contention with Euclidean.
Yeah,
Now
I said,
you're walking it
look,
back.
I said
Now
you
you're
have
walking it
to.
back.
You
You're
have to.
grasping, dude. You're drowning.
Yeah, you have to.
What can't we verify if I ask that question? What is impossible for us to verify? Like, one of them would be to go to the North Pole and experience it.
Bev's logic. Go ahead, verify that.
We cannot go to the South Pole and verify it. So, like, if we just do a deduction here, like, and remove the things that we can't do, what are we then left with to do something that makes sense to map out our reality together, for instance? Crickets.
But I've been saying all along, you can only do what you can do. And the best that you can do is prove things to yourself locally, where you don't rely on anyone else for anything. Make sure that you can do these things and verify them to yourself. That's what I've been saying all along.
So if I would ask you then, like, like, should I get a marine sex count or 6 counts?
Sextant.
Or sextant, whatever they say in English. Sorry.
Yeah.
I would then try to apply the ancient way of navigating the oceans, learn how to do that, and then try to, whenever I travel around where I am, I can always do this little thing and note it down in my notebook just to try to figure it out. I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible, just to put some pressure on myself to maybe be a little bit better instead of appealing to these models and maps and ideas and concepts. Right?
You can watch a video on how to do it with your hand.
Do it with your hand.
Do it with my hand. Is that
Yeah.
a possibility?
Yeah. It's a real thing.
So the Vikings were doing that, maybe.
I think that's what a lot of them were doing back in the day. They were using the size of the hand and like the way you hold it, like certain fingers and yada yada, the way you set it up. I forget how to do it. My I
What's
used to
one
compete
degree of
Man,
a
it's been
hand?
so long since I've heard that. It was flat Earth data.
Yeah.
Oh God.
2 fingers.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was really
You're-
trying my best to kind of get everyone on track and stop attacking Bev. I was just
Not
like
gonna happen.
trying
Yeah.
to nullify the situation a little.
Yeah, it's good practice, but Buster was talking about the guys talking about doing it with your hand. Have you ever heard of that before?
No, I have never heard of that. I never.
Oh,
That's why I was asking so stupidly, maybe.
The only thing I've ever heard of was someone told me to, if you hold your 4 fingers above the horizon and when the sun reaches the top of your fingers, there's 1 hour till sunset. That's all. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, we had all sorts of stuff. Thumbs up and, you know.
your pinky to your thumb is basically like 90, and then you've got like your pinky to another finger's like 30. I don't know either. That guy heard it somewhere,
Yeah.
and I'm repeating the same bullshit, you know. But yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
it's just
supposedly
some
he learned it from a
nonsense.
captain. So he was this guy's a sailor or a fisherman.
the guy you're talking that pure rigor.
Yeah,
No way.
we were talking to Flat Earth Data, and Flat Earth Data's perhaps got one of the weirdest books of conversations that people have had on Discord. Can you imagine that? Getting conversations that you've had with people on Discord and putting it in a book just as you've had the conversations on Discord. In a book. I think he's around the arena at the minute. I think he goes by the name of Jack Stone. And he was the one that taught with us fingers for measuring angles to lights in the sky. Like gang signs. That's what he was.
He did. I do remember that. He did it. And it was like he was insufferable.
Yeah.
Is all I remember.
And we were just talking about measuring angles, and these people have to bring in hand angles or whatever. I mean, it's nonsense. It means nothing. Yeah. It's not. It doesn't even deserve to be part of what we're talking about. But they'll do anything to distract.
The captain schooled me to it, and my buddy does like merchant mariner shit. But anyways, yeah, it's a real thing. It's not really accurate, but it will get you in the right direction. It might not get you exactly where you want to be. You know what I mean?
No, but you can at least like figure out, okay, here is a Polaris. I put my finger at Polaris and I make a straight line with my hand and it's going towards the horizon. Or hopefully towards the reflection of Polaris if it's a clear ocean. Then I know,
set
okay,
you
this
in
is
the
north.
relatively correct direction, but it won't be precise.
Yeah, then I know, okay, if I go
lost
90 degrees to the left, I would be heading west. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you can
I'm
orientate
just trying
yourself to
to
Polaris.
understand this guy. Sorry, I'm very dumb.
On the northern hemisphere, you'd be able to orientate yourself to Polaris. Like southern hemisphere, I don't know how to do it. I never learned. I was never told
like
how to do
Uma yesterday, he got very frustrated because he was trying to describe it just by putting his finger in the sand.
Oh yeah, and you walk back a straight
and then
line.
walking away or something, you know.
Yeah, you keep it in your view, right? What he said was you line, I don't know what star it was, but he said you just take a stick and you just walk backwards, keeping the star lined up with you, and you draw that line.
Yeah, but you would also have to appeal to something else, like the almanac. There's this celestial almanac you can get that is for each year, and they try to keep it as precise as possible for some reason. And there are some other, things. I was just asking Grok, like, how do I do celestial navigation from where I am? And the cost is around $500 to $2,000 for this sextant, marine sextant.
Yeah, maybe get a used one.
Yeah, I could get it maybe cheaper. Now, I'm just wondering, like, if we were on a ship and all our navigation equipment got wet and ruined, and the only thing that worked was the ship, like, how would we navigate to the port?
Your hand.
Right?
Your thumb. In that case, like, well, it depends. You'd find your orientation with your thumb. the way you just hold it out from your face, you line it up with the star. I forget exactly how to do it, but I know like you do different orientations with your fingers, and just basically your hand. You know, different
How do you get
fingers.
longitude?
Call it
And it will point
celestial
you in a
gang signing.
relatively correct direction. But it's not like you're gonna find, like if you were trying to find with a, you know, like the tip of Florida or something, and you're using it, you might end up, you know, in like Cape Canaveral.
You just
Gotta be
imagine him
shitting
sort
me.
of making like gang signing to the horizon. It's like, oh, I was looking for Florida, mate.
West Side. Yeah.
You know, you might end up way north of Florida.
Pre-existing
Yeah,
maps,
yeah.
right?
But you'll be able to find land. You know, that's a definite. You'll find land.
Yeah, the map would be something that would not, it would be analog, you know, or would be non, like in the equipment that you use to navigate using a vessel today. Like you could have a map, so you could use that too to know, okay, here's north. You do the Euclidean thing.
Yeah, here's something that's come to me again. Like whenever we're talking about it, I'm talking about people doing it in reality, right? Not on boats. You can't do this on a boat. You can't confirm 69 miles and 1 degree on a boat. You can only do it on the land. And you can verify another claim that it doesn't matter what elevation you're at. It doesn't affect this angle, apparently. It's one of the non-geometric features of the angle measurements to the lights in the sky. You can measure an angle, you can measure a distance, but you can't do any trigonometry to the lights in the sky because they don't act like these sort of angles and distances would, were they to be actually trigonometric, geometric, functionable things. These measurements are non-Euclidean in the way that you can't do trigonometry or anything to them. You can only measure the angle and the distance between the angles. That's it. Can be checked and verified on land. You don't have to get a boat. You don't have to be one of these people to pretend to be sea captains or mariner friends or anything like that. You can just literally measure the angle yourself.
Figure out where you are, and then, okay, I should be going this direction. And then you go out, you look up at the stars, if you can see them, and there's Polaris. Okay, this is north then. Okay, I know where I am.
Isn't that
Just
against the
making it
rules,
as
though?
simple as possible for me to get it. Sorry, guys.
Isn't that against the rules of not referencing other people? Only
if you
reference
want,
yourself?
If you want, I can find you a video if you're really interested in learning it.
Yeah, thank you, man. I would love to see that. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. That's also kind of makes you wonder, like, what authority should we appeal to? Because it's not always a fallacy to appeal to authority. Like, for instance, there's no access to the globe in my current position and perspective on the vessel. Like, I don't have to include that into anything. Right?
Mhm.
So
There are ways to reference longitude on land, but how do you get anywhere? Like, if you know latitude and longitude, but you don't have a map, what does that help you? I guess you'd have to map everything out yourself. This city in reference to that city in reference to that road.
Yeah, exactly. You would have to appeal to the mind. In the same way, when you're playing Elden Ring, the map is not really.
That's our friend Chris.
Yeah, see that? That's one of those things that I think the map is a necessary, must already be there. Latitude and longitude have got no meaning without a map. These positions, the locations of where you measure the 1 degree angle change, they've got no meaning unless you've got a map. The map is a necessary antecedent to all of this sort of stuff. You can't stand at a place, measure an angle, and not write that place down on a map. Necessary. That's why you can check them and verify them that they're correct, because the map already exists. And you can't start making a map by measuring angles to the light in the sky. It's not going to help you. You don't know how far you've gone to put your other mark. Just all you'd be able to do would be to write an angle down. There's no distance related. It's mad.
Accessible until you've played the game a few times, then you kind of remember where you are. In the
'Cause you
same
can
way
get
with reality.
longitude from Jupiter, but you need a steady base. You can't have a steady base on the sea.
In the
'Cause you
same
can
way
get
with reality.
longitude from Jupiter, but you need.
Does he say?
In the
'Cause you
same
can
way
get
with reality.
longitude from Jupiter, but you need a steady base. You can't have a steady base on the sea.
Right, so it's my understanding that longitude is just when the sun is at its highest point in the sky at noon. And that's where you mark noon. Your longitude. When the sun is at its highest point in the middle of the day. And you call that time noon. That's what establishes your longitude. In my understanding. This guy's just said you can do it with Jupiter. I don't know how you do that. I've never set any time or anything in relation to Jupiter. But I suppose if you didn't know what time the sun was at its highest point during the day, you could wait till night time and use this method with some Jupiter. I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Yeah, we
I
can
don't know
ask
who it was.
Carice. We can ask Carice. He joins us here. He's in the morning lobby.
Mm-hmm.
There you have to assume horizontal is level.
Yeah, that's where they needed the clocks and Greenwich and the longitude system, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's Greenwich. I think it's a silent W.
So out of interest, even if you use thumb for navigation, how would it work on a flat Earth?
You just have to remove all the models out of your perception.
I understand.
Just be in reality, right?
Okay, no, fair. I think I kind of understand where you're coming from. So that my question is, yeah, let's try to do it. But even using thumb, I was just reading about it and figure out what it does. And sort of understanding is, what you do is pretty much it's like you estimating the angular distances. Okay, but again, this is between it's from different stars, without any instrument. So that's the whole idea. But even if that's the case, then how would you find a fixed angular height? No latitudes. Or latitude, sorry. I'm literally asking a question. I'm trying to figure out, there's no gotcha, there's no...
Yeah, we can only do what we can do in reality, right? And that's measuring and checking and confirming the 1 degree and 69
Thank
miles.
you. I'm not going to entertain you. Seriously, you are.
Come on, brother.
But you can actually do certain things in reality, right? If that's what you're asking.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking anything.
He's not a
You
boss.
know,
He's not a boss.
Yeah.
You don't have to fight him. It's okay.
No. To be honest, I have many arguments with him. He's still, yeah.
But he's coming from a place of honesty, I believe. And even though everybody's really pissed off at that, because he doesn't abide to any of the models, and he tries to be in reality and use the tools that have been used to define where you are in reality, not on a map that is bound by any trigonometry or hypothetical ideas that make things more complicated. Just to keep it simple, and that's how I understand it.
No, I mean, yes. Here's the problem with him though. When the things are explained, he goes to he goes to any length to avoid, because he knows he's wrong, and he would try to change the subject or just play dumb.
What am I wrong about?
That is the frustrating part. That's why
What am I wrong about? Please help me.
I just ignore him. That's why. If the safest option for me to keep my sanity is ignore him, because
no, the dilemma isn't bad, right? It's.
It is a bit hard for me to imagine, like how to admit the thing that I'm wrong about when I don't know what I'm meant to be wrong about. It's really hard that when they just say I'm wrong, but I mean, I don't know what I'm wrong. It's like Brenda. Brenda seems to think I'm wrong about having a proof that level is horizontal.
When I first heard this, I thought that this was a very limp-wristed, just a character attack, where he's like, "Oh, no, Beth, we've done this so many times. I can't. It's too much." Where it's like it just poisons the well. It makes everything impossible. And also, I'm sorry if my audio quality sucks. I'm outside soaking up some sun.
No, that sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember talking to this guy. But obviously, I've been in these rooms quite a lot, and most of the people that you see in these rooms, they've been around here for years. I mean, there's not an awful lot of new people. So I am going to have talked to them for a long time, but, I'm good at remembering firsts. I can't remember that guy at all, so he mustn't have ever... He mustn't have been notable for me to be able to remember him. Sorry.
What he's speaking about, and that's the chess game. And you can go into saying Magnus Carlsen is an idiot and he has a, an underbite and he has a lisp and he's a motherfucker. But you still have to play the chess game, right?
Yeah, true. Well said. Yeah.
So
I agree with you there.
if we just keep it as non-emotional as possible and just try to focus at the logical dilemma at hand.
Yeah, what am I wrong about as well? Don't just go round allowing people to say that I'm wrong. They've been saying it for years. And I've only been talking about reality. So, I mean, some sort of confirmation of what's wrong. Is it talking about these things? Is that the wrong part?
I have a question for you. Larry Rubio there. What is he measuring? What has he done? What is his line of work? Out of interest.
Sorry.
What is Larry?
Yeah, was it Jared?
Does Larry Rubio is a geodetic surveyor.
He's retired. He measures angles.
Huh? Is he? Is that the only thing he does? Just enlighten me.
I would imagine he marks the location he's at and he measures an angle. He's done a lot of it.
Okay. Does that what he does confirm to reality?
The angles, I don't know. I mean, I'm not measuring the angles that he's doing. I'm not there to do it. I can't confirm the angles that Larry's measured at all. I know he's come up with some strange pictures that, but apparently you can't even question them.
Oh, you can, but that's the problem, when it's explained to you. I'm not gonna sit down because I'm not Larry. I don't have his expertise. I'm not going to
know anything about
anything.
it. But you brought him up.
Yeah, I have a very good reason because I see you argue with him to the end, but I'm like, okay, what, even to my basic
You've not seen me argue with Larry.
mathematics understanding of based on my mathematical understanding, you're against all of it. So I'm like listening to you. I'm like, you're mixing all sorts of things which makes no sense.
It might not make any sense to you, but I mean, you've admitted that you don't know anything about it, so it's hardly surprising that it doesn't make any sense to you.
Yeah, and the people who's the expert on the field doesn't make sense to him either.
Yeah, I've done some surveying myself as well,
Yeah, but you're not geodetic surveyor. Let's not get there, okay?
Why?
There's a difference, no?
What's the difference?
What's the difference? So, what's the longest distance worked on?
What do you mean? I don't know. What do you mean? Is there anything different about distances?
Surveying, okay, you've done surveying, correct or no?
Yes.
Haven't. I mean, what scale? What
Scale.
What size?
We do it at scale 1-to-1. All surveyors survey at scale 1-to-1. Locally.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop here. Do you see where I'm going with this? Yes. My question wasn't that, and just because my scale is 1-to-1, I'm gonna engage.
Yeah. All surveyors survey locally. All surveyors do it locally.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go. Way better.
So here he was trying to make an appeal
I'm
to
quite
authority.
proud of it. Like I did when I was doing surveying. Yeah, go on.
There, he was trying to make an appeal to authority, where it's like, oh, you did surveying, sure, but you're not a real surveyor because you didn't do it on a big scale. That's what he was trying to do, but because you didn't take the bait and say, well, I've surveyed X such and such miles, he would have then said, oh, that's a real surveyor surveyed such and such miles. So that's where he was trying to go with that, and you didn't bite. And he's like, oh, you won't accept my appeal to authority. I don't, how dare you do this?
It's a true Scotsman fallacy. It's like, you're not a true Scotsman. Like that's the fallacy that is going on, right?
He's trying to get me to admit, Larry told my son that they measure triangles with more than 180 degrees. My son, while he was, I guess he was about 15 at the time. It's recorded. You can listen to it. You can listen to my son coming in here because he was curious. He'd heard me talking about this guy that was saying some really weird shit. So my 15-year-old son came on to ask him. And he said, no, I've never been taught that triangles have more than 180 degrees. What are you talking about? And he did, Larry.
What do you call that? A triangle with more than 180 degrees. What is that called?
Impossible. Bullshit.
An impossible angle?
Yeah. So Larry Scott bullshitted to my son. Gave my son a valuable lesson, right? When he was at school. That there are people that talk shit on the internet. Adults. And there's other adults that believe it. In fact, you've just listened to a guy that's constructed an argument around a guy that talks bullshit to kids. Thinking that it proves something in some sort of an argument. Which it's not even like a half an argument, is it? Appeal to authority, thinking that Larry Scott's some sort of fucking authority. Just because he's been in these rooms telling stories about stuff with pictures of theodolites and things. George used to do that. Sadly, he burnt his house down. All of his equipment got burnt. But I think Larry might still have a few pictures of some of the stuff. He might still own some of it. They might have got it off him before George burnt it. They all used to swap stuff. Larry, Jesse, and George. Probably like the last of the age. But I've got land surveying on my certificate. They've changed it to geodetic surveying since, but I mean it's still the same thing. I mean, I don't know who's taught you that there's different types of surveyors. I mean, that's fantastic that you went along with it. But I mean, that's the scripted narrative for this arena,
you're
right?
geodetic surveyor now. You're a geodetic surveyor now.
No, so I've got land surveying on my certificate.
Okay. The certificate which I think you bought it online, and you're not sharing where you got it from, or you're not saying any information about it.
No,
Can you see the problem is not Bev, brother? Can you see that?
No, it is because no,
Like
I have asked him a very simple question. I'm gonna answer. I have asked.
He has just said that he thinks that I bought my certificate. I don't know why he said that, right? Because it's a narrative that goes around in the arenas. It's fun. But I mean, if that's what you do, it's hardly surprising that there isn't any real technical people in this arena at all. You can be absolutely certain, really, that anybody that talks anything about what they're talking about, they're not real. If they're real, they get called out for not being real.
It's a very simple question. I said, what sort of scale? It goes 1 to 1.
Yeah.
Can you see where I'm coming from now? Do you see why I don't want to engage and no one else wants to engage? Because of that. That was not the
what's
question.
up with that?
I don't think.
What scale were you expecting me to answer with?
Bev is fine. Bev is fine. Sure. The scale is 1 to 1.
Yeah, that's reality scale. What scale were you expecting me to answer with?
No, that was not the question I asked.
Do you not know what scale is?
Do you know it? That's good enough for me.
Yeah,
you know what it means?
Yeah, it's used within map making.
What would be the problem? What would be the problem over distance and scale? What do you see for yourself as the issue here?
I'm guessing he meant like
crickets. Can anyone imagine what the problem would be for surveyors over scale? I mean, scale maps, obviously, the cartographers are normally the guys that make the maps, and the measurements are made scale 1 to 1. Like 1 meter is 1 meter, and they change the scale to make it fit on the map. What's the problem with scale? Because you will hear that. I mean, most people, you'll hear it eventually, because you're going to be dealing with geometric arguments coming up, obviously. Geometric arguments is the way to make arguments deductive, to give you a definite answer. Just add a bit of geometry in and you'll get a false or true statement at the end of it. Guaranteed. But here we have our Steelman friend coming in again when everybody else gets themselves into trouble. It's like it is a sophist training ground. If you want to go over there and talk a load of shit, and then the moment you get called out on it, find some sort of extra sophist to come in and tell you where you made your mistake. Obviously, you've made your mistake by saying the thing that you said. So you now know, or you would think to know, that not to bring up this thing that just got you into the really bad position. But you would also learn how to avoid it. And this is what Geo's trying to say. First off, change what you think that the guy just said. He did have a problem with scale. He doesn't know what scale is, like a lot of people. So in comes Geo to help him out.
I'm guessing he meant like range of distance by scale.
Yeah, I'm asking what difference a range of distance would make to measuring things at a 1-to-1 scale. Would any distance invalidate that process? Or would it be the same for any distance?
He tried to help, but you know.
Okay, that's the trouble with second-hand hearsay, stuff. Same as the thing you just said about, printing some certificate off the internet. Just something you've heard and something you've repeated. Heard Larry say something, and you just repeated it. That's what happens a lot. A lot of people hear things. Earlier, somebody was talking about some other things.
You don't. I don't think Bev needs white knighting. I don't think Bev needs white knighting. He does a great job himself. Really, you don't have the white knight.
I think you need challenging. I think you need
No.
challenging.
No, I don't need
What
challenging.
is the problem?
Really
The
care. I
issue.
don't
What
really
is the
care.
issue in the?
I don't
What
have.
is
I
the
don't need to
issue
answer.
with distance? With distance
Let me make it.
and scale.
Very clear. Let me make it very clear. I only talk about things I'm absolutely 100% and I have proved it here. When it comes to AI, when it comes to coding, when it comes to programming, when it comes to some level of physics, some sort of math, I argue to the end of the world. I'm happy. If I'm wrong, I admit. If not, I will argue. This means a couple of things. Like I said to you, I refuse to talk and argue or debate with you two. With Bev and
You
you.
made a
Because
claim
it
about
doesn't
a
matter. I
certificate
did not make any.
that Bev
I made a
printed off
claim.
the
That's it.
internet.
Yeah, I made a claim. I
What
can make a
evidence
claim.
do you have of that then? If you don't only speak the truth, what truth do you have to support that claim?
What claim?
You said that Bev printed his certificate off the internet. What proof do you have to substantiate that claim if you only speak from truth?
That is my understanding. That's my feeling because I've seen some of his videos, I've seen some of his conversations, I've seen his website, I've seen his like
So you have no proof. It's just
The dude just did claim that he only speaks of stuff with a 100% truth, and he can clarify that. But then he spoke of feelings that he had. So this guy must conclude, that's the only thing he can do, is that he has feelings that he gains 100% truth from. And that's how he felt like he could speak about it. Because he had a feeling.
just a spurious claim you're making.
No, then so I said that's what I've seen and that's my take
What
of it.
proof do you have?
That is my take of it. I just told you. I just told you. Can you not listen? Can you not listen? I just told you. I watched some of his videos.
I
Watched
didn't
the
hear
other
any
things. I
truth
watched
in your
online.
statement.
Sorry, man. I think you need to clean your ears. Listen seriously. I have no patience for you. I have no patience for you.
Where is the truth?
Whatever you want to say, I have no patience for.
Gaslighting.
That's it.
Where is the truth in your statement? It should be easy for you to state it.
Okay, I have a question. Like I said to you, if can
I had a
why
question too.
for Bev?
What's
Why
the relationship?
I don't get it.
Distance to scale. What difference would it make? You're measuring in a one-to-one scale. What difference does it make to the distance?
Elderbear, I did not ask. You know exactly what I meant by scale. I was talking about that, and you even kind of said what I meant. Okay, if I meant scale, number one, that when I said scale,
You knew exactly what I meant when I said scale when I didn't actually mean scale. But you knew what I meant. What if...
exactly what I meant. Okay.
I know what you mean by one-to-one scale.
If you're doing surveying on a small piece of land, if you're doing surveying on a small piece of land, is it the same thing if you're doing surveying on a more than 100 square meters or like in a long distance? No, you educate me. Because remember what I said. We can listen to what I said just now. You tell me.
Okay. So when you asked about the distance that would make which would kind of somehow define a surveyor, that you have to have a distance to be, to be able to survey something, be, a bona fide surveyor somehow. Seem to be posing that thing. And when Bev said to you, we measure in the one-to-one scale, what implications does that have on the distance that would make somebody a surveyor or not a surveyor?
My question wasn't about the scale in terms of, like, when we said, like, let's say I'm taking a picture. Is that picture,
He doesn't understand what scale is.
Zoom it out, then I can say it's 10-1. That's not a question I asked.
No, I don't think you understand scale. I think that's a problem.
That's not a question. That's not a question I asked.
You seem to be saying that only a distance. If you survey a certain distance, then you become a bona fide surveyor. but under a certain distance, you would not be qualified as surveyor. That's what you seem to be saying. That's why you asked for distance. When Bev said he measures in a 1-to-1 scale, you said it wasn't an adequate answer. So
No,
how
I
does
think
that
he's
relate
suggesting. I think he's suggesting that there's a difference in the distance when you use a bigger distance. Like, does straight? Do you imagine straight changes? Over distance. Yeah, I mean, you don't know, do you? See, scale is the thing that you have on a map. We measure all of these things in reality in 1-to-1 scale. That's reality. Then we can proportionalize all of those distances and make it 1-to-100 or 1-to-1,000 or
You're taking
that's
scale
how you
as
change the
that's
scale.
not what that was not my question. You fully understood what I asked and just give me scale as in terms of
the one is the
you
reality
said
portion.
1 to 100, 1 to 1,000, 1 to a million, 1 to whatever. That's not what I meant. In terms of the size, not
the
scale as in
one
scale.
value, right? That's what you're talking about then. You're talking about the
No,
unit.
I'm not talking about one value. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay, Bev, listen, I need to go, but no, that's not what I'm talking about. But I'm glad we have this discussion again, and you proved to me again your dishonesty.
No, I don't see that. The scale is the proportion thing on the map. 1 mile or 1 kilometer or 1 whatever. If it's that scale, 1-to-1, then 1,000 miles represents 1,000 miles. That's the scale 1-to-1. Like, are you saying there's some problem with when the distance gets bigger? Because it doesn't matter to a scale map. The scale isn't influenced by that distance.
Hammerize, maybe just clarify what you meant. You didn't.
Right, so here's Geo's trying to come in and help. But I don't know whether this needs going over or not. Like, when you measure scale, or you measure in reality, you measure it 1-to-1 scale. And that means that 1 meter is actually 1 meter. That's 1-to-1. Like a meter is actually a meter. That's reality scale 1-to-1, where all of the distances are the distances that they are 1-to-1. Now, when you have a scale map, let's say it's 1-to-100. That's a pretty accurate map. But there, in that map, 1 inch on the map will be 100 inches in reality. That's why it's 1-to-100. The inch is always the same. The 1 value in all of these maps never changes. Whether it be an inch, a mile, a foot, or a meter, it doesn't make any difference. One of those things would represent a 100 of those things on the map, if the map is scale 1-to-100. So it doesn't make any difference. Like, if you've got 1 inch or you've got 100 miles, they're still the same. They're the same unit, and they don't change in being like maybe 1 inch and 1 million inches. The inch is still the same. It's just a million of them. So
I think, Bev, like what I'm seeing right now is that you are debating them with logic. They are debating you with pellets that don't really penetrate anything because they use gaslighting, no true Scotsman fallacy, appeal to authority, and nothing works. And Geo perceives that as bullying.
Ooh.
So I think the next few minutes are going to be about Geo trying to take down a bully. That's basically what is going on. When you're led by your emotions, you see like a a swimming pool and there are kids playing, and then there's one big kid who is drowning everyone. And that's basically what I'm kind of looking at right now. It's Geo is not reacting to your logic. He's reacting to the emotions that happen in the people when they are confronting logic and don't have anything against it.
I always
Does that make
imagine.
sense?
Well, yeah. I always imagine what these guys are talking about when they're doing this, though, is it's got to be a mind problem, right? Because whenever they're talking about a scale problem or, you know, this distance thing, even Elderbear was trying to touch upon it. It's like, how would the distance change? If you were a surveyor and you survey locally, why does a bigger area seem to make the job that you're doing any different? Still measuring distances, and those distances are relatable to an actual unit that doesn't change over distance. Like this, what's the difference between 1 meter and 500 meters? I mean, the meter is the same, isn't it? The meter at the end of 500 meters is the same as the meter in the middle of the 500 meters and at the beginning of the 500 meters. The meter is still the same. But these guys seem to think that the guys that do surveying locally, that use angles and measurements for distances and all of that, there's some sort of difference between somebody who does it over, like, I don't know, 10 meters. Let's say you're doing a job one day, it's a, you know, small plot or whatever, and then your next job is you're doing a boundary for a forest or something. I mean, is there a difference in the surveying that gets done by the guy that's doing the surveying? Well, the answer to that is no. If you're qualified to do the surveying, then you go out and do the surveying. There's no difference. For the area that you're doing, the size of it, the distances you're doing, it doesn't make any difference. But somebody has taught a group of people that there's another group of surveyors, like Ubermensch, the Uber surveyors, that, you know, can do something different that these normal surveyors can't. And you can't talk about the surveyors that are in reality because, you know, these other guys have talked to these Uber surveyors that, you know, they're the ones that say, well, those guys can't do that job. We're the Superman of surveyors. But they don't actually exist. None of them know that because they've never actually done any surveying. They've just talked to people, maybe like Larry. But like, as I've said, Larry's told my son that triangles get measured with more than 180 degrees. An impossibility. But, you know, you've got to be slightly gullible to be an adult, to believe somebody that says that sort of stuff. But these guys are going to do it. I mean, Geo, listen to Geo sticking up for a guy that said something that doesn't make any sense. But Geo's going to now try and make it make sense. But, I mean, it doesn't. But let's go, Geo. This is why we're on tonight. This is the Steel Man.
Hammer maybe just clarify what you meant. You didn't mean that type of scale, right? You didn't mean that type of scale.
Exactly.
You meant the range, the distance, like whether he did a mile squared or 1,000
exactly.
miles.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's when I say scale. I didn't mean. That's what I'm saying. He's taking literally as in a conversation in the context of.
Right, and I'll point out again. What's the difference between a mile and 1,000 miles? Is there any difference between the mile at the beginning of the 1,000 miles or the mile at the end of the 1,000 miles? What's the difference? Are you not allowed to survey over a mile for some reason? You're not allowed to do 2 miles? I mean, it makes no sense. But Geo's trying to say, this is what you meant, isn't it? This other thing that makes no sense either.
It's the size, distance, not the scale. Geo, that's my problem. He knows what I meant. He's just going off.
Well, I'm still asking what would be the difference
answer.
over a distance? What is the change?
He's not talking about that type of scale. That's the point. He's using the word in a different way. He's meaning like the range of distance, like whether.
Okay, yeah, and I'm saying, what would be the difference? Like, let's say 25 miles or something like that. Is that a distance? How would that change? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, what is the difference? If you're going to say there's a difference in surveyors over a distance that they survey, but they always survey locally with Euclidean tools, angle, distance measurements. Like this, GPS is a straight distance for triangulation purposes used in surveying.
Does GPS have corrections in it?
No, the distances are already known, right? They just mark the distances on the land. The maps have already been
made. There's no timing corrections with GPS.
Right, GPS timing corrections. Like they said, I don't know who he was talking to. In the UK, they started digitizing the maps, pre-existing maps, in 1971. So the maps are digitized already. GPS just puts a ping on the map. So is the corrections? I mean, how accurate is it? Does the ping go on the digitized map where you are? I mean, you'll be looking at the map. You'll see where the ping is. Sometimes may not. Maybe a few. I mean, they are getting more and more accurate as they carry on putting all of these systems in. But the GPS system just puts a ping and places that ping on the map. And that's not difficult, is it? It's got nothing to do with the map, the accuracy of it. You can look at the map and see if the ping that you've got is in the right place on the map. It's simple. Does it have corrections for time? Well, how accurate is it? You can check. Just look at the map. See if it puts you where you are. Simple as that. The maps have already been made. They were digitized in 1971 in the UK. See, this is where I said it. So the maps are pre-existing maps. The distances are known. The GPS just marks the position on the map. The map is already there, pre-existing. All distances known and marked and scaled from one-to-one measurements taken, placed on a scale map, at least in the UK. I would say that you could say the same about America, but I mean, I've heard people that are in America with a high distrust of any map in the UK, and I know how stringent they are in the UK. So I can only presume that's because you Americans have a distrust of your own maps. You're projecting that onto those of us who use the OS maps in the UK. All gone quiet. Come on, Geo. At least you know why there's no actual surveyors that come around here, right? So do we have anything to do with the, the distance and what would be the difference in a distance over a bigger distance if you made the distance bigger? Is there a difference between 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, a kilometer, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers? Is there, does it change? Or do you imagine that there's a group of surveyors that are only allowed to deal with the big numbers? That's great. Sorry. You're only graded up to 10. We've got to do the other surveyors go from 10 to 100. And then if we've got some, I mean, you have to be highly trained to go above 100. I mean, that is what they imagine, I think, everyone in this arena. But it's hard to tell, because when you ask them what they mean, they say, what we mean. And then you say, honestly, I don't know what you mean. Can you please explain it? And they just go quiet. Then I think they imagine that they're being harassed, because you're asking them to try and explain the thing that they think that you already know what they think that they mean, but you don't.
Are they vibrators? Mm-hmm. Are they women playing games? I mean,
don't. Right.
Don't play.
Quiet, dead air.
I think he posted a thing at 26 after the hour. I guess that's what he was referring to.
Posted a thing. Yeah, he's got something off the internet. Yeah, that's what they have to do, don't they? Non-Euclidean. That's why I said at the beginning, you have to consider non-Euclidean, but all of your comported knowledge will comport to the Euclidean understanding of stuff. Locally, it is. I mean, it supports it. You have to use Euclidean locally. So maybe that's what you're talking about when you're saying scale. You're not really meaning scale. You're meaning non-local surveying.
Meant size, and I also put the text in the chat. You can read it. That explains exactly what I meant. Again, you understood it, unless you didn't understand it. And if you, that's me now. If you honestly didn't understand what I meant, I would take it back and I say, you know what? Okay, fair enough. My bad. But I know for a fact, I'm 99.99% sure you understood what I meant.
Yeah, like I say, I've done it. I did 2 years of it.
Listen. If I didn't understand it, if I jump on you for that reason, I do apologize.
Yeah, I did 2 years of
what
college.
I meant was, what I said was, it's literally there. So there is a difference between what you do locally versus what you do on a large. If you want to play word games as you are, it's local versus non-local on the larger areas. You have then, if you work in the larger areas, then you have to take the curvatures into account.
Yeah, well, all surveyors survey locally.
Manuals, not all of them does.
So you're saying there's some non-local surveying?
I can send you manuals after manuals after manuals after manuals after manuals, which says, if you do it local versus larger areas. Unless you are not denying this now too.
There is a thing that we found out about. I mean, you may not be aware of this, but there is. He's right. There is a branch of surveyors that survey non-locally, and what they do is, we call them the Blue Marble Science armchair surveyors, and they can see pictures on the internet, and they can use their Blue Marble scientific surveying methods to normally putting rulers on pictures and stuff. But then they do earth curve surveying, and they measure earth curve by putting rulers on pictures. Now, I think these people call them geodetic surveyors, but they're not. They are blue marble science armchair surveyors, non-certified. But I mean, you know, it depends if you've been in these rooms for long enough. Maybe you might be able to cite the fact that you've talked to Larry. Maybe you might be able to say that you once talked to Jesse Kozlowski in an email or something like that. But then you can join in the you know, with this surveying qualification and have the ability to do this sort of surveying. There's quite a few of them. You'll notice if you ever try and talk about any sort of surveying in any of these rooms, one of them will swoop in and come and talk to you about it. That's the truth.
By the way, Larry is usually here. Why'd you say there's no surveyors ever come here?
Larry's there.
Certified surveyor, no?
If Larry's there, he's not going to speak up.
Larry is a certified surveyor, no?
I think he's retired. He, to my knowledge, Larry's the last known dogmatic globe surveyor there is. No more. There isn't anymore. There'll never be any new ones either.
There is a difference then. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a difference between dogmatic globe surveyors and the armchair blue marble science surveyor and actual surveyors.
Here's a question, like
So-
all that aside, why do you go to all this? Why you know? Like, here's the thing. If I speak to Gio, I have a lot of respect for him because, you know, A, normal conversation, B, you know, his position is very solid. He goes, okay, this is my understanding. This to, I don't know, Pierre Rigger, put to anyone on Jeremy, all of them. Okay, understanding is very the position is very clear. And he asked them, okay, are you in the FE side or in the globe side? They go, no, we are in the FE side. That's the end of it. Okay. Why are you just in this word game?
I can see the false dichotomy.
Okay, there you go. Word game. I just literally said
It's not word
game,
games.
the word games.
No.
It is a word game.
No, it's
Just a
not.
very simple
Who's going to
thing,
win,
okay?
Batman or Hulk? Who's going to win?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. You want to talk about it for 3 hours? Or
Hulk
do you want to actually
wins.
realize what
No.
reality is?
Hulk wins.
And why reality is non-Euclidean?
He thinks a
and at
false
what point
dichotomy is word
non-Euclidean
games.
happens. It's like you want us to be for Hulk or be for this. Then you can strawman and then you can talk about non-reality. Away.
No.
Off we
Listen,
go.
No. Oh, that's not honestly that's not the case. Okay, so anyone who knows me, I don't really argue this that much. But again, it's just like I said, the frustrating part is, you know, with loads of you, with a lot of you, not you as a pet, but anyone in this forum, the position is very clear. You know where you stand, and you know how to, you know, form your argument.
Do they? Do they know? Are you sure?
Well, okay, Gio. Hey, Gio.
Is it reality?
No, he said he respects them for taking a side, right? Picking one of the sides. And
Well,
like
just
that's
alluded
why
to
he
your-
doesn't
your
understand the
position
false
is very
dichotomy.
clear. I understand. You know, so, you know, like the Gio knows, okay, you know, based on such and such evidence that he understands it's the case. It is.
It goes on for hours, this.
With you just go, you just keep change, you just change the word, you just change the lot, you just do anything in your power to avoid just saying it. That's for me, that's the fascinating part to me. Nothing else, to be honest. Not why you believe it. I don't really care. That's you. You're free to entitled to your own opinions. That's it. Like anyone else, everyone else. Okay. Why do you not just say it? I don't get it.
Say what?
Which side you are in? You are in.
I can see the false dichotomy.
Cheers.
So I don't see what's going on here. It's another guy. He doesn't understand scale. He doesn't understand distance. He thinks there's something different about surveyors. And now he's showing that he doesn't know what the false dichotomy is. Can you imagine being in a position where you're in a debate scenario about reality and not understanding that there's a false dichotomy being shown, and him saying that he admires people for taking one side or the other of a false dichotomy, and I'm saying him, I'm not going to pick either side because I can see the false dichotomy that's there in front of me. It's being presented. So yeah, I'm not going to pick that because I can see the false dichotomy. He can't see it. He can't see it because he's stuck within the false dichotomy. And I don't know how to communicate with people like that. I really don't. Don't pick a side because I can see the options are false. Do you understand?
Therefore, okay, there needs to be an output of this.
But you said you respect people for picking a side.
You know what?
So it's obvious that you're within the false dichotomy. You're never going to be in the position that I'm in.
You know what is the best way for me to explain it is write a piece of code. It takes an input, but it never prints the output. That's you.
No, you're trapped within a false dichotomy, and as such, you cannot see the false dichotomy.
It's very logical. Okay, the purpose of my code is takes an input, prints that output. With you, there's an input, but there's never an output.
Is this your first conversation with Bev, Amaranth?
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's my thing. I have many in here, in other places, in Omni, in Go Gangsters. That's always end up to this.
Okay.
Why do you play this? Why not?
Can I play the computer game with you then? Let's play logic game, right? Input 1 has a true or false, right? Input 2 has a true or false value, right? What happens if you falsify both of those options? What does your program do? Does it have an output for a false dichotomy?
It would have an output of false. No, it would have an output of false.
Okay, so that's your false dichotomy, right?
That's the thing. Okay, so what is your option? Because what I did was I show you the picture of a blue marble. I said, okay, does this represent where we live? And your thing was, I don't live in a picture.
No, falsify spherical object.
Okay.
Okay, that's what you're saying, right?
What is it? No.
It's not a picture. I don't live on a picture. But you want me to falsify the spherical object?
The response was, I don't live in a picture. I was like, what does it even mean? That's not the question I'm asking. I said,
okay, so could I falsify a spherical object?
How? Where's your evidence? Because when we say evidence,
let's just say I could possibly make an argument, right, to show you. But let's say that, okay, let's say I can falsify this spherical object. Would that falsify the picture that you gave me?
Yes. Then that leaves us with the next possible option.
And could I falsify flat?
Which, by the way, okay, here's
of course everyone can falsify flat.
Play a word game. Exactly. And here's a part.
And then you've got two falsifications.
We never ever. That's the thing. Okay.
Hence, false dichotomy.
No one ever says it's flat like a pancake. It's topography.
You're trying to justify
it's not flat like a freaking pancake.
A falsification.
I know where you're going because I had this conversation like deja vu now. One says it's a pancake. I don't believe anyone who says it's a pancake.
Are you saying we can't falsify flat?
Let me finish.
Is that what you're trying to say?
That's when you start playing word games.
I'm not playing word games. I'm asking you. Are you trying to justify saying that we can't falsify flat? Because we've just falsified a spherical object, right? Theoretically. Are you saying we could falsify a flat or not falsify flat?
What you're doing is basically this. You just says it's not flat because it's topography, okay? And then you call it TIS globe.
No, reality
There is
is.
an output. There is an output, but there's still an output then. So not both of both.
Yeah, we can falsify these two options, the dichotomy that's given, making it a false dichotomy. Obviously, right? You can't have a false dichotomy or any other way. That's how you gain a false dichotomy, by falsifying the options that you were given in the dichotomy.
But you're using a faulty definition of flat.
There you go, another justification. Here we come, White Knight.
It's not white knight. It's literally
Falsifying both of the options makes it a false dichotomy. Now, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people have claimed false dichotomy.
You're using a fake definition of flat, assuming that there's not elevation changes, to fabricate a fake false dichotomy.
Right, so this is where Geo starts getting upset. It is the false dichotomy that Geo really doesn't like the idea of. And as such, whenever we say you can falsify flat by showing an elevation change, he's saying that's a false definition of flat. Think. But I mean, flat does say without protuberances or roughness. So elevation changes would falsify a definition of flat. It's not a fake definition of flat. It's a very real definition of flat. I'm saying the elevation changes. I mean, it's not the only way to falsify flat, but for this particular set of arguments that I've got, two modus tollens, one to falsify a spherical object and one to falsify flat, to show that there's a false dichotomy being presented within these two options, that the guy was just applauding people for choosing one or the other. Whereas I choose to say it's a false dichotomy because I can falsify both. That's only through argumentation. Thank you, Logos. And thank you, everybody that's involved in it. But, you know, I've just got arguments. No big deal.
Made by you to be deceptive and harassing people.
It's a fake false dichotomy now, is it?
Yes,
so,
it's fake.
Geo now imagines. You can listen to it again. Do that. Geo imagines it's harassing to tell people that it's a false dichotomy.
Made by you to be deceptive and harassing people.
It's a fake. Yeah, see? I've made a fake definition of flat, made an argument using the fake definition of flat to show that elevation changes disprove flatness. And that has been made to be deceptive and harass people. Who are the people that are being harassed? I'm guessing it's the people that say the earth is flat. Maybe Geo. False dichotomy now, is it?
Yes, it's fake. Because when people say the earth is flat, they're not referring to that there's no elevation changes. Just like if you have a sheet of paper that's flat on the table, it is flat from that perspective. Right. If you zoom into it,
are you saying you cannot falsify flat?
Please do not interrupt me. I don't want to mute you, but you cannot interrupt. Elderberry, you're hot micing for the 50th time. You cannot interrupt. Now, if you have a sheet of paper on a table that people could use the word flat for and say that's a flat sheet of paper, if you zoom into it with a microscope, there will definitely be mountains and valleys, all kinds of fluctuations. That doesn't mean that the paper can't be described as flat. It depends on the scale if you're going to get to that level of a semantical type of...
I would suggest, right, that this particular tactic that Geo's using at the minute, where you get a piece of paper and put it on a table and then zoom into it, is like a reverse God view. Because, you know, they do say if you zoom out and then, you know, you get far enough away from it that you wouldn't notice all of the lumps and bumps, but when you put a piece of paper on a table, then that's a piece of paper on a table. I mean, have you laid it flat on the table? And would that matter even if you zoomed into it to a microscope? Would you still say that the paper was laid flat on the table? Or would you just say there's some paper on the table and completely not mention flat at all? Like most people. Nobody gets obsessed about flat other than, you know, a certain group of people that have sort of cling to it. A bit like false idol, graven image. Except this is just a word that seems to mean more than just a word. I mean, you can definitely falsify flat if that's the claim. But Geo seems to think it's harassment if you try to attempt to falsify flat, particularly in his Discord server. He doesn't like it.
Of analysis. So when people say the Earth is flat, they're not referring to having no change in having no elevation changes. They're referring to a topographical planar surface. So when you say that it has mountains and valleys, therefore not flat, you're making up a fake false dichotomy. It's fake. It isn't real, because when people say flat Earth, they're not referring to what you're referring to. So you're making a fake false dichotomy and then harassing and trolling the community, and you've been doing it for years.
That's pretty emotional of you there, Geo.
Can I ask you a question?
I might have to clip that. You asking Geo? Might have to clip that out. That was quite good, that, wasn't it?
It depends on the scale if you're going to get to that level of a semantical...
Maybe back here.
Now, if you have a sheet of paper on a...
There you go. Now,
if you have a sheet of paper on a table that people could use the word flat for and say that's a flat sheet of paper, if you zoom into it with a microscope, there will definitely be mountains and valleys, all kinds of fluctuations. That doesn't mean that the paper can't be described as flat. It depends on the scale if you're going to get to that level of a semantical type of analysis. So when people say the Earth is flat, they're not referring to having no change in having no elevation changes. They're referring to a topographical planar surface. So when you say that it has mountains and valleys, therefore not flat, you're making up a fake false dichotomy. It's fake. It isn't real, because when people say flat Earth, they're not referring to what you're referring to. So you're making a fake false dichotomy and then harassing and trolling the community, and you've been doing it for years.
that's pretty emotional of you there, Geo.
Can I ask you a question? A simple question.
You asking Geo?
I'm asking Geo, yeah, and Geo, if you don't mind. And I ask this question, and this is the answer, and you basically made the answer I want. But if, let's say, just to finalize, okay, let's say I'm standing far away from Earth, whatever, okay, at non-flat. Let's say, just to finalize, okay, let's say I'm standing far away from Earth, whatever, okay, at non-flat. Far away, I'm looking at it. It's just right in front of my eyes, okay. What am I going to see? Am I going to see? Let's say it's okay. What am I going to see?
This is another way the Blue Marble Science armchair surveyors work as well.
Pretty much a disc. Is that a fair assumption?
I have a little bit of a hard time understanding your microphone's a little muffled. What I couldn't quite hear what you were saying.
Sorry. Let me change my microphone. A second. No. My bad. Let me just change my microphone. Seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Bev, like when people say yeah, it is better. When people say like, they use the word flat for like carbonated water, if it's either flat or carbonated, that's like equivalent to what you're doing. That would be like if you tried using carbonation as some relationship. When people say flat Earth, they're not saying that there's not mountains and valleys. Of course, they're saying there's mountains and valleys, but there's a...
See, he's getting this. He's getting this from me saying about false dichotomy. So he's already seditiously thinking of the falsifying flat Earth argument. Nobody else is aware of it. This, to everybody else, this is a reaction that Geo's got to the statement about a false dichotomy. Wonder whether everybody else realizes where Geo's going with this, or I wonder if everybody has their own peeves about me and different ideas that they can relate all of this negative stuff to. I don't know.
Foundational planar geometry. Water is level, and then the land comes up out of the water. You have a mountain, you have an island. That's what they're referring to. So for you to use that, that's what I'm saying. It's not a real false dichotomy because you've fabricated a selective version of the word flat to fit what you want it to fit that no one else is saying when they say flat Earth. That's why it's a troll, it's a straw man, it's bad faith.
It's just an argument. It's just an argument.
It's a fake one.
Okay.
Are you sort of suggesting then that there's no argument that can be made to falsify flat?
You have no argument when you use that definition.
No, are you saying there is no argument to falsify flat, or
you have no
that particular argument?
You have no argument if you're defining flat.
It is an argument. Just you saying it isn't going to stop it from being an argument.
It's not an argument to anyone because no one.
It is an argument though, Geo. You're not going to stop it from being an argument. I'm not really, right? Because I mean, it is an argument, like I'm saying, but it's not the only argument to falsify flat. And I don't think anybody's ever claimed that it is the only argument to falsify flat. It's just two simple modus tollens that were put together to show a false dichotomy. Now, as you will find out, I don't know how many people are watching now. Probably not many. But there is an argument coming that will falsify flat as well. In a different way. There's many arguments that can be made to falsify something that isn't true. That's how you are able to make these arguments. Because you can't make arguments to falsify something that is true. It doesn't work. Logic won't allow it. It would be proven false. It would be able to be proved false. The argument that is to falsify something that is true. You can't make arguments to falsify something that's true. It's not how it goes. I wouldn't be making these arguments if they weren't actual arguments. I don't want to deceive anybody. And I don't think you can use logic, or you probably can. I don't think you should use logic to lie to people. That's why you make the arguments as simple as possible. Lay them bare for people to see. That's the idea of advanced simplicity. Nobody has a purpose for upsetting anybody or trying to falsify something that's true. That's, sophistry. And that would be blatant, right? All it would take would be a logician of a higher quality, right? Or maybe not. Maybe it's dead simple. You can just point these things out when you've got a little bit of logos.
It's not, because nobody's using the word flat in that way. So you're not arguing with anyone. You're just punching at apparitions.
Yeah, it's just an argument. It's bad. But it still exists as an argument.
As something you fabricated, and you project and troll other people as if they're saying that when they're not saying that.
This isn't a valid rebuttal to that argument.
It's not a rebuttal, because that's not what they're saying. If you were to be genuine, you'd have to understand what they're saying and then make an accurate argument.
I made the argument. See, this is another point. Geo says you have to be genuine with what they're saying. I don't. It's my argument. I made it. I didn't make it for anybody else. I made it to falsify a claim that was made. And that's what you can do with these arguments. It's as simple as that. I don't think Geo should be putting people off from forming arguments. If this is stunting any one person from making an argument for themselves, then Geo's to blame. Being deceptive. He's not helping anybody doing what he's doing here. Defending an argument, a falsification of something, as though it's not an actual falsification of the argument that it's made to be. It's a falsification of the Earth being flat, because somebody claimed that the Earth was flat. It's not. I made the argument, Geo. Me.
Yeah, you just fabricated it and no one says it.
I made the argument.
All right, you're going to keep interrupting. Go ahead, Hamrise.
Okay, so here's my question. Is it better now? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's well, I don't know. You know, hey, I'm in IT, and can I get my microphone? There you go. Irony. Yeah. But here's a question for you, Gio. So let's say, like I said to you, you're standing far, far, far away from Earth. Okay. And let's say we go with a flat. Okay. If you stand far, far, far away, and you're looking from the side, you're not going to see a disk.
I don't know that there is a side. I mean, it's like the floor of the whole realm.
Yeah, the floor, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, like you're saying some kind of God view, like outside of the
exactly.
realm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, God view. Yeah, God view. Yeah, exactly. God view, like a million miles away. This stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, that implies that there's like a side to the Earth where the land ends.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it a disk, though. It's like the floor. It seems like so.
Okay. And then if it's, let's say, if it's not flat, what we understand now, what will we see? Okay, God view again.
If it's what? If it's not flat?
If it's not flat, if it's not flat, i.e., if it's just a normal globe, what would you see if you're standing far, far, far away? Like, you know, when I say standing far, far away, as in space 300,000 kilometers away. Okay, God view, what would you see if the Earth was not flat, or the globe as we understand it? You would see like a ball, a circle? Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, what? I think this guy's just reversed that back on Geo. He's trying to give Geo the God view, but what does Geo say? What would you say when that's there you go?
Okay, God view, what would you see if the Earth was not flat, or the globe as we understand it? You would see like a ball, a circle? Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah. Sure, because Geo's good at doing the God view shit. So Geo's going to see a ball. Want to hear it again? This is Geo.
Like, you know, when I say standing far, far away, as in space 300,000 kilometers away.
300,000 kilometers?
Okay, God view, what would you see if the Earth was not flat, or the globe as we understand it?
I think he thinks 300,000 kilometers is God. That's where the God view is. Interesting.
We see like a ball, a circle? Is that correct?
Sure.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Says Geo.
A globe, it'd be a sphere, yeah.
Exactly. So, what would you answer to that question? Do you answer to that question?
Yeah, come on, Geo.
I think he's a globe earther.
No way. No fucking way. You can have it.
Think he's a globe earther. What?
I think he's a globe earther.
Think he's a globe earther? Geo!
Yeah, but when that guy asked him, it was a side-on view, right? 300.
Yeah. What did he see?
Right?
He'd
Like,
see a ball.
and he asked Gio, and he's like, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, would see a ball, circle. Yeah, sure. That's
Is that
Geo.
what they just were.
Massive
And
gap.
then-
I think. What does he say here? He says.
Do you answer to that question?
What would you answer to that question?
Do you answer to that question?
Would you answer to that question? And Geo's answer is.
I think he's a globe earther.
I think he's a globe earther. Now,
but he
ECV.
answered the question.
That's ECV. Yeah, I think he wanted him to clarify it. you know, just to say it. Because he just said, yeah, sure. Didn't he?
No
Wait,
way.
do you believe 'tis globe? Do you actually believe 'tis globe? Have you been?
I know
Have I been
Tisco.
fooled?
I know.
'Tis.
I have no need for belief. I have a knowing. I know.
I have it. Yeah, like that.
Because I know what globe is. I have a definition for the globe. And that's how I can prove it. As I assume everybody else does too.
Everyone's got their own personal definition
of globe.
For the globe.
They have their own personal globe too. Because you know where it exists?
Locally.
Through these
In the
Euclidean
hearts of every
thoughts in
child.
your
And...
mind.
Oh, yeah.
All of the Euclidean things that you've seen in your mind will go to make a picture of your globe, right? You've not got anything else to put on the globe. You can only do what you've done in reality. All of that shit goes on it. It goes on everybody's.
I think me and Tora got addicted to saying in reality because of you. We'll just cut each other off in the middle of a claim and we'll say, yeah, in reality. And then and someone else will be like, yeah, in reality, of course.
It is good to keep reminding yourself to say that, right? Because sometimes you can, well, you'll find that other people do drift off into non-local.
Hang on. That deserves a thanks, Bev.
Thanks, Bev. Yeah, it's a sobering
Bev.
thought. I found myself talking to my partner, and I don't want to get into the details of what we're talking about, but I said, yeah, we're going to do this, and then I just found myself saying in reality, and it was a very sobering thought. It was.
Good.
You can have it.
But he is though. I mean, he always says it's a real globe, and he makes all these globe arguments. Like, seems like he is. I mean, maybe he's
Yeah, I think he, you know.
Right, so you can't make globe arguments, you know, unless you're in reality, right? I know these guys maybe don't have any arguments, and that's what they're jealous of.
Oh, I think he thinks Superman can win Hulk. Sure.
Yeah, I will pay you to give him about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go along with the false dichotomy. Did he say I'll pay you to kick him?
Yeah, I will pay you to give him.
Give him.
Yeah, I will pay you to give him about that.
Give him. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I mean, I'll go along with the false dichotomy, right? But not the dogmatic globe. I've got proof. I cannot live on the dogmatic globe because, dogmatic, innit? I've got proof in reality, so therefore it has to be the real globe with proof.
All right, but when you say real globe, a globe is a sphere.
Well, we've got a false dichotomy set up, haven't we? It's either flat or globe, and it's definitely not flat. That's one thing I can be absolutely certain of, right? I can look at mountains and safely say that mountain is not flat. Now, I may be in a privileged position to be able to see elevation changes.
Right, but Bev, this is why I'm telling you what you're doing. Okay, nobody in this community that uses the word flat earth is saying that there's not mountains and valleys.
Yeah,
So
but you seem to want to say that mountains are
no
flat.
one's
And
saying that.
I mean, no, yeah, I know. But I'm just saying I personally can't say the earth is flat because I know that mountains aren't flat. I just consider it a contradictory sort of thing for me to be...
You've made up that contradiction because you don't understand how the word's being used.
I've made up the contradiction because I'm not going to say that not flat is flat, which is the contradiction that I can't go with.
Let us introduce Bertrand Russell to the crowd.
Yes. I would just point out here, it's at this point where you realise that geo actually wants not flat to be called flat. And if when you want something that's not that to be called that, that's a contradiction.
All right, now let us introduce Wittgenstein to the conversation. No, I'm just joking.
Like,
I
how,
mean,
how
I'm
have I
joking, but not
made
joking.
up that contradiction that he's trying to force onto us? Not flat being flat. Like, can
word
you
games.
make that not a contradiction in any way? Can anyone do that? Because Geo can.
Yeah, within relativism, sure.
True contradictions somehow. He wants it to be
I mean,
like a diletheism with Brenda. She'd be jumping on that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think that's why people like Wittgenstein, kind of went off like,
yeah,
in solitude and then tried to come back in. I don't know. I mean, these things drive people mad.
Yeah, I'm not. There's no way. I'm going to go along with Geo's idea that you can't say that the Earth's not flat because Geo wants not flat to be flat. So that's a contradiction. If you want not flat to be flat, then everything is flat. There is no not flat.
Well, they couldn't even go along with, the cardinal directions.
I know. But this is a blatant, like, you couldn't get much more blatant than this. That Geo's trying to say, I can't go along with the falsification of flat because he wants to say not flat is flat. And that would upset his idea if I was falsifying flat.
Well, it's been a few months ago, but I was in Geo's server and I jokingly said topographical plane. And he was having it. Like, he loved it. Which is an oxymoron.
Yeah.
But, hey, whatever.
And I don't know whether I can get it through to Geo now, right? Because Geo has pretty much stated he can't see the contradiction in wanting something that's not flat to be flat or be included in the flat Earth. Like, we'll just have all of these things that's not flat and we'll put them into the flat Earth. So now they're encompassed by the flat. Shielded by the flat. Put all the not flat in there and hopefully nobody will notice it. And if you do get people to notice the not flat parts, then, send out Geo with his, gaslighting to try and...
Or somebody else to say that the mountains are measured flat.
Well, obviously Nathan Oakley.
I guess.
Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous, but...
It is true. I'll find a clip.
Words
No,
have
mountains aren't
meaning, and when
flat,
people
so
say-
I can't
but when
call
people-
the Earth flat
nobody
because
said
I know
mountains were
mountains
flat.
aren't flat.
Nobody said mountains were flat. If you were to zoom out from the Earth from a very far
I
perspective,
can't zoom
maybe-
out. I can't do that.
Please don't interrupt. Please
Said
don't
that
interrupt.
the Earth's flat.
We
He
have
didn't
to let
say that
everyone hear both
mountains
of our
were flat.
sides.
He
Even
said
if
that
you're
the
very
Earth's flat.
uncomfortable with what I'm saying,
And the mountains
you must
are
not
part of
interrupt
the
because
Earth.
I have to stop you and say don't interrupt and start over.
He does this a
So
lot.
we want everyone to hear what we're saying and not just have audio chaos and a mess.
Yeah.
So when people say flat Earth, what
Other
they're
people,
referring to
when
is
they
from
say.
not looking at a mountain and pointing at a mountain. They're talking about from a perspective of the entirety of the Earth.
Is that you
So if you were
saying
to-
it, or are you
Please don't
speaking for other
interrupt.
people?
Please don't interrupt. I will mute you if I have to, but I'd like not to mute you so we don't have to do the muting game. Please don't interrupt. I'll probably talk for about 30 seconds. I'll pass the mic and I'll be completely quiet and you can speak. That's how this works. Now, when people talk about flat Earth, if you were to zoom out from maybe an airplane, maybe a high altitude balloon, something like this, very high up, and you were to look at the planar surface, that's what they're referring to. Just like the sheet of paper,
Can you
when
pause
you're
it for a
5
second?
feet away from it on the table, you would say, sure.
Yep.
Didn't the guy ask him to zoom out from a side-on view? What do you see? And do you see like a globe or a sphere? And Geo said, "Yep."
Yep, sure. He'd see a
This
ball.
is weird. This is so weird. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right, well, I've got a clip in it's just coming in the live chat. I will play this for everyone on the YouTubes. Privileged to see this. Just listen to this person, see what he says.
Have been presented to Al-Biruni if he was real and was at the top of this mountain after measuring the mountain flat to go up it and then assume that the measurement he just took is wrong because he's going to curve the ground he just measured as
There we go.
mountain after measuring the mountain flat to go up it and was real and was at the top of this mountain after measuring the mountain flat to go
after measuring the mountain flat. He measured the mountain flat, Al-Biruni. So people do measure mountains flat, and you know, mountains can be flat. They can be measured flat by people that well, people can imagine they measure the mountains flat. See, Geo should have gone with that. Would have been much better, wouldn't it? Rather than trying to incorporate not flat into a flat system, he could have just used Nathan Oakley and Al-Biruni measuring the mountains flat.
I would say he's confused, and in his confusion, this is where the frustration comes in. But that's my guess.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
I
mean,
wrong. Reserve the right to be wrong.
If you're going to be contradictory, you know, then you may as well do it with mountains, innit? Yeah, I mean, can you imagine walking down the road, seeing a mountain, looking at it, saying it's not flat, and then some flat earther come and gaslight you and say that we don't say that? It's like, I don't care what you say. It's still not flat. Yeah, but that's straw manning us. You can't do that. That's not fair. Geo says you're being deceitful. Despicable. Ugh. How dare you misrepresent us like that? Nobody says that.
Well, he does say it because he says like from a God view.
Yeah. Yeah, Geo steelmans any position. But, I mean, this one is he's steelmanning the position of the diletheist, flat earther, that thinks not flat can be
is he
flat.
kind of doing the flatsoid thing where he's like
the table type shit?
Yeah.
He did just see a ball when he went to the God view, but now he's steelmanning the diletheist flat earther position. He's good at that. Sort of an all-rounder. I wonder whether Jeremy thinks Geo's like higher up on him than, you know, in the flat earth debate scenario.
Paper. But when you zoom into that sheet of paper with a microscope, you're going to see all kinds of mountains and valleys. When you
like, if I give you a piece of paper, right, and ask you, where are the mountains and valleys? Will you say, hand me a microscope, or will you, like, look out the window, see the mountains and valleys? Has anyone seen mountains and valleys on a piece of paper with a microscope? I mean, is that what you do with a microscope? I would suggest there's a narrative that Geo's trying to build up. And I don't know whether it's worked in these arenas or whatever as some sort of a tactic for you to be able to make paper not flat by making mountains appear on it by grabbing a microscope. I'm just guessing that's the tactic he's trying to use here. It's a bold move. Let's see if it pays off.
zoom into a human being's perspective, on the ground, there's going to be mountains or valleys. So when people are saying the word flat Earth, they're talking about it from a zoomed out perspective.
Yeah, a microscope and generating mountains with a microscope.
But that's like a reversal of him putting himself in a God view.
It's a God view in it. Yeah. Yeah, it's
Like,
it's a
it's a
sneaky little
non
way of
sequitur.
playing
Yeah.
playing a God view. Yeah.
It's like a non sequitur kind of thing, like where you say, like you could actually get a microscope and zoom in, but you can't zoom out from like what you like in reality what you see.
Yeah, but you don't make mountains by zooming in to a piece of paper. That's not how you make mountains, is it?
No,
like, you're not like, oh my god, there's a mountain there. Like, no, you've just got a fucking microscope on a piece of paper, Geo. For fuck's sake,
I've done my paper making so wrong all these years.
I just read a comment. You guys might enjoy this. This is from a person named Freya. How effing dumb must you be to not understand what, quote, flat, unquote, means colloquially on this globe Earth? How effing dumb must you be not to understand what flat means colloquially on this globe Earth? He's deep in it.
Yeah. Freya, isn't that a female?
I think the goddess is a female, but
it's weird how.
Okay, so she's deep in it.
Yeah, well, who knows?
It's maybe smooth. You know, that's why we said, you know, technically, you can say that the Earth is not flat or smooth, because that sort of does both of the models, doesn't it?
Locked into both.
Fair enough, yeah. To be fair.
Overall surface, that's what they're referring to. Horizontally level. That's what the first definition of flat is horizontally level. That's what they're referring to.
Yeah, but mountains aren't horizontally level either, so. But you know, like if you're gonna do a not that, so the mountains aren't horizontally level, but we can incorporate them into the horizontally level thing. I mean, I don't know what horizontally level is. It sounds like a pleonasm to me, but you never know. Some people might be pushing that.
So once again, when you say that there's mountains and valleys from the zoomed in perspective, you are straw manning the term flat Earth. For everyone who uses it, you're...
See, I think he gets a little bit angry here. The zoomed in perspective. Now, I don't know about you guys or whatever, right? But if I know there's a mountain just down the road, right? And it doesn't matter how far I get away from the mountain, it's not going to go flat. It won't change from being a mountain. No matter how far I get away from it. I can't convince myself that it's going to be flat. Weird that, isn't it? But that's just me. I don't know.
You're straw manning it, and you're using a disingenuous, bad faith approach to fabricate a false dichotomy and then run around thinking that you're above everybody or whatever your tactic is.
Well, that's good. I'll have to get that.
The term flat Earth for every... When you say that there's mountains and valleys...
There you go. When you say... Thank you very much.
When you say that there's mountains and valleys from the zoomed in perspective, you are straw manning the term flat Earth. For everyone who uses it, you're straw manning it, and you're using a disingenuous, bad faith approach to fabricate a false dichotomy and then run around thinking that you're above everybody or whatever your tactic is. I've told you this a million times, and you just keep doing it. I don't think really you deserve to be listened to if you're going to keep harassing people and straw manning the actual position, because nobody in the community is saying what you think it is in your false dichotomy thing you fabricated. Thank you. Go ahead. You have all the time you need.
Yeah. That's good, that, isn't it? Harassing people with a false dichotomy. Can you imagine? 2 modus tollens, not just one fallacious modus tollens like QE's managed to get away with for 5 years. No, I have 2 modus tollens to show a false dichotomy. And that Geo does not like. Well, it's a very real false dichotomy. That's all I can say. And I'm surprised that, you know, logic's so having such an effect on you, Geo. Don't think I've ever seen you like this before.
So you respond with a
Yeah, go. Right, listen to this. Listen to this. This is my response. You may be able to hear a slight smirk on my face when I'm saying this, but, you know, pretend you don't. Well, it's a very real false dichotomy. That's all I can say. And I'm surprised that, you know, logic's so having such an effect on you, Geo. That's it. That's it. I'm surprised that logic is having such an effect on you. 2 arguments, simple arguments. I've not even stated them. I've just stated false dichotomy. And that alone, because Geo already knows the arguments, is enough to set him off on this. And listen now, right? This is where Geo has to start thinking about banning me. Because that, what I just said then, I'm surprised that logic's having such an effect on you. Don't think I've ever seen you like this before.
So you respond with a disingenuous, bad faith ad hominem attack, is what you just did.
A disingenuous, bad faith ad hominem attack. Do you want to hear it again? Do you want to hear it again?
What's the ad hominem?
This is it here. An ad hominem attack. Well, it's a very real false dichotomy. That's all I can say. And I'm surprised that, you know, logic's so having such an effect on you, Geo. Don't think I've ever seen you like this before.
So you respond with a disingenuous, bad faith ad hominem attack, is what you just did. Because you didn't actually address what I said. You just ad hommed and gaslit my character. Interesting to add to your additional disingenuous, bad faith approach.
Not amazing. Geo, the owner of the server, a disingenuous, bad faith thing by saying, I'm surprised, you know, logic's having this much of an effect. That's an ad hominem attack. Amazing. But I mean, it is Geo's debate server or whatever, you know, these are the things. I mean, he has to see these and pull them out, right? Because he can't have people like that talking, you know, just openly about logic and stuff on his Discord server. Oh no, not possible.
You didn't even respond to what I said. You just tried to attack my character, gaslight me, and try to make me sound like I don't understand logic, which was not the case at all. Anyone else listening to this conversation, anyone else, the fact that this is recorded for all of history that's listened to this, will absolutely understand the logic of what I've said.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The third option would be reality, right? Logically.
The real globe.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, if you type in flat Earth, if you look, like they'll say, you know, the mainstream, they'll say, oh, people used to think the Earth is flat. None of them are saying that there wasn't mountains. None of them. Not. You can look at thousands of search results. They talk about, oh, Christopher Columbus, blah, blah, blah. All these different characters, all the ancients, the Aztecs.
Define it for us then,
and
Geo.
they'll use the term flat Earth, and not one of them is using it the way better.
Define it for us, Geo.
I just did.
What? Right, so here's the problem, right? All of those billions of people that came before us never made the argument that I did. It's my argument. And the uniqueness of this argument upsets Geo that much because nobody else has ever made it. He's never even heard this argument before. Not one person in history, right, has ever mentioned to a flat earther that mountains aren't flat. Can you imagine that? So this unique argument that's never been made by anybody else ever before as part of a false dichotomy, Geo has to, you know, do this too. It's the uniqueness. Define flat Earth for us, Geo.
I just did. You want me to do it again?
Yes.
Can you make it logical, like without using flat? Because it isn't flat because we have mountains. So like, what would
That's
be the
also a
logical? Because we're
misusage of
not
the word
contradicting
flat.
yourself.
That's a misusage of the word flat. If you're following Bev's lead, you're now one of the very few people that are doing what he does. You just
No,
misused it as well. Yes, you just
it's
misused
an
it.
equivocation fallacy when you use it, not Bev. Like when you use flat, you're using an equivocation fallacy because you mean something else, right? I'm not
No, I
trying
mean
to
flat.
be in your
Horizontally
side here.
level. No, I mean flat. Horizontally level. With elevation changes.
Horizontally level, exactly.
But
Yeah.
Which is
So
it's
you have
not.
level water.
in
It's
reality.
not. Mountains are not
you
horizontally
have
level.
You have horizontally level water with land
But
coming
not
up out of the water
mountains,
to make
Geo.
some elevation changes.
Yeah, exactly. That's much better, to kind of comprehend. But then you see the false dichotomy, right? Because
No,
it is
absolutely
being set up. It's being set up as flat versus globe. That's the false dichotomy.
That's
So
not
you have to
false.
then be on the side in the debate of flat, and then you're trying to do that by using flat because you've already assumed, I am in a debate flat versus globe. That's the false dichotomy, bro.
No, it's not a false dichotomy. Humans have had what I use the word foundationally planar geometry is often what I'll say. So meaning that there's a foundation of a base planar geometry, meaning you have water that is level, and then you have land, whether the land.
I've got one here, right? It says flat. Something that is flat is level, smooth, or even, rather than sloping, curved, or uneven. Right? So this one says that sloping is not flat. Well, I mean, I don't know how much you trust that. I'd say you could have a slope that's flat. But this doesn't seem to think it is. Curved, I mean, that's not flat. And uneven, like I would say a mountain is a description of an uneven surface. And that would be, not flat when it says that. So you can have a definition of flat by the free.
Well, isn't this also? Can you hear me? Or
Yeah.
yeah, isn't it also like a psychopathic trait to do something like this? Like, I could imagine, like, hey, I'm, but and I don't mean like you're an asshole, but like I mean like in a very friendly way, you're an asshole. Like you don't, I don't actually mean asshole, but I'm just gonna call you asshole from now on. Okay, is that okay with you? Like,
yeah.
What? Like every definition of an asshole is a negative term, but in his mind, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
You're my friend,
there is definitions of flat that says, smooth or level, but it does say not uneven, right? Like bumpy is not flat.
Yeah. And this is the very definition of gaslighting. When you say that the word that you're using doesn't actually mean what the word means, it means something else. Because everybody uses it in another way. Like you feel insane when you are in a situation like this. It's very, and then calls you a gaslighter, where you're not gaslighting anyone. You're just speaking strictly logically in this scenario.
Yeah. I don't know. We're like he's trying to stick to a definition of flat that doesn't include not flat, right? It is weird. But I mean, this is Geo, right? Geo owns a Discord server that's it's facilitating people within the false dichotomy. And obviously he's feeling the heat at the minute because the flat earthers are going less and less. So there's hungry globe earthers that want to be able to battle with people. But the flat Earth community's disintegrating. The flat Earth community can't even talk about sun circles, counter-rotational sun circles. They'll just tell you it never happened. It's not real. They'll tell you that flat, they want flat to be not flat, so that then they can say the not flat bits are actually part of the flat, so that then they can say that the Earth's flat. When everybody knows the Earth's not flat, right? It's been falsified millions of different ways now, but they still won't die. And Geo owns a server that has to bring people in to present flat Earth to McToon, right? McToon's got a job to do. He needs flat earthers around. Geo has to present flat earthers. He doesn't want to have to do it all the time. He doesn't want to have to straw man it. I mean, he's flat earth society. How's he going to get flat earthers to come in if he can't, you know, sort of deal with these sort of issues when people say it's not flat? Compounding the problems he has at the minute within the flat earth community. That's why he's doing this, I think, and you know, gonna give him a break. He's doing his best, trying to keep us surviving on the ridiculous flat earth model.
Land comes
Crazy.
up 5 feet out of the water, 50 feet out of the water. It's coming out of the foundational planar geometry. But the word, you can use the word flat as well. You want me to go read the definitions of flat? They even mention land in the definition of flat. This is what.
Yeah, and we can also maybe use the definition of globe too, right? Just to see that, the two.
Yeah, when they use the word a sphere or a globe Earth, obviously they know there's elevation changes. It's not a perfect sphere. But see, nobody has that issue but Bev and the few people that follow him. No one has that problem.
It's not about a team, bro. We're just trying to be logical, and I'm on the team of logic.
Yeah, so I'll read some definitions of flat. Lying at full length or spread out upon the ground. So that has to do with, like, you take a rug, you lay it out flat, for example. If you zoom into it, of course, there's little fluctuations in that rug, but that's one definition. Here's another one. Having a continuous horizontal surface. That would be the water, and then, of course, you have the elevation changes. But overall, if you were to zoom out from very high above,
Look, he just said then you have the elevation changes. Incorporating elevation changes into it. The exact bit that's not that. He's just put it in that. Geo?
But that's one definition. Here's another one. Having a continuous horizontal surface. That would be the water, and then, of course, you have the elevation changes. But overall, if you were to zoom out...
The elevation changes that make it not a continuous horizontal surface. They're not that. But Geo, no. Let's incorporate the not that into that.
From very high above, the ground is a continuous horizontal surface. Yes, there's little mountains and valleys, but that's not what anyone is referring to when they say flat. And it says right here, having a continuous
Geo, don't
surface,
just brush over that. It's not got a
hold on.
continuous
It says,
horizontal surface.
Let me finish the definition. Having a continuous horizontal surface, and then it says the flat landscape of the prairie.
Yeah, not the mountains.
The landscape of the prairie.
Not the mountains. Like, I mean, come on. Come on. Are you going to allow that? Is people going to allow that? The flat landscape of the prairies. Is there any mountains in the prairies? Would he have the prairies if they were full of mountains? Would they have gone to the prairies? Like, the flat landscape of the mountainous prairie lands. Fuck off.
The mountains are just a fluctuation.
Don't try and incorporate the mountains where they don't exist, Geo.
You're the only one who has this issue. The
I'm
entire
not.
mainstream perspective of the word flat
Holy
Earth
shit.
is what everyone else uses. You're the only one pointing to
There's
mountains
many
and
ways to
saying,
falsify the flat Earth, Geo. Maybe, right? Here's the thing. Maybe there's only me that's calling these fuckers out for trying to make contradictory definitions of things in order to win, because that's the best argument they've got. They've got nothing else. They've got no actual arguments. All they've got is a redefinition, which is strange because that's definition 1. Because if definitions are meaningless, then you can incorporate mountains into the prairies, like Geo does. But this is just the most fucking obvious one.
It's not obvious to anyone other than your deceptive tactics that
You just look at a mountain and say, that's not flat, is it?
Misusing the word flat and being a disingenuous bad faith actor, which you've been doing for years.
That bit's not flat either, is it?
That's an ad hominem now.
Come on.
You're doing the
It's
same
just
thing
the
you're
truth.
accusing him of doing.
It's not really an ad hominem because he's being disingenuous. Everyone in humanity knows what flat Earth means, but him. You know what, Gilly? The only people let me say this, Gilly. The only people other than Bev in this entire community, and I have been in it for over 10 years daily. The only other people in this entire community, other than Bev and his few people that copy him, the only people that have done this were on the 24/7 Flat Earth server. 15-year-old kids used to come in and say, "Oh, you think flat Earth? You think that it's 2D?" Those are the only 2 people in the history of all of humanity that I'm aware of that does this. The 15-year-old trolls that used to joke and saying it was 2D just to troll us and joke with us. And Bev Try Thinking and his few followers who copy him. The only people. The rest of the people that use flat Earth know exactly what we're referring to. What I've been talking about, planar with
just the
elevation changes.
glomies.
Some people use the term topographical plane. There's different terms people use. And then the entire mainstream world, all of them across every continent, in every country, when they say, oh, the ancients used to think the Earth is flat, they also know what is being referred to. It's only Bev and a few 15-year-old trolls. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just me and some trolls who are noticing that mountains aren't flat. Everyone else, be alright. You flat earthers. Yeah. I mean, yeah, mountains. Of course they are. They're there. Yeah.
You have a completely unique argument, Bow. He's never heard it before, like you said.
Nobody in the history of mankind has ever said to a flat earther, that mountain? Are you sure?
It's flat. What's funny too is the next day in the chat, I heard the same rhetoric being said by Jeremy. Same exact thing. Only people that ever said that is 14 and 15-year-olds, and yeah, weird.
Yeah. I guess you know what to say now. I mean, you can chat with anyone. Just try it next time you go out. Just ask somebody. Think that's flat? And if they say, nah, you'd say that's fucking disingenuous. How dare you? Flat earthers don't say that. It works well. The geo approach.
Okay.
The only ones who have this conflict.
But if like when I'm speaking to the people around me, like I point to the sea and I point to that as a flat surface, right? Because I'm surrounded by mountains here where I am. So when we are trying to articulate ourselves and fighting with a carbon-based problem, which is our entity, who we are, like can we evolve from using flat and using topographical plane and stop using flat? Is that a possibility in your mind?
You will not hear me using the term flat very often.
Yeah, you don't want to be going from flat to topographical plane. That's from fucking bad to worse, that. That's a contradiction. That's a 2D, 3D. Or 3D, 2D, sorry. I don't really get them the wrong way round.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to point out that he was completely fallacious and gaslighting, and I was just trying to kind of mitigate the situation. He was just AWOL, man. It was crazy.
Yeah.
He was doing exactly to you what he was accusing you of doing to him, and it was just weird.
It's so weak as well, right? When people hear those sort of conversations, like that's all they tend to hear, little childish bickering, and there's no genuine argument coming, which there obviously would be. You'd have a better response to mountains being flat, surely, if the earth was flat, actually. Like, you wouldn't get that upset about mountains not being flat, surely. You'd be adult. You'd have all your arguments set up. Ha ha! Oh, well, we've had that rebuttal before. But these guys have never even heard of it before. In the history of mankind, nobody has ever surprised a flat earther by saying, that mountain's not flat, surely. That's not what they mean.
I have never referred to myself as a flat earther.
So he's never. Look, he refers to other people, labels other people, all sorts of things. But he gets really upset if you fucking call him. And he's just saying this out of the blue.
I've never referred to myself as a flat earther. I use
Exactly.
I use more technical terms like topographical plane, geometric. I use
More technical terms. Holy shit!
Somebody slap that man, for fuck's sake! Come on.
Yeah.
That don't pretend that a contradictory term is a technical term, because I mean that doesn't work like that. I mean, you could convince the top three debaters, right, that that's a technical term. I would imagine the top grade flat Earth people, with the technical terms. That's great. That we get that.
I use more technical terms like topographical plane, geometric. I use
I
other
brought
terms.
that in there. I feel bad for bringing that into. I was joking when I said it in that room. I was joking, like, topographical plane. Like, Geo's like, yeah.
That sounds good.
like-
We'll take that on.
No, it's an oxymoron. No, it's not. It's like it, except that it is.
Cursed with a use of correct grammar and the identity of the subject, right? Cursed by it.
So I'm already doing that. I've been doing that for at least 8 years.
Yeah, you agree then that it is a false dichotomy. That
No,
saying
no,
that,
absolutely not. It is not a false dichotomy at all. What I think is that the word flat is just not nuanced enough to describe cosmography. It's not a nuanced enough term.
Wow. Flat's not nuanced enough. Wow. Man, you still go along with it, even though you're
And
contradictory.
it also has kind of the social stigma to it because of the all of those factors. But that doesn't mean that the way everyone's using it is a false dichotomy at all. It's just a dichotomy. Humans since the dawn of time have had a planar, flat earth, etc., whatever term you want to use. Everyone in the world knows what it means except for Bev and the few people. That is one, and then there's the globe.
It's not a true dichotomy, though, is it, Geo?
Let me finish. I guess there's concave, but for the most part, there is the planar, flat, etc., or globe. It is just a dichotomy. It's not false. It's just a dichotomy. It's just two shapes, two layouts of the cosmos that have been discussed since the dawn of time. Well, the globe is more recent, and I guess.
I don't know if this is a...
And it also has kind of the social stigma.
Yeah, you agree then that it is a false dichotomy. That
No, absolutely not.
No.
It is not a false dichotomy at all. What I think is that the word flat is just not nuanced enough to describe cosmography. It's not a nuanced enough term. And it also has kind of the social stigma to it because of the all of those factors. But that doesn't mean that the way everyone's using it is a false dichotomy at all. It's just a dichotomy. Humans since the dawn of time have had a planar, flat earth.
You're going to guess that the social stigma is people like Nathan Oakley, Flatsoid, Jeremy, Geo.
So is he a secularist?
He doesn't call himself a flat earther.
Yeah, but like he's on about the consensus of a group of people.
Yeah, he's the Steelman King, isn't he? He's the individual can imagine that their voice is the voice of the majority, so therefore,
holy shit,
an individual's voice can become the consensus. I mean,
Buster, I think the word you're looking for is a subjectivist. So like that's like in subjective morality, they'll say what everyone
Yeah.
agrees on. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
subjective.
know-
But I don't know if he is.
Yeah,
I think
we know
he,
about
yeah, he
that
has
too. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, let's maybe. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just like, yeah. It's so
No,
hard
you're
to
good.
figure
There
these
are
things
people who
out.
do believe that, though, right? There are people who do believe in subjective, quote unquote, morality, where it's, minimize suffering, maximize happiness, and that's how you minimize bad, evil, and you maximize good. Yeah, they believe it's that. But I don't know if he's a subjectivist. I don't think he is.
Are you sure?
I don't think he is, but I can't talk for other people. You'd have to talk to him.
Well,
I've heard him
you
say
kinda
like
judge people.
Christianity is Jewish philosophy. So, and then he keeps talking about karma and stuff, and I just asked him if that isn't just like Pachit philosophy or something, and he stopped that thing.
Yeah, I don't think Geo has anything of his own. Whenever you ask him what he thinks, he'll always talk about another model or what they say. I don't think there's actually anything of Geo in there. There's just how he can work the system or whatever to manipulate, like a chameleon. Right? He doesn't know what he is himself. He just picks up all of these different things off other people. Mainly,
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Yeah, probably because he's got no individual thought of his own, and he has to just.
I've had long, deep conversations with him. I think he's a very thoughtful guy.
Have you?
Yeah. One night we had like a 6-hour long conversation, just me and him. It was good. He's a thoughtful guy. I think maybe unlike the flat globe thing, he's kind of like locked in that it has to be one or the other, and
That's false. That's a false dichotomy.
Yeah.
right. Well, there's a majority of the people in this arena think that though. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point of
I know.
this conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I wouldn't say that he's I don't think he's a subjectivist, and I think he's a bright guy. I think.
Well, I'd say that I've never had that chance because whatever it is that's in Geo has blocked him from having that sort of a conversation with me. Because there's no way
I've
I
seen this
couldn't
with a
even
bunch
have
of
a
people. They
chance.
have this. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was gonna say they have this idea about you that I've just never experienced. I've spoken to you a couple times.
That's that's a wall you put up. Like, for what reason though? Like, if you can't have a conversation with somebody on a real basis, that's a wall that you've put up, that you can't have a real conversation with them because of whatever you've got going on in your head. Like, this is like, now we're talking about psychology, but like, if me and what's your name? The Galactrix.
Galatrax.
Sorry. If me and you were having a conversation, let's say I could let my guard down and we could have an honest conversation about things and go, you put forth your ideas, I put forth mine, but like, it takes this whole, I could be wrong about this. Well, if Bev comes in with these questions and you can't let your guard down enough to go, oh, okay, maybe I could be wrong about this thought I'm having about cardinal directions. It's like what are you supposed to do with that? Like, where do you go? They obviously go to, oh, you're disingenuous and all these things. That's not a thoughtful conversation, because an actual thoughtful conversation relies on you being honest with yourself and a bit of humility to say, "Oh, I could be wrong about that, maybe." And like
Yeah, I
even
don't
Aristotle.
feel. Okay, bro.
Sorry, just one last thing. Even I think it was Aristotle. Don't quote me on that. Said the mark of a intelligent mind is being able to entertain a thought without accepting it. So like if you can't just even entertain a thought without like in a conversation with somebody, like where is that supposed to go?
Well, when you've got something you do every day, like let's say you're a guy that goes on walks every day, or let's say you're a guy that plays tennis every day, you enjoy it, you get pretty good at it, it becomes a part of your identity. You're a player of tennis. Now, whether or not these people identify, as a flat earther or a globe earther, they definitely view themselves as a debater in the flat earth, globe earth paradigm, the fight, right? And they do it every day. And if they do it every day and they're in this debate, whether you guys consider it a false dichotomy or not, I would agree that it's a false dichotomy, but they definitely don't. And most people definitely don't. So, the guy who plays tennis every day, he considers himself a tennis player. So then if you're going to take tennis away from him, you're taking away his identity too.
Nobody's doing that. That's not what's happening, is it?
That's what I was going to say, was that a tennis player falls within the rules of tennis. Like there's like the scoring rules and the outline of all that stuff. Like that's one thing, but like a debate, it's the same. They're like not the same rules for tennis, obviously, but like in a debate it's like an actual thing. It's similar, like it's analogous to sport. Like there are outliners, for this, like to debate. And I think it's just gotten urbanized, for lack of a better term.
Okay, so let's say that there's two groups of people and they're playing what they call tennis. And they might not be abiding by the rules of tennis. They might be playing it a different way than what you'd consider the rules of tennis. They still consider that to be their identity. They still consider themselves to be playing tennis. And that's still just as much a part of their identity as it would be if they were playing tennis by your standard, right? So my point is, I know you're not taking away anything, but you can see how they view that as a threat, right? Like they view it as a threat to their identity.
How do you walk into a tennis court to play tennis with somebody that has a whole other idea of how to play tennis?
You could play their tennis, or you can get yelled at by everybody because you're not playing by their rules, see?
Yeah, but
and
you
that's
still
what
have
happens.
to agree on terms on what's going to go on. And if you don't agree on terms, that's game over.
Of course, but if they've all been playing tennis the same way, let's say for 10 years, and there's let's call it Team Flet and Team Glurb, and they've got and they both agree on terms, and they'll say we play like this, and you say, hey, like I played tennis pretty professionally, I know how to do that, and this isn't how you play it. We've been playing like this for 10 years. How dare you suggest we change what we've been doing? This is who we are, right?
Yeah,
That's what I mean. I'm just trying to give empathy to these.
Yeah, but
people
what you're doing there is you're calling that like the tournament, right? And nobody else can enter the tournament that they're playing in because nobody else knows their rules. Well, that's on them, right? They've got a little narrow group of people which they have to train within their particular brand of tennis in order to keep their little tournament going. And that's all we're saying
you get it, though, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, like you guys, that's what they're doing. They've said, you get out of our tennis club. Don't be bringing your tennis game here. And it's like, but this is just the normal stuff in it. And you go,
I've actually heard it, and I know Bev's heard it, I'm sure. Come on, play the game.
Yeah.
Like
literally.
Quote unquote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quote unquote. Come on, dude. Just play the game.
Yeah, I mean they do think that there's a way that things are done. There's either Team Flirt and Team Glurb, and if you say I don't agree, I'd like to do it a different way. They say we've been doing it this way for 10 years, and this is who we are. We've gotten pretty good at Team Flirt. We've gotten pretty good at Team Glurb in our opinions.
I think that's what Wittgenstein was trying to point out is the word games and you know, like getting outside of how things are defined and the identity within logic. When you start grading the lines, like within logic, there's the what is it? The law of the excluded middle. But they want to live in that gray area of
arbitrariness.
Well, yeah, arbitrary. So like, I mean this term this way, you mean it that way, but they'll still have a conversation even though they're not agreeing on terms. And like when you're trying to like point out, I'm talking about this, they can't even grasp the fact like you're trying to agree on terms.
Yeah, when we came into this arena, we all came into this arena, the main topic was to point out to them that you guys are sort of arguing past the point, and the point was that one group allowed this group to think that level was a circle, and the other group allowed the other ones to think it was straight, and they were arguing past it as though it was a given for either side. But you can't enter a geometric conversation if you've both got contradictory positions about a same thing. The identity of level had two opposing identities, and they thought nothing of it. They allowed it for each other and thought that they could continue talking. But as we found out, and as you will find out through the conversations that we've had, that a lot of people consider level to be the actual decider for the shape of the earth for the people that are in this arena, but they were just handing that off to each other without even realizing it. Much like they didn't realize the North Point has such a big problem.
Well, that's the least of their problems. We delved on the more like intricate problems with horizontal. Like there are people that will actually say you could, in reality, make a horizontal line, and if you took a ball to the very outside of that horizontal line, it's a straight line, it's horizontal, the ball will roll
to the middle.
To the middle.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? Like that's where we're at.
Some people think that, other people don't think that, but they've been allowing it of each other all the way along, arguing past it. Well, you can't say arguing, bickering past it without even noticing it.
Bickering, yeah.
And they've been doing it for years. And Geo's just showing here how they all will allow it of each other. Now, Geo has a let's say a flat pass with McToon. He's allowed to do what he wants because he has got a server where there are people that are going to be flat earthers that he can feed to McToon. And there's a connection there. All of the Globe guys are going to need these sort of stuff. But it's going to be bringing in PhDs and all sorts of stuff now, because that's where they're going to have to go. They're going to have to elevate their conversations and stuff. Whereas Geo, he's still low level. He's still at the grade where they're talking about mountains. Unfortunate, but I mean, everybody in this arena, get ready. This is what you've got to expect. This is it. From now on in. These are the rules being set for the arena. You either play the game or you're not going to be allowed to enter the conversation. And the conversation...
Banned from the park.
Yep. Get out of the club. Get out of our club.
Earth, etc., whatever term you want to use. Everyone in the world knows what it means, except for Bev and the
Everyone
few people.
in the world.
That is one, and then there's the globe.
It's not a true dichotomy, though, is it, Geo?
Let me finish. I guess there's concave, but for the most part, there is the planar, flat, etc., or globe. It is just a dichotomy. It's not
where
false.
It starts getting
it's just a dichotomy. Now. It's just two shapes, two layouts of the cosmos that have been discussed since the dawn of time. Well, the globe is more recent, and I guess concave if you want to invert a globe.
Here we go. You should know, Geo. Geo should know this.
Dichotomy. It's not false. It's just a dichotomy. It's just two shapes.
What? Anyone know? What are the...
It's just two shapes.
What are the two shapes? Anyone?
No, they said flat's not a shape.
Yeah. Really?
It's just two shapes.
What's two shapes? The false dichotomy? Flat and globe? That's the two shapes? Geo, see, like, Geo's got the flat pass. He's allowed to do this sort of stuff. He can get away with it. Normal people wouldn't get away with that. Flat's not a shape. Is it? A plane's not a shape. But Geo, he's been in it 10 years.
It's just two shapes, two layouts of the cosmos that have been discussed
10
since the
years.
dawn of time. Well, the globe
Still
is more
thinks
recent.
flat's a
and
shape.
I guess concave if you want to invert a globe. That's it. It's not false. It's just a dichotomy of shape, of layouts, of geometry.
And everybody hates Bev because he keeps appealing to reality.
Nobody hates him for
Everybody
that.
hates him.
People have issues with him because he is a disingenuous, bad faith, harassing, trolling individual, and that's why he doesn't have people go to his server.
Like harassing, I mean, come on. Like, the way Geo's going there, you'd literally think that, you know, I go round harassing people. I mean, Geo just thinks you saying that mountains aren't flat is harassing flat earthers. So that's a bit, you know, but this is the way Geo wants to portray this thing. Harassing. You can now harass flat earthers by saying the earth's not flat and presenting an argument. That is harassing. It's 2025 and Geo has got a Discord server where he talks about flat earth and globe earth. In fact, he steelmans both arguments, but thinks it's harassing to come up with an argument that the earth is not flat. Tut, tut, tut.
No one goes to talk to him, and he comes here to harass people nowadays. That's why. People don't hang out with him because he is a harassing, trolling individual. That's why. It's not because he has some
It's not
amazing
because
logic.
people like Geo exist,
some
right?
mind-blowing logic that's blowing all of our socks off. Nobody wants to talk to him because of his disingenuous character.
Yeah, okay. I understand I'm talking to the owner of the server, so I'll stop.
That has nothing to do with being an owner of a server. Has absolutely nothing to do with that.
Well, you do realise that Gilly and I have had a conversation, Geo, right? Like an actual conversation.
Oh God.
Like I can.
Yeah, this is this is after we'd had a conversation, not before, right? So it doesn't work once you've already had a conversation that's been like a proper conversation. That, you know, like it might have worked beforehand if, you know, like Gilly hadn't have had a conversation with us. It might have been completely different. He might have had a really bad idea of, you know, like who we are and what we do over here. But luckily enough, the conversation had happened first before he got a chance to see this.
Just say for me, like when I first heard about this, it caused me the most frustrating anger I have ever felt in my life. I was completely immobile for 3 weeks. I didn't want to go to work. I didn't know, it was just horrible to get this information, right?
When you heard
So,
what? Something.
You should have said, when I heard you talking to Bev, Geo. That would have been, that would have been good.
That would have been good. But I'm basically meaning like hearing
Yeah,
this,
I know,
this
yeah.
false dichotomy that I thought was revolting everything in my life. But then I entered that arena, and it took a while to realize how stupid both sides are.
Yeah, that is liberating, isn't it? Once you first start and the frustration and all of that, and you enter the arena and you find people arguing and all of that, but once you then find the clarity of the false dichotomy, it sort of makes it all make sense.
Yeah.
Gives you the chance
It's
to be
like-
able to work a shit out for yourself then, and not rely on all of these people bickering backwards and forwards, pretending they're fucking experts on shit that they know nothing about.
yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like going to the bar for the first time and not watching the football game or something. It's and everybody's wearing the t-shirts and like it's never changing. Everybody's watching the football game, but nobody's playing it. And nobody's.
I've made
Yeah.
the same analogy. You like when you can go to a game and just enjoy the game for the game. Like you're not cheering for a team. You can just enjoy. Well, I don't know if it's the same analogy you're making, but I see it.
No, I feel
certain
like
way.
Bev is walking into the bar and he's turning off the TV and talking to people like men. Come on,
yeah.
guys.
Oh, yeah.
Snap out of it.
Yeah, just turning the game off completely and going, "Hey guys,
Yeah.
let's have a meaningful conversation." Yeah.
Should we create a revolution and actually do something, guys? What's going on here?
Yeah. I would totally agree with that.
Something Bev Try Thinking told you?
No. Don't add Bev to it. It's way before Bev.
You should have said, yeah. Yeah, fucking revelation. Because that's
Yeah,
what
but I was
Geo's
just
got in his
referencing-
mind, right? As you're saying that, Geo's still thinking you're talking about me because that's all he's got in his head. You're trying to tell him something about that, actually affected you in this arena, right? But he can't think of it like that. Look.
I didn't want to go to work. I didn't know, it was just horrible to get this information, right?
When you heard
So-
what? Something Bev Try Thinking told you?
No. Don't add Bev to it. It's way before Bev. It's just an observation of my experience when I was confronted with a truth that kind of blew my mind and made me feel horrible, right?
What was the
And
truth?
what I notice in others, both from Nathan Oakley, QE, all these guys that have been, doing this, they all hate Bev for a reason, but I don't. I don't hate him, but I try to understand where he's coming from, and where I see is that he causes cognitive dissonance in everyone around him because he's proposing a third option, which would be reality. And if we can actually work together and figure it out together. But that's the only where I am. I don't have animosity for you or for anyone in this community, except for, people that are obviously always going through the same script over and over and over again and never evolving their intelligence.
All right, then
That
we
was
have
good.
very
That
different
was,
perspectives, and I mean, we have very different perspectives then, and I mean, I'm not trying to insult you, Bev. I'm really not, but I am trying to be very clear. I'm just trying. I mean, disingenuous is a thing. I think what you're
What
doing
a
is disingenuous
hippie,
because I think you actually do
dippy
know how people use
bullshit.
flat Earth. I really think you do. Everybody knows how you use it, how the word is used in culture.
Right, I mean, I have to keep saying this over and over and over again. I've actually done surveying. And I know how auto levels work, and levels, you use a level to an elevation change. So I would be fucking ridiculous if I were to say that measuring those elevation changes with a level was measuring it flat, that's just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's exactly the opposite. I'm not going to say that. And no surveyor would. I've said that to Flatside. Said it to Nathan Oakley. Said it to Geo as well. Surveyors would not measure the earth flat. None of them would say that they do. And not just because it's a fucking stigma. Because they don't measure it flat. Fucking stupid.
I just talked to surveyors this morning. We went in. We were, of course, it's underground mining. The unit was pulling out, and the surveyors were sitting there, and we were talking. They were like, we got to go in and do the final survey and get elevations. And it's like, I wanted so bad to go, you're gonna measure it flat. I mean, I didn't say that, but I'm thinking, like, but they know, like, elevation. It's on the vertical plane. Like, these guys know because they're citing a freaking plumb bob. Anyway,
yeah,
weird. Just a weird.
You can joke with them once you get on the team, right? But not before, because they'll be like, no, that fucking guy's a fucking weird flat earther. He was going measured flat. Wink, wink. It's like, no, he's a little bit fucking weird, that guy. Wait until you're on the team.
I've been around construction sites almost my entire work career, and that terminology has never, like, I don't even know why anybody would come up with that terminology outside of a religious, cultish sort of, following sort of thing. I don't know.
Measured flat.
It's weird.
Right? Flat. Or even flat. When was the last time you used flat?
Well, I tend to more think of measured something. Like, what would you put after measured besides flat?
Definitely not flat.
Yeah, no, I know.
Measured distance.
Measured distance, measured linear, measured, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a number of things, but measured flat, like, I don't get it.
When was the last time you used the word flat?
Me? Just as a descriptor of, like,
as a use, yeah, rather than rather than the earth's not flat. Saying something isn't that, because that's all we have to do around here is that,
Well, I think we've missed the boat on this one. We've been on about dogmatic globe. I think it's even worse on the other side, the dogmatic
flat earth.
Flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's more of what we've been missing, like dogmatic flat earth. Like, I don't know how you phrase it or whatever, but I think that's more dangerous. I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to be insulting to you, but I am trying to be very, very strong in my wording because, I mean, Gilly, I would say you and I have very different perspectives. If you think Bev has some amazing realities blowing your socks off, fair enough. I'll tell you that most people in the community don't get frustrated with Bev because he's blowing their minds into some cognitive dissonance thing. It's because he's purposefully misusing the words and then trying to entrap people and then trying to harass people with his definition of the words that nobody else was even using. And he won't just admit the actual colloquial common usage of how these terms are being used.
Stop that.
That's why people get frustrated with him. That's why.
That's it. He's on about the colloquial use of words. So that's the Bertrand Russell, like
team lingo,
like relativism. The lingo, yeah. Like, and I mean, if you can't accept the colloquial use of words, then you like fuck off, basically.
Yeah, it's the cult. That is the cult.
Yeah.
You have to use these words of the colloquial words. These are our terms. Don't be bringing those other terms in here. These are the words that we use.
Yeah, we use these words colloquially. Like, And not like if you go out in the real world and ask somebody if they know what colloquial means, guaranteed they won't know what it is. Guaranteed. I've only heard that word here. Matter of fact, I used it at work one time. This was like a few years ago. You heard me tell the story, and I used that word colloquial, and the guy was like, "What? What was that?" I said, "Colloquial." He was using that term colloquially. And he was like, and they dragged another guy in that had an English major in college. And they were like, dude, what's that word? Colloquial. He's like, I've never heard it before. Had an English major.
Yeah.
Never heard the term colloquial. So like, yeah.
Yeah, here's the words that you should use, and these are the way that we have to use them. If you don't use them like this, then you're not allowed in this community. Off you go.
Yep.
Why nobody goes to his server and goes to his shows anymore, and that's why he doesn't have panels anymore, because nobody wants to go listen to that.
Nobody. And it's hardly surprising, is it? But to be honest with you, the way you get treated, I don't want to bring that many people in here. You've got to make sure that you're as strong and you understand what's going on. Otherwise, this arena will eat you up. And I've never really wanted to be in this arena. It just so happened that these are the people that we were talking to. You know, there's a lot of good people around here. And particularly in this arena, right, we seem to be a catch-all for the people that don't actually fit in this arena. I mean, if you fit in the arena, you're quite good. You can be pally with McToon or fight the flat earth and go and have coffee with Brenda, or you can go and chat with Geo. But don't think you can go and chat with Geo and then go and have a word with Nathan Oakley and then go and have a chinwag with QE, pop over to go and see Pete and Pete, maybe have a word with Witsit, talk with Shane. Don't think that you can do that, because they're all individual groups with their own colloquialisms. And if you don't follow each of their particular things, they'll kick you out of them. I know.
I'm questioning whether we should have him here, because it's night after night harassing everybody here. And doing what he does here.
He decided that
I'm wondering whether we should continue to allow it here. So he may lose his last opportunity to just talk to people in the community by doing his act here.
I did.
Because of the level of this. Anyway, so we have very different perspectives. I don't think he's blowing anyone's mind on reality, in my opinion. If you think he is, that's fine. He can go find some other people to talk to. Everyone else in the community knows what he does, and he gets under people's skin because of this disingenuous approach and the harassing and pushing and forcing that he does, and continually frames it in a way that nobody else is framing it, and they have to keep trying to correct him, and he'll keep framing it. Then he'll do little ad homs and his little harassing. Oh, you're in a false dichotomy. You're so lost. You're so confused. He gaslights them that you're in this false dichotomy, and he's not in it, and he has the real proofs, and it's a whole game, dude. It's a whole game, bro. If you can't see it, I don't know what to tell you. Talk to everyone else in the community. They'll let you know. Anyone else who's known him.
Yeah. Like, I'm not a group thinker. I don't try to abide.
Or what you can do is come in here and have a chat. Maybe get a glimpse of a proof that you can gain for yourself. Perhaps. Or you go and have a word with Gio. You go and join the hate squad, where everybody tells everybody how they dislike stuff, but nobody ever comes over and asks for the proof or anything.
You say that, but me and the group that I spend most of my time with, me, Gilly, Tora, and Chris, we couldn't help but come over here.
There's like that. Lots of people have said that. Elder Bear said, Nathan Oakley said to him, like, don't go over there and support Bev. Don't unsubscribe. And Elder Bear went, I'm going to have to go and have a word with him over there just to make sure.
Elder Bear, how dare you go against Nathan Oakley? How dare you?
See, I caught it before all that. Like, I was in the after show in the science versus pseudoscience, listening, just waiting for this, it's a phrase I heard. the ring of truth, you know, like, and it was Bev and Spot On, which he's not been around much, but like they came in and they were doing their thing, like just reality. And I thought, oh, like that, like I need that, you know.
Uphill Rivers it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was
Zanuck with
Zanuck
uphill
and his
rivers
uphill
and the
rivers.
balls rolling inward on a horizontal plane.
I wanted to jump in for a second. I only have a second. I just want to say, Bev, it's been like since 2020 that I've been hanging out here. And I think I'm the only one that still calls myself a flat earther, but you made me change it to a not flat earther. All because I live right beside mountains, for fuck's sakes.
In NFFE, okay.
Yeah, but that just shows that you're contradictory. I mean, that's
I know.
that's terrible.
I don't mind. I know, but I know it's not flat.
I know you can't drop the flat. That's your problem,
I
Rob.
can.
We know.
I know. I got many problems, but thanks for allowing me to be here.
Yeah, nobody like that's one of the things that Geo tries to say is that, you know, I'm against flat earthers. I'm not. I've never have been. I came in to sort of help them because I realised that they were going to be called child abusers. But they
I didn't like when
realise
Gio
it.
asked if you talk to your kids like that. I really didn't like that.
Well, I mean, you guys might know, or you've heard me talk to me kids. They're in here. They're quite often we're having chats.
Yeah, but I think he was trying to imply something.
Yeah, of course he was.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, that's how he is. That's how this arena's like that entirely. That's what it's built upon. The reason why they all have this idea of me is because that's what everybody does in the arena. They all talk shit about me. The amount of things that, you know, it's been claimed that I've said that I've never said. And like Geo there with the disingenuous. I've never been disingenuous at all. Try to present arguments with a smile on my face too, right? You know, I think that's what upsets them.
By, you know, extraditing people because they pissed me off. But, you know, when I try to be logical, a lot of people hate me. So I understand that.
I mean, on the positive side, I think Bev has some good stuff at times. There's some good geometry stuff. Many of us have kind of reminisced of the old days when Bev used to, you know, bring some different things to the table. I mean, he's got some good stuff that he's brought.
Geo, right?
He's such a.
We tested it out.
Good boy.
It was the first place we ever. Well, we were doing it. We practiced it and put the auto level on the, you know, on the camera and put the camera into the Discord so people could see what you could see through the auto level out there on the beach. And we went to show them how far you could see with the auto level, and because there had been a claim that you can mark down an accuracy of 1 second. Right, but the guy that made the video that claimed the accuracy of the 1 second is one of the only existing videos on the internet that claims that verticals aren't parallel. So really what we were doing was falsifying the surveyor who claimed that he could measure that verticals weren't parallel. But nobody actually bothered about that because the Blue Marble scientists decided that there was a Blackpool Tower in the distance. And like Geo was there. Geo saw it. It was the first ever surveying through Discord. And I don't think it's ever been done before. It's been done on this server quite a lot, but nobody else has ever put a camera on an auto level and broadcast that camera into Discord so people can see what it actually looks like through the lens of an auto level.
Jesse Patholite might do that if we asked him. He probably has all of the equipment.
You reckon?
Bev, after Geo says this, everyone calms down, everyone's cool, and it's happy ever after, or what happens here?
What now?
You know, when he says on a positive note, and then it settles down. You guys have a regular conversation after.
I don't think so.
Oh, no. No.
Alter Bear enters the chat.
Yeah.
But I mean, this constant trying to just say it's not flat and do this whole game, it's very off-putting to virtually everyone. So I don't know if he's gonna
off-putting
have
to
anyone
all of the
talk to at
flat
some point
earthers
if
when you
he
go
keeps
in
that
there
game
and
up. If he could just
make
drop that game, go back to what he
arguments that
did
it's not
years
flat,
ago when he
that
would talk about geometry and
flat
cool
earthers
things,
can't
maybe
actually
it would
go
be better.
against.
Don't worry,
Yep.
Bev. I'll always talk to you.
Hey.
Yeah, you'll get 5 or 10 people.
Yeah, I think what the point is that the conversation that we can bring doesn't lie in this arena. And it's unfortunate, you know.
That's the truth. That's the
but
truth.
That seems the way you speaking for a community, Geo. And I
No,
know
I'm
it's
just
your
talking about how
server, so you are
everybody- how
particularly
everybody
talking about
perceives you.
your...
No, I'm just talking about the general impact you have within the community of people discussing cosmology.
Flat earthers are the most offended, right? Because it's not flat. It's awful. Must be terrible.
Again, you're just misusing the term. You're misapplying the term. Very disingenuous. That would be like telling a globe earther it's not a globe because there's mountains and valleys. That's absurd.
It's not a sphere. You tell them that all the time.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
childhood
so you could
model
tell
that
them
they
that,
had when
and-
they were children, right? It's not that. They, you know, some of them take it quite hard. Some of them cling on to sphere. They really, really want to cling on to sphere. Like some people want to cling on to flat.
Well, the people who think the Earth is a globe or a sphere, there's no issue calling it a globe or a sphere just because there's mountains and valleys. Mountains and valleys is a inconsequential component of the overall picture of describing the Earth, the entire thing,
Geo's
as
God.
a sphere.
Yeah. I mean, he's allowing it of both sides. If you have mountains,
God.
then we can have mountains similar to the level. You know, like if you say it's flat and we'll say it's sphere. I mean, come on, let's continue our little dance together. Mutual.
The fact that there's mountains and valleys doesn't make it not a sphere.
Yeah,
in
people
any way, shape, or
people
form.
can have whatever they want, right, Gio? That's the way it is. There's no need to call anybody disingenuous because they have a model or anything. Nobody's trying to do that to anyone, are they?
No, the disingenuous is your purposeful misusage of the word flat to try to gaslight people into saying that they're in some false dichotomy, that you're above and that you are here to whatever you're trying to do. That's what people get frustrated by.
Yeah,
You're
some people
misusing
are
the
exactly the
term flat earth.
same for sphere, right? They cling on to sphere for the exact same reasons that you are clinging on to flat.
People
No,
get
that's
frustrated
not the
that
case.
you're
There's no one has
calling
problems
out
with
the
elevation changes on a
contradictions.
sphere. They think it's a sphere because they think the water curves.
Yeah, but
around a
it's
ball.
not a sphere, right? They have problems accepting the fact that it's not actually a sphere.
That's not because of mountains and valleys, because the water isn't curving. If that's not what you're doing,
But for whatever reason, they have problems accepting that it's not actually a sphere, right? And it's not actually flat. Some people have problems, you know, accepting that.
yeah, but their reason not accepting that it's not a sphere is because they think water's curving. It's not because there's mountains and valleys.
He's not aware that straight lines, you know, like it's only because in his understanding of non-Euclidean geometry, they use a spherical model again. And when it's not actually spherical, because spherical is Euclidean. But they can't use something that isn't Euclidean because you wouldn't know what that is. Because they're all Euclidean. So they have to use a representation of this non-Euclidean. But it's called a great circle because it's a straight. And that it's a 540-degree triangle. But it is straight. So Geo's got a toss-up between horizontal that's straight or horizontal that's straight. Or level that's straight and level that's straight. I mean, what's the difference between them? They're both straight.
What's the difference between that and their east and west cardinal directions being fucked up?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no difference.
Well, that's an actual curve, isn't it? Because it's on a flat. So that's a circle that they're talking about. So when the flat earthers are doing it, they're actually doing a mistake. When they imagine it about the globe, even the dogmatic globe, they're imagining it about a mathematical model that they're only picturing Euclidean, and that's what I was trying to tell them earlier. The setup, I'm going to have to try and find a better rhetoric, so you guys, you can help us out with that. We're doing Elder Bear's argument rhetoric first, obviously, and then we're going to have to get into the mind dialectic. It's all rhetoric. We can help. You're speaking for them as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
you
And
do. You seem to be able to steel man anyone, Geo. Like a one-man band. Well done.
Now you're just gaslighting and harassing me
No,
because,
come on, Gio,
because there's
come on,
something
you're-
called steel manning. Again, bad faith actor.
That's good. That's bad faith. He's like one of those Janus. He could be like the Janus Steelman, couldn't he? The rusty Janus Steelman. Have you seen Janus?
I'm not familiar with that.
Let me out. I'll put it.
Come on, Gio. You know what you're doing, right?
I'm not doing anything disingenuous. Now what you're trying to gaslight? What are you doing?
No, I'm not
What do you
gaslighting
got?
you. I just notice what you're doing. Like you're projecting some understanding that you have onto everyone, and you're speaking for everyone, for instance.
No, it's just absolutely obvious. People who think the Earth is a globe or a sphere, they think water curves at the rate of the claimed radius of the Earth. The fact that there's mountains and valleys is inconsequential to the
Scriptive
overall
response.
Earth having the spherical or globular shape, oblate spheroid, as it were. I'm not speaking for everyone. That's just the obvious understanding that everyone in this community has. And when people say
Colloquial.
flat Earth or planar Earth or topographical plane, all those terms, they mean that the water is level, has a planar dynamic to it, and then the land comes up out of that planar water. Those are the two cosmologies that have been discussed for eons of time, the globe more recent.
The false dichotomy.
And everyone who discusses them knows that that's what's being referred to. It's not a false dichotomy, it's just a dichotomy.
But it's not true. Right? There you go. I'll put Janus in the thingy. It's the duality. I can imagine Geo is that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now that I see it, yeah.
The rusty Janus Steelman, where he can just turn round. What's this? I'll be a globe Steelman. Boom! Now I'm a flat Earth Steelman. I bet he could do it on his own as well.
Isn't that just like a very good quality for a lawyer to be a steelman for everyone?
Yeah.
Hmm.
He's the
That's
ideal
actually
flat
not
Earth
like bad
society.
faith.
That's exactly what I've been saying all the way along all of this, right? You're sat here and you imagine that these people are battling and they're in a debate scenario, but they're not really. They're all like Geo.
Well,
they've got no proof of either side, so they just play both sides off each other.
Yeah, but let me ask a question. What's bad faith? Saying something in bad faith. I don't know if I get that.
Yeah, bad faith.
No, it's actually.
I
a
don't mean it
compliment.
rhetorically. I'm
Really.
saying like I don't know.
It's actually a kind of a compliment because in some professions this is considered a very high quality of a man that can debate any argument from any side and win debates. Like this is what they're doing in universities. You take the pro, you take the, anti or whatever it says.
Yeah, but he's
but what
not
does it mean
doing
when you
that.
say?
It's a false
What does it
dichotomy.
mean? What does it mean when you say you're saying something in bad faith?
Yeah, I think Geo is taking. I think how many times did you join EA in a row, like you and Elder Bear?
What do you mean?
No, like this. This is an end of a spout where you were for a few hours in this
Oh yeah, we go
discussion,
over there every. I don't know. I bet it's been a month or so before we went in there last time.
yeah. So like he's just talking about. He's probably been in there monitoring the whole thing for 8 hours or 10 hours or however long it was. So he's at the end of his rope there. He's seen his server being overrun by extremely good logicians who know how to argument when put their words into a string of sentences that make perfect sense, but nobody can argue against it because they're captured in this false dichotomy and they don't realize it. And he's seeing, okay, they're threatening my server because if they win their argument, I don't have a job anymore, It's kind of at this point in him, from his perspective, if I try to steel man Geo here.
Well, he said bad faith, and I looked it up. Like, I'll just read this and see what you guys think. A bad faith argument is an inauthentic argument where a person making it doesn't genuinely believe in the claim they are presenting, often using it to obscure their true intentions or to manipulate the discussion. This type of argument is typically characterized by you utterly
He's kind of like a mind reader then. He's trying to impose.
It's not bad faith. They are arguments that I've got in a
faith.
series of arguments, though.
Yeah, but are you making these arguments?
Because that's not my real position. But no, that is my position. Yeah.
The person making it does not genuinely believe in the claim they're presenting.
Yeah, no, it's not flat. Yeah, that's not true. But I mean,
what does he see as
believe it? But I don't
what is it that he sees as you saying it's bad? He's claiming he's saying that you're doing it in bad faith. Like you genuinely believe in the claim.
He's hoping because if I'm not, then these are real arguments, and he knows he can't rebut them. So he has to find something else and some other way of doing it. But I mean, I'm guessing everybody in the arena is going to allow it because we've literally heard the Globe guys defending it as well.
So let me get this straight. First you're demonic, and now you're bringing bad faith. You just got yourself on a prayer list, though.
What? It's saying that this type of argument is typically characterized by ulterior motives, and can involve tactics like misrepresentation or logical fallacies. I mean, do you think you're representing logical fallacies?
Well, he'd be able to find it, surely. If it was there, Geo's a genius. I mean, it is a pretty simple modus tollens.
Or even see that it's an actual argument and not use argument colloquially. But he obviously has this whole arena is within colloquial bounds. So, God, who knows? You can use any sort of terminology in it to mean anything. Colloquially.
Like if the server would be called flat something, then I would understand Geo. But Earth Awakenings, I feel Bev is, in that category.
Within the bounds of Earth Awakenings.
Yeah. But he has said that this is a flat Earth server. So he has talked about it as such. I've heard him say that.
I've heard him say the opposite. I've heard him actually say this is not a flat Earth server, like verbatim.
Yeah, that's probably because for 30 days everybody's been talking about the same subject or something. If I had to.
Who knows?
Well, they
Like
spent
he's also like
years on level.
it's also like, you have a party and you have all the same people over and over and over again. And sometimes somebody comes in and everybody starts fighting, and it's like, so it's he's caught in a very bad position because he was trying to mitigate the fight between, the people in the party, but suddenly he always ended up being in the fight because he was steel manning the glober, and then he was steel manning the flat guy, and then the celestial navigation thing, and now he's suddenly making flat not being flat just by defining it again, and it's a horrible situation to be in. And that's why he resorts to using his Ubermensch power to ban and kick or whatever. Yeah. But it doesn't help the discussion at all, in my opinion. It's just completely obfuscating everything instead of actually having a logical discussion and reaching some conclusion together.
I
Seeing
feel
who is
bad
right
for
and
the
who's wrong.
argument myself. I mean, I've worked hard on the arguments that we've got. We are still working on them, and obviously they're going to progress. But Geo's not helping anybody else getting involved with any of these arguments, is he? I mean, I can't tell you the difference it's made just these last 2 weeks. Me saying to Elderbear, you know what, you need an argument. And that presented itself for us, and yeah, I don't know. I do feel sorry for them in a way, but they're sort of isolating themselves so they can protect themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not black or white here. It's a multi-dimensional kind of thing you have to kind of comprehend.
They're just the only two that you have in your head, Geo. That's you.
This is very remedial.
But then we would have to appeal to the little instruments that we have to verify that the logic doesn't hold up.
I think he's got very strong steel men, right? These two steel men that Geo's got for these false dichotomy.
I know.
Invincible.
If we just remain on the logical.
Hey, calm down, Bev. Come on, don't wind Geo up.
Yeah, I felt it coming, man. I really felt it coming. I was like, Bev, you're not helping yourself here, bro. Come on, let's go to the logic, please.
Like, get your steelman out. Come on, Geo, let's have a go.
Let's not shine a light on his embarrassment here. Come on, dude.
Well, I knew that the steelman was a touchy subject, right? Because that's to me what it shows, right? At that point, Geo's got two steelmen that he's playing this argument off each other. Now, to me, not flat and not spherical are two arguments that are dead simple to make, but Geo's thrown them out. Now, he's got two steelmen that he's having, one for flat and one for globe. Now, the one that's a flat earth steelman, that can't falsify the globe, because then these two steelmen don't work. And the one that's the globe steelman, that can't falsify the flat earth either. Whereas all I've got is two simple fucking arguments that falsify both of them. But Geo's entire character is built upon these steelmen, that he can just play each other off. He plays people off each other all day, every day, generating arguments, generating the twin pole model. He says, they say, but there's no they. It's him. with the twin pole model. I've never heard anybody else talk about the twin pole model. Just Geo. I'd never heard anybody else talk about the magnetic toroidal thing apart from Ken Wheeler until I heard Geo start talking about it, and then Whitsitt came over, and then Whitsitt started talking to Geo about it, and he picked up on it, and then they all watched Ken Wheeler for a bit, and then that sort of built off, and then they didn't like Ken Wheeler, and they doing their own thing. But it's all, to me, I've seen it. It's Geo. I've never heard anybody else saying it, but I mean, I've only been round these little rooms only at the limited time that I'm allowed to go in them as well, because they just remove you from them because you're not allowed to listen to know what they're going on about, because then you can build a picture of what's going on, and they don't want you to do that. They want to keep you in the dark, like Geo wants to keep everybody else in his arena in the dark so he can carry on playing his Twin Steelman thing.
Well, the question at hand, or the dilemma at hand. Like, we have very limited tools to verify, but we can verify, right, Bev?
Absolutely.
According to you,
everything in reality.
We should be able to.
You can prove things in reality. Of course we can.
Exactly. So now we have to then defend the reality and try to. That requires our carbon-based problem ourselves to kind of have to grow, and that would be where I stand in all of this. But I notice a pattern. Everybody blocks and destroys and removes Bev, and the worst ones are the flat earthers, the QE, Nathan Oakley crowd. They are like crazy, muting. Everybody knows that, who has been in a call with you, Geo, here in this server. And like they all talk over, become angry, become emotional. And that's no way to handle a conversation about logic, right?
I'm not sure what you wove in there. Nathan Oakley has a channel. He does what he does. People debate and they do get heated. I'm trying to understand where you were linking those. People definitely have debates. They have strong viewpoints on their positions.
But don't you see the correlation of the behavior of the carbon-based problem, which is us?
He has very strong opinions, Geo, of people that steelman his opposing side. Nathan Oakley, very strong position about that. I'm guessing that's why he doesn't come round. I know.
So if you're a fan of his, I guess you could comment on it. I don't listen to his content, so
yeah, he doesn't.
No,
come
I
round.
just brought him up as the best kind of empirical evidence of this carbon-based problem that I'm trying to describe.
Well, dude, people have had a planar, flat Earth, whatever term you'd like to use, cosmology, as far as we know, since the dawn of time. Nobody is conflicted about what those words mean. Everyone knows there's mountains and valleys. There is a foundational planar geometry. Water is level, flat, whatever term you'd like to use. And then the globe thing came along and said the water's curving and we're on a sphere. That's just a dichotomy. It's a huge question. People have been discussing it for eons of time. The last 10 years, it's become very, very strong in the minds of humanity. So if Bev wanted to discuss that, let's talk about that. Is the water curving? Is it not? Etc. But to just bang on over and over and just bothering people about the word flat and that there's mountains. See, you know why he does it? It's trolling. He's trying to trigger people. He says, you know how he says it? It's not flat. You know, he says it with such, enunciation.
No, I don't.
That is a way he's trying to trigger people, trigger people that either use the term flat earth or they've used that term in general.
People that call me flat earthers, Geo.
It's like he's spitting in their face. He's spitting in people's faces.
Yeah, when people call me a flat, spitting in people's faces, spitting. That's what he thinks is going on here. Not just.
Bev, you're supposed to get consent before you do that. Some people are into that, but if you're going to be doing that, you're supposed to get consent.
Well, you can do it with an argument, with a logical argument. And he
spin people's faces?
Keep saying it's a dichotomy. Right? But it's not a true dichotomy to him. He just says it's a dichotomy, which I mean, that's fucking useless. That's even worse than a false dichotomy, right? It's just a
Do you
dichotomy.
think he
Just
believes
two
it's
choices.
just a dichotomy between globe and flat? Do you think he truly believes that?
Well, no truth. So that's what he's doing. He's taking the false dichotomy off the table, but not putting any truth back down on the table. He's putting nothing, neither. Just like red or green. Like, that's what it is to him. If it's not a false dichotomy and it's not a true dichotomy, it's just two choices that mean nothing. But it's obviously more than that to him. Obviously. So he's playing off here, right? He's playing cards, isn't he? And this is a bluff. He's got nothing. Yet he's saying, it doesn't really mean anything to me. You know, but it's Bev that's saying it's a false dichotomy, and the false dichotomy is fucking horrible position to be in, when actually it's a way more knowledgeable position than just a dichotomy that he wants to replace it with. He's taking logic off the table and replacing it with just two choices. And then saying, you can't falsify either of them. Mad. Earther, I do say that, you know, it's not flat. Just to reassure them that I'm not a flat earther.
You do it all the time. You just, anytime it comes up, if someone else says it, you'll jump on them too.
But I think everyone in this call understands that.
If anybody calls me a flat earther,
like a thing that is two ideas at the same time,
I'll tell them
that you
it's
seem
not
to be
flat.
holding.
There's no problem saying flat Earth. There's no problem with that. In terms of the definition of the word flat, I was starting to read a couple of them. I can read a couple more. But what people are talking about when they're saying flat Earth, there's absolutely no contradiction what Bev is saying, none, because there is a known there's elevation changes. That's not what it's. Just like I said, if you have a sheet of paper on your table, it's a flat sheet of paper. From 50 feet away, anyone could say, "Yep, that's a flat sheet of paper." That's how we use the word in the English language. But if you zoom into it with a microscope, there's huge mountains and valleys. That doesn't mean the paper's not flat. And when people say flat Earth, they're talking about from a zoomed out perspective. They're talking about the whole thing in its totality, the whole plane of the Earth. And from that zoomed out level, the mountains and valleys are inconsequential. They're not significant to the term flat Earth. There's no problem in using it. I don't use it because I don't think it's a nuanced enough term. It's not really a geometric term. It's more of a description of a surface feature. It's not really like a geometric. That's why I like the word planar, has more meaning to it. So I think there's better words to use. But
planar has more meaning to it. Well, that's only his colloquial terminology of planar. Planar's 2D. It's not even more descriptive, it's less fucking descriptive. Everything's backwards with this guy. Everything.
But there's no issue with using that. There's no false dichotomy that Bev has fabricated. If he could just drop that from his rhetoric, he probably would have a better go at having people that actually want to discuss with him. Because this level of what he's doing just pushes people away on that level. And if he does have other good logic or other good points, he's losing people right off the bat by doing that level of using the
But here's the point. The false dichotomy is definitely a very useful tool when talking to glomies to help them to not get involved in this fucking stupid arena. I'm going to do everything I can to take people away from entering this arena, to show them the futility of attempting to come and converse with any of these people about any of these things. And it's people like Geo that's the problem, really. So yeah, the false dichotomy is going to be the number one thing to be able to show people. One, the modus tollens and how an actual argument can be used to falsify a claim. And two, to show the false dichotomy, to show that flat and dogmatic globe are falsifiable. So that anybody that comes into this that's been given these simple false dichotomies will know to be able to give the argument and then walk away from it, because you don't want to get involved in this arena. It's sad. You'll end up with people like Geo telling you you're gaslighting people, being disingenuous for making arguments.
Using the term to try to, you know, spit in people's faces and say it's not flat to try to bother them, and then get into some, you know, dumpster fire type engagement, which is usually what happens when he...
I will point out, Rob's not bothered. Rob knows it's not flat.
I'm not bothered.
Yeah, there you go. That's I don't know, that's a good mic you've got there. Yeah, I'm not against flat
Sorry, I'm driving.
I love it. I haven't heard from Rob in a couple of months, and I missed it. I missed it.
Oh, right.
Brings that part up.
Yeah. Okay. Like, in my opinion, like it just seems like it's a conceptual thing. Both these two terms that you mentioned, in the same way as I can fight for Hulk and say, like, when he gets angry, he Bruce Banner, when he gets angry, he becomes green and strong and big. But Superman, he can fly and he can shoot out lasers, right? So in the concept, you can fight for it to the death by reading about it and figuring it out, like all the comics about Hulk and all the comics about Superman, how they progressed, in what time era they are, on what planet they are. But like in reality, that's where we stand. We can use celestial navigation to navigate the reality. So that's where we lie. The other concepts can't be fought forever. And it's entertaining. And people have bet on Hulk and they have bet on Superman, you see, and they're invested. That's how I see it, you know, it's very simple.
Yeah, but the main thing people are discussing is whether the water has a planar geometry with land coming up out of that water, or whether the water has a spherical geometry with land coming up out of the spherical water. That's what
Geo doesn't know what geometry is, because water and land do not have a geometry. That's not how it works. That's not what geometry is. Geometry is a structure, an axiomatic system based upon logic. Water and land do not have that. What Geo seems to be missing is that logic is the formulation of the argument, which is geometry based. But geometry is based upon that. But Geo's giving up on arguments. You're not allowed to use them. They're offensive to him.
what's being discussed, not whether they're misusing the term flat and saying that it's not flat because there's mountains. That's the thing that we're talking about right now that only Bev does.
Well,
the actual conversation is whether the water is planar or spherical.
Level.
That's the actual conversation. What the actual shape is.
Yeah, but Bev always appeals to like horizontal is level. Like water level is a tool in reality we can use to define a horizontal plane.
Locally speaking. Yeah.
Locally.
And do you know what the opposite of local is, Gio? It's global, just in case anyone was wondering.
Worldwide, not global.
I would just say non-local, I guess.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean have to be global. Globe means a sphere. The word globe is a sphere. You can't use globe.
No,
unless
it
you're talking
doesn't.
about a sphere.
Doesn't mean a sphere. No,
Yeah,
that's
so
the
locally.
childhood model, Geo. Come on, it's not a sphere.
See, this part in specific, I took issue with because
But
he
it's
said you can't
interesting,
use
right?
the word globe without invoking a sphere. Well,
Yeah.
you see, you already know what I'm getting at, right?
Well, he's just gone on about his flat thing.
Right. So, if flat can mean a bajillion things, then to say you can't use global without invoking a sphere. Now, where's the charitable flat can mean this, globe can mean this? Like, we need it's inconsistent. And that was what I was talking about with Buster before, right? Buster, this is arbitrariness, where it's like we can add charity to this word, we can make it mean so many different things. Oh, global, though. No. And then horizontal's another one, where it's like, why don't we just, instead of doing that, where we're arbitrarily, inconsistently saying this can mean this and we're allowing it, why don't we just mean what we say and say what we mean instead? What do you guys think?
Well, we've been trying to do that all the time, but you'll not do very well in any of these rooms, Sid.
I like it. Our society has come up with this idea of the opposite of local is global, if you look it up in the dictionary, right? It's very interesting.
Yeah, because they say the Earth's a globe. So on the large scale, they're calling it a globe.
Yeah, the whole.
A sphere. A sphere, yeah. Oblate spheroid or whatever they want to call it.
So if you've got a false dichotomy, you realise that both sides can be proved false. Like, it worked for Jaren.
See, this is where you start to do your gaslighting and trolling. You just said, I have a false dichotomy. I don't have a false dichotomy.
Well,
You're putting that onto people. You're putting that onto people. I don't have that.
Do you not have a steel man for each model that can falsify the other model?
There is a dichotomy. There are different shapes. But this is, again, what you do.
See, this is what gets me. He does have steel men, but his steel men can't falsify the other model, and that's terrible. If he can't do that, what's the use of him having steel men? The steel man for a dichotomy that can't provide a truth or a falsification. Sort of a steel man's that? It's like a fucking jello steel man in it. Mercury's the best. Oh, tin. Low grade tin man.
You say, you have a false dichotomy. I'm Bev. I'm going to talk down to you and gaslight you and tell you have a false dichotomy.
I'm not going to talk down to anyone, Gio.
That's what you're doing.
No,
yes, you are.
That's imagined on your behalf, Gio.
No, you're insulting people, saying that they're in some false dichotomy.
It's not meant.
They're confused in a false dichotomy.
No, the false dichotomy is shown through argumentation, Gio. It's not meant to cause offence. It's not meant to be taken seditiously.
I'm not white knighting, but this is exactly what you're doing. That was my point from get-go. You do word games, and you keep saying false dichotomy, which is not a false dichotomy. It's just what you're doing. You're just doing semantics. That's exactly what you do. But then you just did it now, and you're just doing it now again. It says it's your.
I like the way people use semantics as though it's a bad thing. Right? It's 2025. And people imagine that semantics are a bad thing within an argument. And it's not as if Gio didn't use any semantics earlier when he was talking about fucking definition of flat. Was it? So when did I use semantics, or did I just use words that the guy didn't like?
But hang on, Bev. words are important and words have meaning. And like I think it was Galatrax earlier said, say what you mean and mean what you say.
Yeah, but where was my use of semantics? There was none. It was Geo that was using semantics for the defining the definition of flat into a definition that incorporated not flat. So that's a really bad use of the semantics by trying to incorporate a contradiction into the word usage. That's what Geo did. I have not been doing that. I did say seditious and I did say false dichotomy. Now, if they consider me using words that they don't mean, that they might need to look up in a dictionary, is that what they consider semantics, right? Me using words and terms that they don't know what they mean. Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what they mean. But either way, semantics isn't a bad thing. If you're going to come to terms so you know what the fuck you're talking about, then it's a good thing to have semantics on your side so you can correctly define the terms that you're going to use within your argument or the discussion. It's not a bad thing to have the correct word usage when you're in discussion. Not a bad thing. Semantics, like, please don't fucking turn semantics into a bad thing. Because, again, I'd have to say, you're fucking about with logos. Rule of identity. The first law of logic. Semantics, the correct usage of the terms. The law of identity. Apparently I use it.
Your false dichotomy. No shape or form. So I'm not white only for Geo, by the way, but just saying from someone who's listening now. You're doing exactly to him again. He says it's your false dichotomy. It's not false
yeah, I've
dichotomy,
made
it's
arguments.
You, which is you. But your argument. You know what? Let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you. I'm going to do exactly what you do.
Example.
Okay? Do you have a laptop?
No, I don't get this either.
No.
I've got a
Do you know
tablet.
If I want to play your game now, laptop is a false dichotomy. Does laptop exist?
I don't think you're quite understanding the idea of a dichotomy to start off
I
with.
don't understand, but you are. This is exactly what you're doing. You just
Like laptop isn't even a dichotomy.
No. That's not what
we
I'm
call
saying.
it a monopoly.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Laptop. I mean a dichotomy because A, it's a portable, it's a small computer, and B, it's not in your lap. The next time when you say
is everybody following this? I hope so, because this is one of those things where you're in a discussion with people about some weird scenario, and then you think, I'm not too sure what's going on here, and then this sort of thing comes up, and you think, I don't know, I'm going to have to sort of go along with it, because there may be mental issues going on here.
It's Tourette's, Bev. I mean, it's Tourette's. The man just goes, laptop! And then he
thinks it's a dichotomy or something. Now he's struggling to work out why he ever said it was a dichotomy.
I explained it to him today, and he said he was wrong. I talked to him today about it. He said he was wrong.
Oh, right. So what was this then? What is it?
He's trying to say that you're equivocating. That's what he meant to say. And you're not.
In what?
But that's what he meant to say.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when people accept a contradiction within a false dichotomy. I mean, this is Terrible.
Sorry,
This is
that's
just
not true.
awful.
That's not laptop because A is not your lap and B is a smoking piece.
I seem to be doing all right.
Yes,
That's sort of
I'm
equivalent.
not so sort of. I'm not so sure. We're getting the full understanding of what a dichotomy
but
is,
this
and
is
in order
exactly what
how
you
to
do.
falsify
No.
both of the statements that are the choices that are being given.
No, if you understood what he meant, that's actually a decent hypothetical
No
analogy.
way.
And then that would be
Laptop
like
is not a
basically, and then the
dichotomy.
equivalent to what you're doing is if people said, "Hey, I'm going to get my laptop." If you said to them, "You're in a false dichotomy. You're in a false dichotomy because it's not on your lap. It's not on the top of your lap. It's on your desk."
What?
This is awful.
The laptop,
This is
because
awful.
it's on your desk.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It's fucking. This is crazy, isn't it? Like,
I had to
Geo's
step in
come
here,
to
Bev.
fucking help out. Like, he's helping out some other guy, but I mean, for what purpose?
Terrible. It's because it's not a lap, and
Yeah.
it's not on top of your lap, but it's also not your personal computer.
Yeah.
So it's an equivocation. Therefore, it's a false. Therefore, it's a false dichotomy.
It's not a top either. I mean, you can't wear it as a top.
That's a decent analogy. What are you saying? And then just
ridiculous,
labeling
Geo.
people as being in a false dichotomy, and then harassing
That's
them,
ridiculous,
and trolling
Geo.
them, and gaslighting them, and doing everything you do along with it.
Well, hang on. The
hear
dichotomy
me
to say
shoot.
that just because laptop, that's not a dichotomy. A dichotomy is like either laptop or desktop, right?
Yeah, so you could use that too. That if somebody has
Yeah,
their
you
laptop
could use
on their desk
actually
and they say,
two
"Hey, I'm going to pull
to
out
get
my
a
laptop,"
dichotomy.
and if it's on their
'Cause
desk,
you can't
if
use
someone were to say, "You're
one
in a
thing
false
to get a
dichotomy," it's on your
dichotomy.
desk, on your desk, not
That's
on your
fucking
lap,
crazy.
and then start telling them they're in a false dichotomy just because they're using the word laptop, putting it on their desk.
The
Right, no, that's
acceptance
not
of
a
a
false dichotomy,
contradiction
that's
does terrible
equivocation.
things to the
Person would
mind.
be equivocating. That
My
person
mic
would be
working now?
equivocating if they said, "Oh, because your laptop is on your desk, it's a desktop now." And you could add an attribute to it. You could say it's a desktop laptop, but to say that
It's not a dichotomy.
either
There's another
right,
word for desktop,
not a
though. A
dichotomy.
desktop is usually like not a laptop. A desktop is
You're just
usually
playing
like a,
linguistic games here. You're not actually
yeah, that's
getting a
what you're doing.
dichotomy
That's
here
what we're
at
pointing
all.
out that you're
No.
doing.
Exactly.
Is
That's
my
exactly what you do.
is my
That's
mic
That's why
working
Hamrise
at
brought
all?
it up.
Yeah, that's better, Elderbear.
Okay. Firstly, I'm not a 15-year-old follower, Geo. I mean, if you want to, talk about ad homs.
Is this
I
where
did not
it
say you were a
sort of get
15-year-old
banned?
follower. I
And
did not say that.
You
I did
said
not. Hold on. I'm gonna. Let me.
I
15-year-old
think it
followers.
is.
I did not
So
say you're
Bev's
fit.
15-year-old followers.
Yeah, I
I
don't
did
get a
not
chance
say
to
you're.
talk much
Followers are
here.
15.
I think this is me. Stop talking
Okay.
now, but I
I'm gonna have
get
to jump in
banned.
I don't know anybody who are followers.
Okay, now please let me respond. I did not say that you're 15. What I said is that there are two groups of people in this world that use this mountains are not flat, the earth is not flat because mountains. There's two groups. There are one group, 15-year-old kids who used to come into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server many years ago, trolling us, 13, 17, 15-year-old children who would
Because
come in
Geo
and they
was
would
in
say, ha ha ha,
24/7.
flat Earth, you think
He's
the Earth is
old
2D, there's no mountains, ha ha ha, you guys are stupid. That's one group. Another group is Bev Try Thinking and the couple of people that have followed his lead. I didn't say those people are 15. Those people are probably 40, 50, whatever age they are. I didn't say those people are 15. Two groups. One of them, 15-year-old kids having nothing to do with Bev Try Thinking. The other one, Bev Try Thinking with adults that he has gotten to repeat his ideas that the earth is not flat because of mountains and valleys. So that just
Again,
clarifies.
that's your imagination. I don't follow Bev. He has controlled me. We've had many conversations which we come to understand is between us about what is the logical process, as I believe others have done when they have a conversation with him. And to be labeled as being a Bevite or a Bevtard just because you could have some common agreements with another human being seems to me to be disingenuous.
I didn't call you a Bevtard or a Bevite. I said the couple of people who
you
seem
called
to
me a follower.
follows Bev's lead. Yeah,
Yes,
because
well,
you
I'm
didn't
not.
start saying, yeah, because you were not the originator of his tactic that he uses of saying the earth when he like I said, virtually spitting in people's faces the energy when he's like, it is
Virtually
not
spitting now.
flat, where he gets aggressive. He's
I
the
think
only
you're
one who's
upset,
done that
Jojo.
to try to trigger flat earthers or get people upset or whatever it is to get attention or whatever he's doing. And I just said there's a few people who follow his lead. I didn't call you any of those terms. I'm not calling you a Bevite or whatever. But if you're saying that, then you would be following his lead unless you came up with it. If you agree with him and you don't want to be a follower, I hear you. You just agree with the one guy who is leading the charge in quote unquote, the earth isn't flat because there's mountains and valleys.
Okay, so the earth is measured flat. And in order to do that, you need to have an elevation
I'm a
angle. Is
proud
that correct?
Bevite.
None of those are arguments I'm making. It sounds like you're talking to Nathan Oakley. Maybe you should go talk to him. Those are not things I said. So I'm not gonna answer loaded questions of statements I didn't make.
But you wouldn't need to have an elevation angle to measure an angle to Polaris.
Maybe, but that's not a topic I brought up or asserted. Are you going?
Steelman's got a bit rusted. He's got some rusted parts.
Now Bev is
I'm
gaslighting.
just trying to.
Now Bev is trolling and gaslighting me because I said, you know what? Bev has been trolling and gaslighting me for hours. You know why? Because earlier he was having a fight with someone about the compasses, and I jumped in and said, hey, let me steelman the one guy's position. And ever since then, Bev has been literally trolling and gaslighting me for the last 4 hours. Every single time trying to make fun of me about being a steelman.
Really upset.
This guy is an absolute sociopath. And that's not an insult. He's a sociopathic individual. He's being sociopathic. He's been trolling me for 4 hours, disingenuously calling me a
3 hours,
steelman,
24 minutes.
My steelman's.
I disagree.
This guy is just a dark character in what he's doing. He's been trolling me for 4 hours. He's been trolling me for 4 hours because I came in to help out to do what's called a steelman with one argument 4 hours ago for a guy because they were bickering and fighting to help them understand. That's the level of what this guy does. This Bev
is a beacon of light in
Talk
this.
about wearing
You
out
have to
your
be a
makeup.
doctor to make that diagnosis.
Are you an advocate of celestial navigation, Gio?
Would there be anything I could say that would be non-offensive to anyone at the moment? Or has the scenario been set, the stage has been set for sedition everywhere, every word?
Yeah, your behavior is very mean-spirited, very rude, very toxic. Very, very toxic.
And you sound like Jimmy Savile.
What horizontal orientation would you need when you relate to flat Earth?
I think that whoever said you sound like Jimmy Savile, that's disgusting. Can say things like that.
I don't know who
Yeah,
that
you
is.
know,
So.
that's allowed. Yeah, you could have pulled him up, but you know.
Yeah, I'll figure out who that was.
I don't know who that is, so I don't know what that comment
So what definite horizontal orientation do you need for the flat Earth? You don't have a specific you need, Geo, for a representation of a flat Earth as a flat earther?
I'm not sure. Are you asking someone a question, or are you just shooting out ideas?
I'm
trying
talking to you. Talking
bait
to you.
someone or
Do you
something?
have a horizontal specifically that you need in order to present flat Earth?
I never said I'm presenting flat Earth. I think I've told you
But you're a flat
repeatedly. I
earther,
don't
though,
refer
you're
to
a flat
myself.
earther.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking for. I've told you probably 100 times I don't refer to myself as a flat earther. I use the term sometimes if
But
it's
what's
useful.
horizontal? What would you say horizontal is then?
Are you just trying to bait someone, or what? I don't know what you're trying to do.
I'm asking you. You know, it's coming off your definition of flat being horizontal.
Okay, what about that?
So how would you describe horizontal?
We doing definition? Is this definition hour? Is this what it devolved into?
I would say
Four
horizontal
hours of
level.
trying to figure out what a fucking reference point means.
I'm just talking to Geo. I'm talking to Geo. You don't have to get involved.
Oh, I can't talk? I'm not allowed talking here? Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say you're not allowed, but you know,
All right,
you're
then
not
why'd
the
you say
voice I
that?
expected to hear in response. Because you're not the voice I expected to respond when I was speaking to Geo.
Oh, sorry, I didn't meet your
But perhaps you can
expectations there,
answer for Geo.
Cupcake.
All right, Cupcake.
I love that, by the way, when
It seems
Elderbear
to
says,
me that,
all
you
right,
know, that
cupcake.
for
If you're
you,
a
flat
cupcake,
is
what kind of cupcake
horizontal.
would you be?
Hang on, I'm talking now. It seems to me that, you know, you can equivocate flat to horizontal. When you use horizontal, you have a definite orientation, a definite description of horizontal that wouldn't
Well, what's flat?
include it not being
What's flat, Elder?
horizontal.
Elder, what's
It's
flat?
a surface. It's a description of something of a surface. We're not
Okay, what kind
talking
of
to you.
surface? What kind of surface?
Surface.
Well, if we're gonna define terms, right? You want to define horizontal, and then you're gonna call it flat.
I'm
What
not
is
playing
flat?
your games.
Define flat.
I'm just trying to wonder if flat
So
can be
why
not
are you
flat.
pressing people to define
Shut
horizontal
up.
when you refuse
If
to
flat
define
can be
flat?
not flat,
So
then
first all,
horizontal can be not
incoming.
horizontal, and that can also be a valid reference, couldn't it?
So you want people to define horizontal, but you don't want to define flat. That's all I'm getting out of you.
I thought he did. I thought
Well,
he
we've
said it's a
already.
surface description.
Yeah, okay. Describe it.
Well, oh, now you're moving the
Did this the other
goalpost.
day.
You want more.
No, I'm saying describe
Yeah,
the
you asked
word.
for a definition and now you're saying describe it. Okay. It's a
Yeah,
surface
what is flat?
description. That's a description of the word flat or a
That's what flat
definition
means.
or
That's what
whatever.
flat means.
Flat would be a surface description.
Yeah, that's the
Crickets.
definition of flat for you.
What's it to you? What's the definition of flat to you?
Never.
Why are you asking me my question?
Never reply.
Just to see if we're on the same page.
Why are you answering?
All right, so answer the question, and then
When I was talking to
we'll
Geo.
find out, right?
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of talking at me. I never really engaged with, I mean, you were asking like loaded questions, and I know kind of the games you play. It's very also disingenuous. So I'm not very interested, especially
okay.
after
Seems
running people through what you do and all the stuff that you guys do. So it's just not genuine.
It seems to me a logical process. If you say that something that is not flat is flat, and you will accept something that is you call horizontal that isn't horizontal, because we know what we mean. You know what we mean. What we mean when we say horizontal. I know it's not horizontal, but you know what we mean. It's a wavy, wobbly line. That's horizontal.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, perpendicular to a plumb bob.
Yeah, but flat can
It's
be
an orientation. It's an orientation within 3D space. Horizontal, perpendicular to vertical.
But a mountain is that flat?
No, a mountain is an elevation change from a horizontal. The term flat earth is used from a zoomed out perspective that there's an overall geometrical foundation of planar. It's the way everyone's used flat
Where's
earth.
that then? Where? No. Not everyone, and not even you, I doubt, has ever done that. You know, you're playing the God view now.
Yeah, when people are talking about the earth, they're talking about the whole thing in totality.
They or you?
Everyone who uses the term. Other than
you.
No one's ever seen the
you.
totality.
Teenager children that used to go into the 24/7 flat earth
He
server
has.
and troll people. And
you, it's
I
just
guess
you and
Bev.
me. You. Do you do that? Have you ever done that? Zoomed out to see the whole, to say this is what it is. Something you cannot say.
Got him.
Close up.
Yes, I
is
have.
that.
I actually have. Yeah.
You have.
Yep.
And was that? Was
Yeah,
that
when I did
under the influence?
DMT.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's talking about, is it? He
I know,
actually
but-
has. He's had God view.
So he says.
Well, yeah, but listen, this is Geo. Like that other guy talking shit, right? When you hear them talking shit, then you know they're talking shit.
Yeah, pure rigor.
This
I know pure rigor.
This is Geo taking on a God view, saying he has actually looked at the Earth from a zoomed out view. But
was it a sphere?
Well, I don't know. He won't know. He's got two steel, man. He said it was a sphere earlier. He said
Yeah, he
said it was. But
He said if you zoomed out what it looked like a sphere, he said, yeah.
Yeah.
And now he just told you that it looks flat when you zoom out.
And now he's saying, have you ever done that? And this is what he says.
Something you cannot say. Close up.
Yes, I
is
have.
that.
Yes, I have.
I actually have. Yeah.
You have.
Yep.
And was that under the influence of some psychedelic or something?
Can't say yes.
There's something you can observe locally and up close. You're saying that you have the ability to have the God view and zoom out and see. It's not that.
That's not what I didn't say. That you're just saying something.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm putting.
Yeah, what I'm saying is
No,
that if you have horizontal and level and elevation changes coming up out of that, the consequence of that is a topographical plane. And from a zoomed out perspective, that's what people are referring to when they say the term flat Earth. They're making an assertion that the ground has a planar, that water is level, and then there's elevation changes.
You making that assertion, Geo? Are you making that assertion? Not they, not other.
Let's go over this again, right? This is what he's saying that people are making the assertion on.
They're making an assertion that the ground has a planar, that water is level.
That ground has a planar, that water's level. I'll go along with the water being level stuff. Like a water level.
The ground has a planar doesn't make any sense.
It's nonsense, right? And what else?
And then there's elevation changes.
And then there's elevation changes. Well, there is elevation changes. And what water is a tool that establishes a level because it's called a water level. So we'll give the water level the chance to be level. I've never really understood what water is level means. Because, I mean, I don't think that. If you have a column of water, is that level? I mean, it has a level. Is it level? I don't know.
That assertion, Geo, are you making that assertion? Not they, not other people, you. What assertions are you making? Very easy to hide behind the day and others. That's what you do. And then you complain that somebody says that you say that because that's what you do. So where's they, other people? You never have a claim to anything. You. When did you zoom out and see the whole? Can you tell us about that?
You were asking questions, so I'm just informing you about what people mean when they're in terms of these words. So
No, I'm asking you, not people. I'm asking you. I keep saying it. It's not other people. It's only you I'm talking to. I'm not talking to other people. When did you zoom out and see the whole? Tell us about that experience. Be interesting for us.
I don't want to talk about my drug trips.
think it's about this time where I find myself just going quiet and thinking, what's going on?
Yeah, these people are mad.
No, I've just been kicked, I think.
I'm sorry if you feel bullied
no.
or victimized, picked on. haven't heard anybody else complaining that that's what's happened to them, but seem to kind of project that onto they and those other people too. They get.
There you go. I just got kicked. I don't know whether Elder Bear got kicked or I got kicked first and Elder Bear got kicked after, or what's going on. But that's the end of that. It's literally me getting kicked from.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah, it won't blow up if it's got a pop in it. You're gonna have to wait till I'm done.
Oh, Palkeys is upset that there's not many people watching. There's actually 25 people watching Palkeys. Maybe you can't see it all, unfortunately. But yeah, it has been good. It's been a good night. Palkeys, come in and have a chat. And we know you've got nothing.
I gotta go eat dinner now, but thanks, Bev. It's been a great day here.
Okay,
Another great day. Thank you. I'll see y'all all tomorrow, probably.
Okay. UFC tomorrow.
See you, Rob.
Later.
That Galatrax.
That's Tora. I see you, Rob.
Oh, Tora. Good to see you again.
Right, quick
I'll speak to you all tomorrow.
I'll be out. Has been good night. It is getting pretty late for us.
Wow. Lord of the Rings. You know.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you so much for the stream tonight. I'm going to bed. Oh, so tired. It was a good one.
Shadows in your head where belief takes flight. You nod to the rhythm, but what's left behind? A gap in the noise that's twisting your mind. It's the pulse that's not played, the chord that's not struck, the truth in the
You can come in for a chat, Palkeys. I mean, 6 hours, or do you want to do it live? Save it for some other time if that's what you want.
Lines carve the space, angles scream to collide. They meet in the haze or they slip to the side. You're told where the triangle locks in its frame, but the lines that don't meet, that's your mind's
People get Torophoria, Matt, and I confused a lot. And as I listen back to the recording, there are some times where I think, oh, is that me talking or is that Matt? It's not always, but there's a certain inflection that sometimes both of us will put on. It's identical. I kind of lose it. I'm like, wait, oh, that's Matt talking. It's not me.
Thought you had